gave them the keys to his car. When he told them that he already had the gun, he said he traded guns. He said, my gun was a Smith & Wesson M&P 40. That was the gun I had. I traded it with Devontae Hill. This is Thursday, December 10th. In the early morning hours of December 11th, that Friday morning, officers from the Metro Nashville Police Department, which they had to take a team, went to effectuate that arrest warrant. And they went to his apartment at 1500 Porter Road, Panorama Apartments, apartment K5, the exact address that Jacquez Merrill Odom gave them, which they were able to confirm was Devontae Hill's address. And he was inside, and they arrested him for the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman. At the time of his arrest, they found two things that they seized as evidence. One was his cell phone. And those messages with Jacquez Merrill Odom were on his phone. Before the police went and obtained that arrest warrant, they actually asked Jacquez Merrill Odom to place a phone call to Devontae Hill from the police department. Because again, he has changed a part of his story that was pretty significant. And he makes that phone call to Devontae Hill. He actually calls 3 times. He doesn't answer. Calls a friend of theirs who doesn't answer. And it's that 4th time that Hill answers the phone. And he gets him to confirm that Jacquez Merrill Odom was not with him when it happened, when he shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. The phone that they recovered had those phone calls on it, but it also has a lot of other information on it. Specifically, a contact of Doodie, D-O-O-D-I-E. That was a contact in Devontae Hill's phone, 615-477-8664. That was the phone number for Doodie. They also found the M&P 40 caliber Smith & Wesson handgun, the one that Jacquez Merrill Odom told them he traded him for that Springfield XD9. Mr. Hill is arrested and brought down to police headquarters. Again, Sergeant Dickerson goes directly there, and he asks if he'll consent to an interview. He reads him his Miranda warnings, explains to him that he has the right to an attorney, and he waives those Miranda warnings and says he'll talk to Detective Dickerson. And one of the other detectives on Detective Dickerson's team is there too, Detective Ben Hughes, and they begin to speak to Devontae Hill to ask him, where were you on December 3rd, 2020? We have reason to believe we might be involved in this. Devontae Hill spent a very long time explaining to them that he was not even in Nashville that day. He drove to Atlanta in a green Chrysler 200 with a female whose name he would not provide them. She drove. They did not do anything in Atlanta. They did not eat. They drove around the city and drove back. That took a while, and that interview will be played for you, where he told them over and over again he wasn't here. Now again, Sergeant Dickerson has a team of people that are assisting him. He has Detective Chagesh, who's looking at every phone immediately when he gets it. Jacquez Merrill Odom's phone, Devontae Hill's phone. He also has Special Agent Andy Valley with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Andy Valley has a specific expertise, and it's in analyzing the cellular location data that you get from carrier records. So that's your Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint. He can analyze the location records and give you information about where that device would be located at any particular time. So as he's interviewing him and they're getting all this information, Jacquez Merrill Odom had already given them Devontae Hill's phone number. So they're pulling the records to see where was he. And they have a location at 6:22 p.m. on December 3rd, 2020, that puts him right there by I-440. Now, it is not 6:08:41 p.m. It's 6:22, but he is in that area. So after Mr. Hill denies being in the city of Nashville, they go get that map that Agent Valley sent them and put it down and say, we know you were here. They've asked him if he knows anything about a Cadillac, which he denies, but they tell him, they confront him and say, we know you were here. Now, the interview was recorded in its entirety, but there was a technical issue when it was saved off to the server. The entire first part of the interview is there, and the end of the interview is there, but there is a portion that was not saved. It's a technical glitch that the IT people can't explain. Detective Dickerson and Detective Hughes were there, and they can explain exactly what Devontae Hill said. But once he is confronted that they know he's here, he changes his story. He admits to being in that silver Cadillac SUV. He actually admits to being in it. He says he was driving it. He says his front seat passenger shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. He said that she cut them off, and so he put down the window, and his front seat passenger fired rounds at her vehicle because she cut them off. He names a person, Raquan Evans. That name was new. He names an actual person, Raquan Evans, as the front seat passenger that shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. And he says he was driving. And she cut them off. It was road rage. Now, Detective Gish has his phone. He is searching for any variation of the spelling of Raquan Evans. There's a duty in his phone, but there is no Raquan Evans. Nothing. Now, again, the end of the recording is there, and the detectives are going back over what Mr. Hill said to him. And they actually bring him a picture because Raquan Evans is an actual person. A picture of Raquan Evans and say, is this the guy? And he says, yes. They also bring him a picture of James Cowan of duty, and they say, do you know him? Nope. Not just, we're not really close friends that I spend all my time with. Don't know him. Like, I've never seen him. The investigation continues. After that day, they take Mr. Hill to booking because he's booked on this homicide warrant. They have phones in booking where you're allowed to make phone calls. Mr. Hill is not housed in the jail. He is in booking, getting booked on a warrant. It is December 11th. It's before lunch. He makes phone calls to people he knows. The contacts are saved as Frederica and Big Cuz. There are 4 phone calls, but it's basically one long conversation. And at different times, both of them are on the phone. He begins to recount his interview with Detective Dickerson. He begins to tell them about some of the portions that when the recording was saved off are not there. And when he makes those calls, which they will be played for you during the trial, he says immediately, it was Gucci. Gucci snitched on me. I know it was. Jacquez Merrill Odom's nickname is Gucci. But Mr. Hill explains that in the call too, because the people he's talking to don't know exactly who Gucci is. So he explains that it's Jacquez. He knows it's him because Jaquez was just messaging him and calling him and talking about the murder of Caitlyn Kaufman, the day before. So he knows that Gucci snitched on him. And he knows that Gucci snitched on him because they were asking me about the Cadillac. They were asking me about duty. Gucci snitched on me. And he goes on the conversation. They end up calling different people. Mr. Hill doesn't want to tell these people that are clearly close with him. He doesn't want to tell them the details of who's driving, who's in the passenger seat. He doesn't want to discuss that. Jaquez Merrill Odom said, Devontae Hill said, I did this. I effed up. But he wants Big Cuz to get in touch with Duty, which Big Cuz says he will. He tells him they have his picture. He needs to get a new number, which he actually kind of stops and thinks about that because he knows that Jaquez Merrill Odom doesn't have Duty's number because they're not friends. But then there's a realization they have his phone, and he's got his number, 615-477-8664, saved under Duty. He needs to get a new phone. They have your picture. He needs to get a new phone. They were asking about the Cadillac. They know about that. This is December 11th before lunch. December 12th, in the early morning hours, there is a Cadillac SUV that is reported as on fire at 2801 Landers Avenue. On fire, exploding. The investigation will show that there is a burned out license plate from that Cadillac SUV, and it is the same one that's in a picture that Mr. Cowan's girlfriend had on her phone that shows him outside that vehicle just days before Caitlyn Kaufman was murdered. That is within 12 hours of that phone call from booking. Now remember, Duty's phone number and Mr. Hill's phone is saved as 615-477-8664. Those phone calls that happened just before lunch, that phone stops being used. Miss Carter, Demonisha Carter, was Mr. Cowan's girlfriend, and her phone was seized as part of this investigation. She had two numbers where you can tell the messages back and forth. It's the exact same person. It's Mr. Cowan. And she has that 477-4661, 477-8664. But she also has a new number for him that they start communicating on December 12th. 733-5312. All of a sudden, after that phone call with Big Cuz, there is a switch in the phone numbers that Mr. Cowan is using. Special Agent Valley, when he's analyzing the cell records, he looks at December 12th, at the time that vehicle fire is reported by Karen Reese, who sees the car on fire, sees it exploding. Mr. Cowan's new 733-5312 number is using cell phone towers in that same area. And lo and behold, so is Miss Demonisha Carter's cell phone. It's after that phone call, that 477-8664 number stops being used, that Special Agent Andy Valley can tell you that number was being used on December 3rd, 2020. Now, Detective Gish has Caitlyn Kaufman's iPhone. Her iPhone has very specific location information in it There's specific location information that isn't available for forever, but it keeps cycling through for 10 days. And Detective Dickerson took that phone and he took it immediately to Detective Gish. They had all of her location information, could tell how many steps she took, could tell the speed that she's driving the entire way. From the moment she leaves her apartment, Detective Gish sends his GPS location information with all of that very specific data to Special Agent Andy Valley so that he can incorporate it and compare the two. And Special Agent Andy Valley finds that that 4778644 number that belongs to James Cowan, it is showing in the same location as Caitlyn Kaufman's phone, just before 6 p.m. on December 3rd of 2020. It's almost at the exact same time that her mom has hung up the phone with her, said her last words ever to her daughter. His location begins tracking Caitlyn Kaufman's location on the interstate as she is driving to work just before 6 p.m. It is at 6:08:41 that Caitlyn Kaufman's speed slows from going over 70 miles an hour. That is the time that shots are fired at her vehicle. 6 rounds hitting her vehicle as these two vehicles drive down I-440. 6 of them hit her vehicle. 1 of them going straight into her driver window. No one stopped. No one called 911. You will see those rounds as they are fired into her vehicle. The one right into the back window right behind her, the one that goes into her driver window, into her arm, killing her, and the ones that are shot at her front quarter panel, the last one going into the hood of her car. Those rounds are not rounds of someone that slammed on the brakes and the shots start to go into the back of her car. All of the rounds are fired at the driver compartment of her car. The one directly into her driver window. It is 6:08:59 when her car stops. 18 seconds. And she has been shot with a devastating, unsurvivable injury through both of her lungs and her heart. But her car is still running. Her foot is on the brake. No one stopped to help her. No one called 911. It took both of them. It took both of them to do this. They did this together. And I submit to you that the proof and evidence presented to you this week will prove that they are both guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. There's a driver and a shooter, and they both did this. And at the end of all of the evidence, we will ask you to return a verdict that James Cowan and Devontae Hill are guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You will hear no proof that James Cowan killed anyone. You will hear no proof that he caused the death of anyone. You will hear no proof that he intended for anybody to get killed. You will hear no proof that he had a weapon, that he fired a weapon, or gave a weapon to anyone. I further submit that you will hear no proof that he solicited, ordered, directed, or commanded anybody to kill anyone. In fact, you'll hear no proof that he knew anybody was going to get killed. This case will be more about the proof that you don't hear than it will be about the proof that you do hear. Now, you will hear from several witnesses who testify in this case. But once again, you will hear no proof as to Mr. Cowan having a weapon, that he fired a weapon, or in any way intended for somebody to get hurt. As you listen to the proof in this case, remember what you promised me to do 2 days ago when we started this laborious process. That is to hold the state to their burden of proof in this case, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. And don't forget, as you listen to the proof in this case, that burden will never shift. It will never rest upon Mr. Cowan because he is presumed innocent. I submit, as you listen to the proof in this case, the state's burden will only get higher, and Mr. Cowan's presumption of innocence will only get stronger. And after you've heard all the proof in this case, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have more questions than answers. And the only conclusion that you can reach is that Mr. Cowan is not guilty. Thank you.
Ms. Sims, did you want to put the podium? If we could move the podium, please. Chamber, you please. Did you need it over here? I don't need it at all. Devontae Hill is responsible for Caitlyn Kaufman's death. Before a single witness takes that stand, he wants you to know that even though he did not intend or plan for her to die, he is the person who pulled the trigger and ended her life. The first duty of society is justice. Maybe you noticed those words of Alexander Hamilton's that are etched into the side of this building as you came for jury duty Monday, Tuesday, today. You will walk underneath those words every time you come to serve as jurors in this case. The first duty of society is justice. Justice, not vengeance. Justice is what we do here in this courtroom. Justice is the principle we have selected to guide our decision-making here in this courthouse, in this criminal justice system. Caitlyn Kaufman did not deserve to die. Her death is a horrific tragedy. Nothing we do in this courtroom will undo that. No one deserves to be shot and killed simply because they are driving to work. No parent deserves to get the phone call that Diane Kaufman got. Caitlyn Kaufman was a good and kind person who served other people, and she should not be dead. That is a fact. But this courtroom is not about vengeance. It is about justice. That is what we are here to do. You heard Mr. Hill plead not guilty in his own voice a few moments ago. Not guilty to the charge of first-degree premeditated murder. Because this case is not about whether or not Mr. Hill shot Caitlyn Kaufman. He did. This case is not about what Mr. Hill did in the hours and days after, whether he attempted to hide what he had done to protect himself, because he did. And this case is not about whether he lied to the police. He did. This case is not about whether he is a member of the 9/8 Mafia Crips. He is. This case is about what Mr. Hill's state of mind was at 6:08:41 p.m. on the night of December 3rd on I-440. That's it. That is the specific question you are here to answer. And ladies and gentlemen, the question is, was his mind, did he have the ability to exercise reflection and judgment before he pulled that trigger? And ladies and gentlemen, he did not. That is the proof that you will hear. On December the 3rd, 2020, James Cowan is driving a silver Cadillac. Devontae Hill is his passenger. They are leaving Hermitage. They get on 40 West. They merge onto 440 West. And just past the 21st Avenue exit on 440 is where their paths cross with Miss Kaufman. It is a coincidence. It is a happenstance that they are traveling the same direction that she travels to work. And their paths cross, and you won't hear from any other drivers. You won't see any surveillance video of what actually happens on that interstate. You've already heard that Mr. Hill confided in his childhood friend, Jacquez Merrill Odom. He told Mr. Odom that Miss Kaufman cut them off, that he reacted in anger. Tells the police essentially the same thing. Maybe Miss Kaufman veered into their lane. We know she was traveling at a constant rate of speed. Maybe she veered over. Maybe she didn't do anything wrong. Maybe they were flying up behind her and tried to pass her on the right side just as she was trying to get over to exit on West End Avenue, and she simply didn't see them. Whatever happened, Mr. Hill took the gun that he was holding in his lap, the Springfield XD, and in rapid succession fired 6 shots out the open window, striking Miss Kaufman's car. And before Mr. Cowan had time to react, before Miss Kaufman had time to react, it was over. That quick. Knowing that he had shot a firearm out of a car on an interstate, knowing that was dangerous and unlawful, Mr. Hill begins to wonder whether he had actually hit somebody. And he searches Nashville shooting, as you heard. And when he sees nothing, relieved, he goes on about his business that evening. And it's not until the early morning hours when the news begins to break of Miss Kaufman's death over social media that Mr. Hill learns what he has done. Devontae Hill acted with a complete disregard that his gross overreaction would hurt or kill someone. That is a crime. That is absolutely a crime that he committed, and it is your job and your duty to hold him accountable for that crime. But you're going to hear a lot of evidence about the things that Mr. Hill did in the hours and the days that follow. You're going to hear a lot of evidence that suggests that Mr. Hill, again, attempted to hide what he had done because he knew he had committed a crime. Not the crime of first-degree murder, but a crime nonetheless. You're going to hear that Mr. Hill made some decisions that showcase his incredibly poor coping skills with the magnitude of the crisis, the magnitude of what he had done. But remember, the question, ladies and gentlemen, is not what Mr. Hill did after the fact. It is what was in his mind before he pulled the trigger. And pay attention as to whether any of that evidence you hear, all of the cell phone information that you're going to hear about what he was searching and what he was doing, whether that has any bearing on what was in his mind at 6:08:41 p.m. Because that, ladies and gentlemen, is the question. The first duty of society is justice. Justice, not vengeance. Your duty here is to hold Mr. Hill accountable for the crime he did commit. But he did not act with the conscious desire to end Caitlyn Kaufman's life. He did not act after the exercise of reflection and judgment as the law requires. Ms. Kaufman's death is a tragedy. We cannot undo that. But justice for Caitlyn Kaufman is bound up in justice for Devontae Hill and for James Cowan. It is your job, it is your obligation, it is your duty here to set aside the emotions you may feel, the emotions that we know will be present in this courtroom. To set aside those emotions because they tempt us down the path to vengeance. And we must stay on the path to justice. We ask you to listen through the heartbreak and through the anger that you will undoubtedly hear. To listen for the truth about what happened that night on 440. And when you do, when you have heard from the witnesses, when you have seen the evidence presented to you, when you have the opportunity to apply the law to what you have heard, we know you will return the just verdict in this case, which is to find Mr. Hill not guilty of first-degree murder.
Just 1 second.
Okay, that is a wrap for the opening statements, and wow. I think now we know very clearly what the defense is going to be specifically for Devontae Hill, and that defense is that, yes, he shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. There is no disputing that. But essentially what his attorney is arguing here is that the prosecution has overcharged, by the way, as we look at Caitlyn Kaufman's father and mother there, and clearly emotional for her, and there are family members of either Hill and Cowan. But basically what they're saying is that the defense, the prosecution is overcharged. Yes, he killed her, but this is not a case of first-degree murder. Essentially, it is a lesser included offense. The hope for them is that the jury comes back with something less than first-degree murder, which would be second-degree murder, manslaughter, voluntary manslaughter down the line. And we'll go over the details for you of exactly what those are, but a significantly different type of sentencing if it's short of first-degree murder. You also heard very briefly from Cowan's attorney, who said you will hear absolutely no proof that he killed anyone. I mean, when you look at the situation here, there is a definite difference between Cowan and Hill in this instance. And so you could see potentially a jury coming back with a different verdict for Hill than they do for Cowan, though they both right now are charged with first-degree murder. Jan Norman, as usual, with, I think, an excellent job laying out the details in her opening. Let's listen in here and see if they're going to take a break or go right to the first witness.
Is the state ready to call your first witness? I'm sorry, I didn't realize you weren't back over there, General.
I am already ready, Your Honor, and just you are the first witness, Ms. Diane Kaufman.
Ms. Kaufman?
Ma'am, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Good morning, Ms. Kaufman. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Caitlyn Kaufman.
If you could try to lean into the microphone just a little bit so everybody can hear you. You said Diane Lynn Kaufman?
That's correct.
And could you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Kaufman.
And Ms. Kaufman, do you live here in Nashville, Davidson County?
No, I don't.
Where do you live?
I live in Chicora, Pennsylvania.
And how long have you lived there?
I've lived here 2 years.
And do you have any children?
I do.
And could you please describe the children that you have?
I have a daughter, Caitlyn.
When was Caitlyn born?
She was born May 12, 1994. And I have a son, Tyler. And he was born January 5th, 1996.
And was Caitlyn born in Pennsylvania?
Yes, she was.
And Your Honor, at this time I'm going to ask that the witness be handed a photograph, and it's previously been shown to both defense counsel. Ms. Kaufman, you've just been handed a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And is that a photograph that you provided to us of your daughter, Caitlyn Kaufman?
It is.
When was that photograph taken?
This photograph was taken in 2018 whenever she was graduating nursing school.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that photograph be introduced as the first numbered exhibit in this trial, and I would also ask permission to publish that to the jury. And I have that available to publish digitally.
Okay.
Ms. Kaufman, how long had your daughter Caitlyn been living in Nashville, Tennessee in December of 2020?
She had moved down here in October of 2018.
And the apartment that she was living in Lebanon, Tennessee, do you remember the address?
35205 Barton's Runs Trace in Lebanon.
And how long had she lived in that apartment?
She had moved there in October of 2020.
And had you been to that apartment before?
I had only been to that apartment complex to look at the apartments with her, but I had not actually been to her apartment yet to see it with all of her things in it. I was to go there the following week after she had been killed.
And obviously with you living in Pennsylvania and her living in Tennessee, you weren't able to see her every day. But how often did you talk to Caitlyn?
I talked to Caitlyn every single day. When Caitlyn worked, we would talk on her way to work and on her way home from work. And then on her days off, we would talk upwards of 8 times a day, and we would FaceTime constantly, so it really wasn't as if she was gone, because I would see her all the time.
And that Thursday, December 3rd of 2020, did you talk to her that day?
I did. I spoke with her in the morning on her way home from work, and then I spoke with her that evening on her way to work. She had called, it was about 6:45 my time, which would be 5:45 your time, and we talked till about, it was just right before 7 o'clock my time, which would be 6 o'clock your time. And I asked her if it would be okay if I got off the phone because I wanted to go into the store to get a card. I wanted to go to get her a Christmas card because I was coming the following week to visit her. We had made plans. I was going to meet her friends for the first time. And see her apartment for the first time. And do Christmas shopping and make some Christmas cookies. And I asked her if it would be okay if I got off, and she said that was fine. But I asked her a second time because she hesitated, and typically Caitlyn would hang up first because we talked via Bluetooth. She talked via Bluetooth, but she didn't. So I disconnected that time. I went into the store. I called her back at 7:13 my time, which is 6:13 your time, and there was no answer. I didn't think anything of it because oftentimes she would speak with her girlfriend Macy, and I waited 5 minutes because typically then she would answer. She didn't answer at 6:18. I didn't get alarmed because I knew where she was because I had asked her where she was. I knew that she was on I-440. I asked her about the weather. I knew it was raining. I knew she was nearing her exit. And I knew that was about the time that she would be going into work at 6:18.
And where did Caitlyn work?
She worked at St. Thomas, Ascension St. Thomas West.
And do you know what time she was supposed to be at work?
7 o'clock. So when I didn't hear from her, I sent her a text at, I believe it was 6:35. I sent her a text and I just said that I was sorry I missed you, sis. I love you. And I'm not sure what else I said.
And what kind of car did your daughter have?
She drove a 2020 Mazda CX-5.
Had you ever ridden in the car with her?
Yes.
And what type of driver was she?
Caitlyn was an excellent driver. She was a very conscientious driver.
And that day when you talked to her on the phone from, I guess, 6:45 your time, 5:45 our time, y'all talked for almost 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. What kind of mood was Caitlyn in?
She was fine. She was fine. It was our typical conversation. She sounded absolutely fine. Up until, like I said, up until the end because she just hesitated and didn't hang up.
And during that call, could you tell that she was talking to you through the Bluetooth mm-hmm. and it was hands-free versus mm-hmm. holding her phone? You said that you tried to call her again at 6:18 and didn't get her.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes.
Which, at some point, you learned what actually happened to your daughter.
Yes.
Can you describe how you found that out and what happened after that last call that you placed at 6:18?
I had received a call later in the evening from Caitlyn's girlfriend Macy, saying, "Miss Diane, I don't want to alarm you, but the hospital called and Caitlyn never showed up from work." And I said, "Macy, that can't be correct because Caitlyn was on her way to work." And I said, "Maybe she's on a different floor. Maybe she's just in a different area of the hospital." And she said, "No, they locked and she's not here." So I said, "Well, hold on and let me look at my phone. I'll pull up her location." So I pulled it up and her car was on I-440. And I said, "Macy, she's on I-440 and she's not moving." I said, "Something happened to her." So I immediately thought that maybe someone took her, or that maybe she was involved in an accident and she couldn't move. So then Macy told me that she and her husband were going to go and start traveling towards Nashville to look for her. I then called another girlfriend of Caitlyn's, Stephanie, and asked her to please go and look for her on 440 to see if she could find her car.
And then it was later in the evening that I received a call from Chaplain Glenn from the Metro Nashville Police Department. And he asked me, he said, he introduced himself and he said, Mrs. Kaufman, this is Chaplain Glenn from the Metro Nashville Police Department. Are you home alone? And I said, no, I'm not. I said, Caitlyn's dad is here with me, my husband. He said, Caitlyn, there has been a shooting. And I said, well, please just tell me where Caitlyn is. We'll leave right now and we'll come down. And he said, Mrs. Kaufman, are you sitting down? And I said, please do not tell me that my daughter is dead. And he said, Mrs. Kaufman, Caitlyn was fatally injured and she is dead. And then he just explained to me that I would be receiving several additional calls, that Sergeant Dickerson would be reaching out to me, that the medical examiner's office would be reaching out to me to let me know where Caitlyn's body was.
And Ms. Kaufman, you've described that you talked to
I'm sorry.
Ms. Kaufman, you described that you talked to Caitlyn on the phone every day and that you FaceTimed with her. Did you ever use Facebook Messenger? Was that something you were familiar with?
I was not familiar with it.
And since this happened, have you learned anything about Facebook Messenger?
Since Caitlyn's passing, I have learned a little bit about it. I do know that one of the nurses, one of Caitlyn's co-workers, did reach out to me that evening to let me know that Caitlyn didn't make it to work and that they were concerned, and asked if there was anyone that I knew in the area that could go and look for her. But I never got that message until days later.
And when you figured out how to check for that message, do you have many messages?
I did. I had several.
And is that something that you use today?
I do use it sometimes, but not often.
And in December of 2020, is it fair to say that you were not using Facebook Messenger?
Oh, not at all.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. I don't have any other questions.
Oh, thank
Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Jessica Dunn.
Jessica Dunn.
Now, if you would, raise your right hand. solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ms. Dunn, I know you are very soft-spoken, so if you get close to the microphone, you might even be able to pull it towards you a little bit if it's not anchored down. And could you tell us your name?
Jessica Dunn.
Okay, maybe pull it a little bit closer. And how do you spell your last name?
D-U-N-N.
Ms. Dunn, how are you employed?
I'm a registered nurse at St. Thomas.
And I know there may be more than one St. Thomas. Is there any one particular?
St. Thomas West in the ICU.
Right. How long have you worked there?
Since July of 2018.
Have you had the same shift since you've started?
Yes, I worked night shift the whole time up until about December of this past year. I started doing day shift.
Right. So in December of 2020, would you have been working the night shift?
Yes, all the time.
And what are those hours?
We clock in at 6:45 p.m. and we clock out at 7:15 a.m.
And during that shift, is there a lunch hour, break time?
We really can eat whenever we would like. We get a 30-minute lunch break.
So just depending upon the work and
Yes,
what
depending
needs to be
just
done.
when we have time to go.
Right. And during the course of your employment, did you get to know a young lady named Caitlyn Kaufman?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How did y'all meet?
So she started working there at the end of 2018, and the way we do orientation, you get to go to different units and do different things and decide what you like. And she, at the end of her orientation, ended up in the ICU that I work in. And when she came to night shift, I became friends with her. It was about the first of the summer in 2019 when we really became friends.
And just so that we're talking about the same person, could I ask that she be passed Exhibit 1? Ms. Dunn, you're being handed what has been introduced as our Exhibit 1. If you would look at what is in that folder and tell us if you recognize the person in that photograph.
Yes, that's Caitlyn.
And during the course of the the short time that you were together, did you always work the same shift?
Yes, we did.
Once that became the
Yes.
ICU nurse. And you say y'all got to be friends as well as co-workers, is that correct?
Yes, we would do things outside of work as well, go to dinner as a group or go out or get brunch in the mornings.
All right. Did you get to know Caitlyn Kaufman's habit with respect to coming to work? Did she come to work day in and day out?
Yes, she was typically early to work. I've never known her to be late at all. She definitely didn't never show up to work. She was always there.
Okay. And you said that you had a clock-in time of 6:45 and that Caitlyn Kaufman was generally early. About what time would she normally arrive?
I would say probably, 6:30 to 6:40, she would probably be there.
Okay. And is there any sort of routine that occurs when the shift starts?
We go to huddle first, where we just talk about new things or things that we need to know. We do that about from 6:45 to 7, and then 7 o'clock we go on to the unit, sometimes a little before, but around that time.
Okay. And when you say a huddle, how many people would that normally?
It would be everyone working in the ICU that night would be in the same room.
Okay. Do you recall the events of December 3rd, 2020?
I do.
Did you work the night shift, which would have been December the 2nd, into the morning of December the 3rd?
I did.
And did Caitlyn Kaufman work that shift?
She did. We worked right beside each other that night.
And when that shift ended, did you leave work as it was any other routine day?
She did. We actually had a short conversation at the end of that shift, and it had been a very busy shift, and we didn't get to have lunch that night, and we typically would eat lunch together at the same time just to catch up. So we had a conversation about how we didn't get to do that, and we would be sure to do it the night that we came in. And so she said, I'll see you tonight.
Okay. Given the way the shift works, it would have been that same day?
It would have.
Just that evening?
Yes.
And was that the last time that you saw Caitlyn Kaufman alive?
It was.
Did you, after you left the hospital, left your shift, did you see her or talk to her any during the day?
No, we would be asleep. So I didn't speak with her.
Right. So did you arrive at work that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you might have arrived?
I'm normally right on time, so I was there at about 6:45.
That's what I was going to ask. So when you got there, was Caitlyn Kaufman there?
No, she was not.
The fact that she was not there at that time, did that set off any alarms or anything in particular?
In huddle, it was definitely odd that she wasn't there. And once we got onto the unit, I became very worried. I told several of my other coworkers and our team leader, who would be in charge of our whole ICU, that she hadn't shown up, and that I was trying to get in contact with her to see if she was okay.
I was going to ask about that. With trying to get in contact with her, how did you go about doing that?
I tried to call her and she didn't answer. So I had other people on the unit try to call her as well. I contacted some friends, mutual friends that weren't at work, to see if they could call around and get in contact with anyone that, or maybe they could go to her house, see if she was there, because I was also working and trying to find her. I had messaged her mom on Facebook because I didn't have her cell phone number, and I had tried to get in contact with her best friend that worked a different shift, because I figured she probably either had a key to her house or had her location or something that we could figure out where she was.
Now, when you say you messaged Caitlyn's mother, did you receive any response?
No, and I figured she just didn't see it, so that's why I was trying to really get in contact with anyone. And I figured Macy, her best friend, would have her mom's number, so I really was trying to get in contact with her, and we eventually did get in contact with her.
And what sort of time frame are we talking about? The huddle is at 6:45. Caitlyn's not there.
We probably began at 7. We kind of waited around a little to see if she would just show up, and then we started looking for her right away. I didn't message her mom until a little bit later because I didn't want to worry her if she, if something, just nothing serious was going on. But we were calling hospitals all over Nashville just to make sure she didn't have a car wreck or something, because that's what we thought might have happened. So we were calling around all night trying to see if she was anywhere.
Okay. And I believe you said at some point you contacted Macy to ask her to. So about what time was that, if you recall?
I really don't remember exactly what time it was.
All right. And did you stay, though, in contact with Macy and the other individuals?
Yes, Macy was sending updates and to one of my friends who wasn't at work, and she was just sending them to all of us in a group message. We were short-staffed that night, so it was very busy, so I was trying to keep up with, the information as much as I could while also taking care of patients. So, but she was giving us updates the whole time.
And was there anything even above and beyond the regular shift that was supposed to happen that evening that Caitlyn would have been involved in?
Caitlyn she had a orientee. She was precepting a younger nurse. Typically they have people that are very high performing be preceptors, and Caitlyn was. So she had a younger nurse under her that night that was also very worried when she didn't show up, because she had been with her and knew that she would be there.
And during this time you referenced what thought she might have been in a car accident. Did you check around with the police departments? And I know you were working, but throughout the context of the people who were concerned about her, checking with police departments, hospitals?
I think it was, I don't know, I think it was Macy that had called the police department, but I'm not sure. I know someone did, but I don't think anyone was able to get any type of information.
Do you recall when you found out that she had been located?
Macy had said she had come up on a scene of an accident, but no one would tell her what had happened. And 2 detectives came to the hospital, and I spoke with them, and they asked us a few questions. It didn't really give us a whole lot of information other than something had happened. And they gave us their cards, and they were homicide detectives. So that's when I kind of realized that she had been killed. And then I didn't learn how until the news that morning came on. So we had to get everyone from the unit together and kind of tell them, that it was her, because everyone knew we were looking for her, and then the news is always on in the mornings in the patients' rooms.
Did you know where Caitlyn lived as of December the 3rd, 2020?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
In Lebanon.
Had you ever visited at her apartment?
I hadn't been to her apartment in Lebanon since she had moved there.
Okay, so this was a fairly recent event.
It was, I think, the start of the fall when she moved to Lebanon. She had previously lived in the apartment across from my apartment, so we had said we were going to make the trip out there to see her, but we never got the chance to. So, but it was fairly recent, from December.
Okay. And did you know what type of vehicle Caitlyn drove?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I knew it was a smaller SUV because I had been in it before, like a silver gray color. I'm not good with the names of cars, so I don't exactly know the model or make.
Have just a moment, Your Honor. Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
He's got a question, John.
No, Your Honor.
Just for a second.
It looks like the attorneys are taking a moment for a sidebar here. And so at this moment, we'll kind of recap, if you're just joining, what's happened. We're through 2 witnesses now for the prosecution. We heard from the mother, which is very difficult, and they put her on initially to talk about her daughter, and the emotion of it, I'm sure, struck a chord with the jury. And then Jessica Dunn, a registered nurse who was good friends with Caitlyn Kaufman. If there is a big headline coming out of what we've heard to this point, it clearly is opening statements, the fact that Hill has basically conceded he did shoot and kill her. Let's listen in here, and we'll pick it up as we go on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a really short recess. Maybe let you get you some coffee. If they have some fresh coffee for y'all this morning, get y'all some coffee, some water, stretch your legs, okay? Now remember, do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone during the break. This will be a really short one, okay?
All right.
We just need a couple of minutes, and then we should be able to call our next 4 witnesses in succession.
Okay.
Should get us to the lunch break.
All right. So we'll take a short recess.
All right, it looks like kind of a mid-morning recess in the court there, and they'll be back. And when they do, I promise you, we'll take you right back in live for our continuing coverage of the Caitlyn Kaufman murder trial. This is day 3. Of course, it took 2 days to choose the jury. Opening statements have been completed, and we're through 2 witnesses for the prosecution. And yeah, a significant development coming into this trial. And by the way, I want to note, legal analyst Nick Leonardo will be joining me in the not-too-distant future, and I have a lot of questions for him, as you may as well. By the way, right now, we could take a few phone calls possibly, and I'll check and see about some of the comments on Facebook and what you think. But the big headline coming out this morning, one starts off with opening statements from Jan Norman. She pretty much lays out exactly what happened and just how horrible this was, how awful it was. And frankly, as I listened to her opening statement, I don't know about you, I'm like, game over. Okay, I mean, you know, he's on Google Hill checking about a shooting. There's cell phone, you know, evidence that shows they were in the location. He's caught in a lie. He has all of these people kind of saying that he told them that he was involved. I mean, I'm like, what on earth is their defense going to be? Because seriously, I don't know about you. As I heard Jan Norman, I'm like, this case is done for Hill anyway. And the answer came when we heard from Hill's attorney, Gloria Sims, and she makes no bones about it right at the outset. She goes, my client shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. Boom, right there. He shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. Acknowledges it, says basically the way she's explaining it, he was in the vehicle next to Cowan, and that he perceived that Caitlyn Kaufman cut them off in traffic, picked up the gun that was in his lap, and fired 6 rounds. 6 rounds into the vehicle. They drive on. He gets back home later, checks on Google about shooting maybe on the interstate. There's nothing on there. He thinks, well, okay, I didn't hit anyone. End of story there. Of course, you know they didn't find her body in the vehicle until 3 hours later. Later, that story breaks and he realizes, oh. And yes, after the fact, he and Cowan did not turn themselves in. They did everything they could to cover it up and try to escape from this, okay? But his attorney, Georgia Sims, is making the argument this was an act of passion, road rage. There was no time for premeditation, no time for reflection. He just was angry in that moment, picked up the gun, boom, 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 and concedes that he shot and killed her. He has pleaded not guilty, but he has specifically pleaded not guilty to the charge of first-degree murder. There are lesser included. So what does this mean for Hill? He's guilty, folks. He's guilty. The question for the jury is of what? Guilty of first-degree murder, in this case, will send him away to prison for the rest of his life, likely without parole. Guilty of second-degree murder, guilty of manslaughter, guilty of reckless homicide, bring far lighter sentences. Far lighter sentences. Her argument is going to be, yes, he lost his cool, shot, but he did not mean to kill Caitlyn Kaufman. That's going to be his argument, and I'll be curious to hear what some of you think of that defense. By the way, as for Cowan, you heard his attorney very briefly have an opening statement just basically saying, look, my client didn't kill anyone, he didn't shoot anyone, he was driving the car, and he is not guilty. He is not guilty. And, you know, the argument there is probably going to be that, yes, he was in the vehicle, and he was surprised as anyone else when all of a sudden Hill pulls the gun and starts shooting. Yeah, he tried to cover it up after the fact, didn't come forward, but that he wasn't involved. I can see an argument being made that Hill is sentenced to something more serious than Cowan. Right now, they're both charged with first-degree murder, okay? That's where we stand on that. So, we're going to take some phone calls here in a moment because I want to see what you think. Let me just add this as I get some of the phone calls. And the numbers are open, 737-7587. What's the prosecution going to order, you know, or explain to the jury in opposite argument to what you're hearing from the defense here? You're going to see, and you've already heard some very emotional testimony from Caitlyn's mother. It's heartbreaking. My heart goes out to that family, okay? And you're going to see a lot of evidence making it very clear about how all this played out. The key is going to go to what was inside Hill's mind. And if I'm a prosecutor, I'm saying, you know what, if this was just one stray bullet that he kind of fired willy-nilly, maybe. But you don't fire 6 rounds into another car at 70 miles an hour unless you intend to kill someone. I don't know how you get past that. If I'm on the jury, I'm like, yeah, okay, you're telling me he fired 6 rounds in there but didn't mean to kill someone? I don't know about you, but at this stage in this trial, I ain't buying that. Are you? We'll see, but that's all they have to go on. Let's take some phone calls, see what you think. And remember, it's early on. We can make assumptions right now, decisions this way, the difference between Cowan and Hill and how this will play out. But there's still a lot to be heard. We'll hear the evidence, the cross-examination, but the big story here, hey, Hill's conceding. He shot and killed Kaufman. There's no doubt about that. What do you think? We'll start off with Ann. Ann, good morning. Hi, Ann.
Good morning. Within 120 seconds, General Norman let Mrs. Kaufman know her daughter had died within 18 seconds. That one bit of information, I know that mother has been told over and over and over again, but hearing it this morning immediately in opening statements gave her mother the strength to testify. And when she said she was the one that had to say, my car's daughter is not moving 2.5 hours after it had sat on the side of the road and no one had stopped, broke me to tears. And as a crime follower, it takes a lot to do that. I'm jaded. That mother was given the courage to testify just hearing her daughter died within 18 seconds.
Yeah.
Think about that during this trial. Think about that. And that's all I can say.
Thank you, Ann, and I'm in entirely agreement with you on this. I'm always amazed at the strength in these trials where the victim's family testifies, but that's crucially important, in my opinion, if the family member, and I thought the mother did a wonderful job under horrible circumstances, the jury needs to hear that emotion. There's a reason she was the first witness called by the prosecution, because that hits home with every single one of those jurors, okay? Resonates with them about the loss here. No one feels it more than that mother and that father. And by the way, if you're wondering about the makeup of the jury, and sometimes that demographic can have a bearing on how a jury plays out. As you said, as we've told you, there's 14 members of the jury, okay? 2 of them will be announced as alternates at the end of the trial and will be removed. There are 11 women, 4 black women, okay? 7 white women, 3 white men, mostly women. And if any of them are mothers, especially, and a father the same way, of course, hearing the mother there was a powerful moment and absolutely heartbreaking, and I couldn't agree with you more, Ann. Let's go to Keaton next. Keaton, good morning, Keaton. What's on your mind?
Hey, Nick, here's what's on my mind. These foundational witnesses already lay it out. They, within 120 seconds, 6 shots out down the interstate. Caitlyn Kaufman not showing up, worrying the hospital staff.
Right.
I mean, it's starting to come together now that this horrific crime is peeling out. They honestly, he's guilty.
Right. Exactly. Now, that's the thing. It's interesting. Where we stand here, we're not debating the evidence and like, was he in the car? Did he shoot it? What was Cowan doing? That has been cleared from the table now. He shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. Devontae Hill did. The question now, Keaton, the question now is, what was his state of mind? And trust me, that comes into play under the law. You heard his attorney say, this is not about vengeance, it's under the law. And when Nick Leonardo joins us, I'll have him walk us through specifics. But to get first-degree murder, you have to have cool reflection. You have to have premeditation of some degree. Now, that can happen in an instant, okay? And that can happen in an instant, but that is different than, for instance, it's a very different scenario, but you know how someone gets drunk behind the wheel, hits someone else and kills them. They're never charged with first-degree murder. And you can make the argument, okay, you know, this person gets drunk, gets behind the wheel, there's a good chance he's going to kill someone. But they're never charged with first-degree murder in that case. It's always lesser, all right? Because they did not, while they were drunk and they knew it was dangerous, they did not mean to kill whoever it was they ended up killing. The defense is going to try to argue that Hill was angry, you know, and just reacted in the moment and fired into that vehicle. And we know that he did not know Caitlyn Kaufman, but he certainly targeted that vehicle because he felt that she cut them off. And he fired, not once, but 6 times. Is that premeditation? Is that a cool reflection? Where I sit, yeah, it is. And as I've said, I'm inclined to think that Hill is, you know, much more responsible for what happened than Cowan. And you do have to look beyond what they did after the fact. Yeah, sure, they tried to cover it all up. It's all what happened in that moment. And Hill's only chance here is a lesser included. But, oh, he's going down. He's going to be guilty of something. The question is, will it be first-degree murder? Let's go next to Candy. Candy, good morning. Hi, Candy.
Good morning. How are you, Nick?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'd like to give condolence to Caitlyn's family, and the speaking of the mother just drenched my heart this morning. It really hurt. But you know, I want to tell the people out there that's driving, you have got to stop this road rage. Quit getting upset and angry when someone cuts you off or going too slow. Think before you act, because this right here is heart-wrenching to me, to lose a child. You know, I'm a mother myself, and I just wish people would just start thinking as they drive on these roads nowadays. And you all have a great day.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I used to be a Type A driver myself, and sure, I get cut off sometimes, and other motorists sometimes anger me. And the days of me even touching my horn in that instance, or shaking my fist, or something along those, not worth it. Now, let's be real clear here. There is absolutely no evidence that we've seen. Remember, TDOT does not record video off of their cameras, so we don't have video from I-440 from a TDOT camera. But there's no evidence that Caitlyn Kaufman did anything wrong. All we know is it appears as though Hill perceived that she cut them off. I don't know. She was probably just going about her business, and who knows why. So there's no evidence that she did anything to provoke this, but it's what his perception was. But you couldn't be more right. These days, I'll tell you what, I don't know how angry you get, but it ain't worth shaking your fist at anyone, because you don't know if there's someone like Devontae Hill in the car that you're shaking your fist at that's just going to get angry and pull the gun. Not worth it, folks. Not worth it. But again, there's no evidence Caitlyn did any of that. She may have been oblivious to what happened and was going on her way. Under any circumstance, there's nothing to justify what happened to her. Absolutely nothing. Let's go next on the horn to Andrew. Andrew, good morning. Hi, Andrew.
Good morning, Nick.
Good morning.
I've got two questions right off the bat. What were those two young fellows doing out that early in the morning? Do they have a job, or did they have a job? Or were they just out joyriding? Second, I heard them say earlier that they, one of them was a member of a gang or a Crip. Do you think maybe they were out for an initiation drive or what? Because I've heard a lot of initiations on these Crips or gangs where they have to murder somebody or whatever. If they could prove that, that would be first-degree murder.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. You heard Jan Norman reference the fact that they were members of the Crips gang, and But she didn't go there. She didn't go that far to say anything along the lines. Now, is it possible they'll present some evidence that what they were doing there was also in connection with some type of gang initiation, which you are correct? That would be clear evidence of premeditation. Hey, let's go out and kill someone to get, respect within the gang, if that was the case. Haven't heard that, but that's why we sit through this. Because, yeah, really, that's what the prosecution, when it comes to Hill especially, is facing now. They are facing proving that there was premeditation and this was first-degree murder, not a lesser charge. Sounds to me like they may be coming back into the courtroom. Let's listen in. Are they back? Let's listen in to the courtroom.
We have some photographs that will be introduced. But they've been mentioned in counsel. Everybody's okay with it.
Okay.
So nothing will.
All right. Who's your next witness?
The next witness is Officer Brian Thompson.
All right. Yeah, go ahead and line the jury up. We'll get the jury lined up, and then we'll bring in Officer Thompson. General, you have, I guess you have hard copies of photographs that you're going to submit. But they're going to be published by way of on your computer.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you need the computer or I guess you need the computer then.
Yes.
Now, I don't know that that's the computer. Is that the computer that's connected?
I'm going to get it.
Okay, very good.
And we tested the other day.
Oh, good.
All rise.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that all the members of the jury hearing the trial are back in the courtroom after that break. And it is 10:24. Okay, is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, the state's next witness is Sergeant Brian Thompson.
Sergeant Brian Thompson.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Sergeant Thompson, could you please state your full name for the record?
Brian Thompson,
Where are you employed?
Metro Parks Police.
And can you kind of describe what that job means, being a Metro Parks police officer?
Conducting law enforcement, public safety, the normal police job.
And how long have you been with the Metro Parks Police?
About 18 years.
And what was your position in December of 2020?
I was just an officer.
And what were your duties at that time of December 2020? Where were you assigned?
I'm sorry?
I said, where were you assigned?
I was in Antioch.
And on December 3rd of 2020, were you working around just before, I guess, 9 p.m. that Thursday night?
Yes, I was.
And could you describe, I guess, the scene that you came upon right before 9 o'clock that night?
I was heading westbound on 440, and I saw a vehicle in the right shoulder. As I got close to the vehicle, I saw that the vehicle was actually touching the guardrail. I initiated my emergency equipment. When I exited my patrol car and started approaching the vehicle, I saw that the rear driver's side window was shattered. And I was able to see the driver in the driver's seat like I said, it was a female driver. Her head was slumped over to the right towards her shoulder. I did try to lean in the window and get her attention by saying, ma'am, ma'am, and she had no response. As I made my way further down the car, I saw that they were what appeared to be bullet holes in the front left fender of the vehicle and also in the driver window.
And so the window that you were describing that you leaned in saying, ma'am, was that back driver window that was shattered?
Yes, it was.
And when you came upon the scene, where did you position your vehicle?
At that point of time, I was right behind it.
And as you approached the vehicle, was her vehicle running?
Yes, it was. It was running.
And you described that you tried to get her attention, but she did not respond. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do at that point?
After I noticed the bullet holes in the vehicle, I called for other officers. I also called for ambulance. I was able to see through the window that the vehicle was still running, it was still in drive, and her foot was still on the brake pedal. Then I went back to my patrol car, and I moved my patrol car in front of hers, just in case her foot came off the brake so the vehicle wouldn't travel down the interstate.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that this witness be handed a single photograph. Sergeant Thompson, you've just been handed a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that image?
Yes, I do.
And what is that a photograph of?
The front vehicle is my patrol car when I moved it to put in front of hers so to keep it stationary. Her foot came off the brake. The vehicle in the rear is the victim's vehicle.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask permission, or I would actually ask to introduce that photograph as the next numbered exhibit and also ask permission to publish it to the jury.
Okay.
Sergeant Thompson, that image is on the screen. In this image, her vehicle appears to be touching your vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that something that happened after kind of the incident that you've just described?
Repeat that one more time.
When you pulled up, her vehicle was not touching yours, correct?
No, it wasn't.
Is that something that happened after she was removed from the vehicle?
That is correct.
Thank you. Sergeant Thompson, were you still there when other officers responded to that scene?
I was.
And did you stay there for some amount of time while officers responded and the ambulance responded?
I did, yes.
Do you remember approximately what time that you left?
It was, I want to say close to midnight.
And Sergeant Thompson, this location off of I-440, that is here in Nashville, Davidson County. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Sergeant. I don't have any other questions.
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Hill.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Sergeant Thompson. Why don't you step in? I'm going to release Sergeant Thompson from his computer unless anybody says you're released from your security. Thank you. Turn it off. Okay, is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Forty Stratton.
Officer Stratton.
you will raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record and spell your full name?
It's Corey Stratton, C-O-R-Y-S-T-R-A-T-T-O-N.
And where are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
2.5 years.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a patrol officer in the Midtown Hills precinct.
And what is a patrol officer?
My primary job is to respond to calls for service. So if a citizen picks up the phone and calls 911, then that call is dispatched to me.
And what was your assignment on December 3rd of 2020?
I was a patrol in the Midtown Hills precinct.
And on that date, on December 3rd of 2020, did you respond to a dispatch to Interstate I-440?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you arrived at that location?
It was around 8:50, I believe.
And can you describe exactly where you responded to on the interstate?
So it was I-440 westbound, in between the 21st Avenue South on-ramp, and the next exit would have been West End.
And do you know why you were dispatched to that location?
I was notified by my dispatch that a parks officer who was operating on a different radio channel was out with a disabled vehicle that he believed was involved in a shooting.
So when you arrived on scene, what did you do?
When I arrived on scene, believing that there was a shooting involved, I pulled up on the shoulder right behind Caitlyn's vehicle. Once I got there, I went to my trunk and I took out a bag of some medical supplies. As I approached her vehicle, I saw that there were bullet holes just stretching the side of it. I saw the parks officer, Thompson, standing by the driver's side. As I got to the driver's side window, I could see Caitlyn unresponsive in the front passenger seat. There was a bullet hole in the lower driver's side window, and in line with it, there was a tear in her scrubs on her left arm. There was no bleeding, and I couldn't see any other injuries, but she was unresponsive.
Okay. And you mentioned that there were bullet holes that you saw stretching the side of her vehicle. Which side of her vehicle?
It was on the driver's side, stretching all the way from the front headlight all the way to the back window.
And you stated that when you arrived that the victim, she was unresponsive?
Yes.
And that you said you noticed a tear on her. Can you just kind of describe that a little bit more?
Yeah, so in line with the bullet hole in her driver's side window, there was just a tear or a perforation in the scrub that she was wearing on her left shoulder, which appeared to be a gunshot wound, but it wasn't bleeding.
And while you were there, I know you mentioned Officer Thompson was there, now Sergeant Thompson, but did any other officers arrive while you were there?
Shortly after I arrived, another parks officer, Officer Harden, he arrived shortly after I did.
And once you tried to make contact with Ms. Kaufman, what did you do next?
Being that she was unresponsive and I was unable to determine her status, I tried to open her driver's side door, but it was locked. The back window had been mostly shot out, so I broke the rest of that window. I reached into the inside of the back passenger door, back driver's side door, and unlocked it from the inside. I then opened the door, went into the back seat. I reached around Caitlyn, took off her seatbelt, and unlocked the driver's side of her door. Once that was done, I got back out of the vehicle, opened her driver's side door. I picked Caitlyn up, and I dragged her to the back of her car so that we could lay her down and do a proper triage. Not seeing any blood or any major indication of injury. I wasn't sure why she was unresponsive. Seeing the injury to her left arm, I immediately applied a tourniquet to that. Once that was done, myself and Officer Hardin began removing her scrubs, looking for any other injury that would be responsible for her state of being unresponsive.
And you mentioned that once she was out of the vehicle, you started doing triage. Can you describe just what that is?
Yes, so when you're suspecting some type of a gunshot wound, the first thing you want to do is just stop the bleeding. So immediately apply the tourniquet to her left arm. Once that was done, and the fact that we still couldn't find any other injuries, we began cutting away her clothes, looking for any other injury that would be responsible for her state. So like checking her entire body, looking for anything else where she might have been hit by a fragment or a ricochet. In fact, finding nothing else, I then began CPR on her.
And so at that time, the only injury that you saw was on her left shoulder. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at any time, did she ever become responsive during this? And so once she was out of the vehicle and you were performing the triage, kind of what happened next?
I started performing CPR on Caitlyn. At that point, paramedics had arrived on scene, and I turned over the patient care to them. And
as you mentioned earlier that you removed her from the vehicle, did anything happen when you removed her from her vehicle?
Yes, when I removed her when I pulled Caitlyn from the car, I didn't realize that her vehicle was still in drive. So as her foot came off the brake, it actually rolled forward a few feet and it struck Sergeant Thompson's vehicle that was parked in front of it.
And then you said at some point, you said either the Nashville Fire Department or emergency medical professionals?
Yes,
right?
Nashville Fire Department paramedics arrived on scene and took over patient care.
Okay. And then while that was happening, what were you doing?
Once they took over the care of her, I transitioned to trying to secure the crime scene. As far as blocking off the interstate, so helping to coordinate with TDOT and other police to shut down the interstate so that we could walk it and look for shell casings.
And so you said that the Nashville Fire Department arrived and took over her care. Did you observe them while they were providing care to her?
Yes.
Okay. And were they able to make any determination about her state at that point?
Yes, they ran an EKG strip, I believe, on her, and finding that she had no heartbeat or vital signs, they pronounced her dead.
So they pronounced her deceased at the scene?
Yes.
And so how long did you remain on the scene?
I remained there until we finally opened up the interstate, which would have been after 1 o'clock in the morning.
So you were there till at least about 1 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And did all this occur here in Nashville, Davidson County?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer Stratton. I don't have any further questions.
No questions.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Hill,
Officer Stratton, you told us that you, at the time, were working patrol for the Midtown Hills
yes.
part of MNPD. Okay. So I want to ask you a couple of questions just about the layout of 440 there. Okay. That's part of your regular sort of patrol area, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with that interstate?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the stretch between sort of the 21st Avenue exit and the West End Avenue exit?
Yes.
So between that area, there are 4 lanes of travel. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so there are 3 of the regular lanes of travel, right?
Yes.
And then there is an emerging lane that comes off of the 21st Avenue Hillsborough exit that enters into 440 at that part.
Correct.
Okay. I may not be explaining it well, but
Let me know if you're following me. Okay.
Oh, I'm following.
Okay, great. So that merging lane actually becomes then the exit-only lane for West End Avenue.
Yes.
So that merging lane never goes away, I guess. It just turns into the exit-only lane.
Correct.
Okay. And so if somebody's getting off the West End Avenue exit, they would have to merge right into that exit-only lane.
You mean if they're, yes, I'm understanding, yes.
Okay. I want to talk now about the position of Ms. Kaufman's, well, actually, before I do that, let me back up. I believe for that West End Avenue exit, one of the regular lanes of travel, so the lane of regular travel that is closest to the exit-only lane, you can also exit off of. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. It's not an exit-only lane. It continues through, but you can take that exit as well, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So I want to turn now and talk a little bit about the position of Ms. Kaufman's body in her car when you found it. She was upright.
Yes.
She was still seat belted in.
Correct.
You told us that the tear in her clothing lined up with the hole in her window.
Yes.
It appeared that she was in the same position, substantially similar position that she would have been in when she was driving.
Correct.
You didn't have the opportunity to take any photographs before she was removed from the car, right?
Correct.
Your main goal was to see if you could render aid.
Yes.
Right. You did at some point sort of look inside her car, though, right?
Yes, while I was pulling her out, I was inside the car.
You recall that her phone was sitting in the center console.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you recall that her personal belongings were in the front seat or in the back seat of the car?
I don't. In the moment, I was focused on just trying to get her out of the car, so I don't remember that.
Fair enough. Ms. Kaufman was not holding her phone.
I don't remember.
Okay. I want to talk about what you observed about her car now. You told us about the partially shattered window, the back driver's side window.
Yes.
That window was not shattered to the point where you could reach inside on your own, right?
Correct. But it was enough where I could easily break the rest of it out in order to reach in and get the lock.
But you wouldn't have been able to reach your hand inside without breaking the rest of the window out?
No.
And the car, as you mentioned, was up against the side guardrail, right?
Yes.
You observed a little bit of damage to the right side, to that right front fender.
I never saw that. I was on the driver's side with her, and that side was up against the guardrail, so I wouldn't have had a good view of that.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that the car was still running. I assume that means the keys were still in the ignition.
I would assume so.
Okay. You are the officer then who also had Ms. Kaufman's car towed. Is that right?
Yes.
You're the one who filled out the towing lot or the tow slip.
Yes.
Right. You knew the car was evidence.
Yes.
You had it towed to the impound lot so that it could be examined for evidence in the case, right? Other than Ms. Kaufman herself, nothing else was removed from the car before it was towed to the impound lot.
Not that I know of, but once I turned over the scene to our homicide unit, our crime scene unit, I'm not sure what job they did.
Okay. And the detective, or the lead detective in the case, would have been the one who decided what to do with the car at that point.
Yes.
If I could have just a minute, please, Your Honor. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, anything redirect?
Unless anybody intends to call Officer Stratton, the court releases him from his subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Lieutenant DeWalt.
Lieutenant DeWalt?
Yes, Your Honor.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sir, could you please tell us your name and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Byron DeWalt, BYRON DEWALT.
By whom are you employed?
The Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been with the police department?
13 years.
What is your assignment and or rank with the police department at the present time?
Right now, I'm the lieutenant of the North Investigative Unit.
Right. And so were you working with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department the evening hours of December 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me, what were your duties at that time?
I was a sergeant assigned to the Homicide Division.
Okay. And as a sergeant with the Homicide Division, what were your duties on December the 3rd?
I supervised a team of 5-6 homicide detectives, and I just ensured that the cases were assigned and handled properly.
Right. And with that supervisory authority, on December the 3rd, were you advised of a situation that had occurred on I-440 here in Nashville, Davidson County?
Yes, sir.
Approximately what time did you become aware that a homicide unit needed to become involved?
I think we were paged out between the hours of 8 and 9 o'clock.
Did you yourself go to the scene?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived, what did you see? What was the scene like when you pulled up?
When we arrived, we had the Mazda vehicle on the side of the road. There was a couple park police officers had been there, and Metro Patrol officers were there, and they had roped off a couple of the lanes so we could process that crime scene. But it was a Mazda SUV that had bullet holes in it and deceased young lady inside.
And as the sergeant, did you become the scene commander, or were you the scene commander?
Yes, sir, I was.
And as the scene commander, what steps, what responsibilities, and or assignments did you delegate?
As the homicide supervisor, crime scene setup and protection was one of my main objectives. When we got there, we were on I-440 westbound. The patrol units that got there, they hadn't shut down the interstate completely, so we weren't able to walk and canvass the crime scene like we needed to. So one of the things I did as a supervisor was we got in touch with patrol units, TDOT units to shut down the interstate so we were able to walk that crime scene.
Right. Now, at that time of night, was there traffic on I-440?
Yes, sir. There's always traffic on I-440.
Right. And what did it take to be able to shut that down?
The TDOT help trucks, the big yellow trucks that you see on the interstate, we had to call TDOT to help close a couple lanes, and patrol officers, they blocked off exits to prevent people from getting on I-440 westbound, I think at exit 3, so we could have that whole block of highway to walk that crime scene.
Were there, besides yourself, other homicide detectives there at the time?
Oh, yes, sir.
And did you, as advisory duties, assign one or more to be the primary investigators in the case?
Yes, sir. Whenever we had a homicide, we had kind of like a rotation. It was Sergeant Dickerson's time up for that case, and so I assigned it to Sergeant Dickerson.
Okay. Was he already at the scene when you arrived, or was he called in?
Oh, we got there around the same time.
Okay. Given the vehicle where you saw it, was it headed in the regular direction of traffic?
Yes, sir.
Right. And given what you saw of that vehicle, what crime scene area did you begin? You talked a minute ago about walking. Where did you walk?
Yes, sir. One of the places I wanted to focus on was behind the vehicle. So once we got traffic stopped, we started walking behind the vehicle because when the shots were fired, we knew they probably were fired, and then she came to a stop. So the vehicle came to a stop, so we wanted to walk to see if we could find any type of evidence behind the vehicle, also in front of the vehicle. Okay.
So not just behind, but to some extent ahead of the vehicle?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And was this after the interstate had been shut down?
Yes, sir. For safety reasons, with 2 lanes of I-440 still being open, you just can't safely process a scene and walk a scene with 50, 60, 70 mile an hour traffic flying by you.
Okay. And it was dark?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the weather like?
It was raining that night.
Did you yourself walk behind the vehicle or in front of the vehicle or anywhere around the crime scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where did you go?
I want to say the first place, myself and a couple of detectives, we started walking behind the vehicle and just started walking the scene, of course looking for any type of cameras that may have picked it up, any type of evidence, shell casings, vehicle parts, something.
Okay. Let me just ask, as part of, again, assigning now Sergeant Dickerson to the lead in the case, were the crime scene investigators also called in, the crime scene unit?
Yes, sir.
The people who deal with the evidence?
Yes, sir.
Did they arrive before or after you did?
I want to say crime scene got there after we did, along with the medical examiner's office.
Okay. And are those branches, medical examiner's office, but the crime scene unit, ones that you also interact with?
Yes, sir.
Right. As you were walking and looking for evidence, and you mentioned a minute ago about what in particular you were looking for, and why was that?
Usually whenever we had a homicide that was gunfire, shell casings. That was one of the main things we were hoping to find. And when we walked behind the car and we were able to stop traffic and canvass the area, that's when we located the shell casings on the ground.
Okay. What did you see? And if you could just give us sort of a rough idea of where they were.
If you were walking, we were walking against traffic. So we were in I-40 westbound, so we were walking eastbound. And to the left hand, close to the shoulder, maybe around the number 3, number 4 lane, we noticed 3 or 4 shell casings on the ground, maybe about, guessing maybe 20, 30 yards behind the car.
Okay. Now, given what I've asked about the crime scene unit and the evidence collectors, did you take them in hand or just point them out to be collected later?
Oh, just to be collected. We never pick them up. That's contaminating the scene.
All right. Did you see anything else or find anything else in the nature of cartridge casings?
No more cartridge casings. We found those 3 or 4 in the lane of travel close to the shoulder. And then after we walked in front of the car, we just found a random black flip style cell phone in the shoulder in front of her vehicle.
Okay. Was there anyone there who claimed to be at that time a witness as to what had happened?
No, sir.
Given that there were no witnesses, no persons there to tell you what had happened, was anything and everything considered to be a possible piece of evidence?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Right. And you say a random cell phone.
Yes, sir.
Where was it?
It was in front of the Mazda, in front of her vehicle. In the shoulder, in the right shoulder, it was a black cell phone just up from the vehicle.
All right. Was it in the grass part or?
No, sir, it was on pavement.
On the pavement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, did you reach down and pick it up or just?
No, sir, I didn't. I notified crime scene units that we needed that phone collected as well as evidence in the case.
And with respect to that, was that one of those of take it, see if it's involved,
yes,
sort it out later?
Yes, sir. We needed it collected so we could see if this phone was linked to the case, but we had a miscommunication somewhere with that phone. So it didn't get collected that night by crime scene. So the next day, I think Sergeant Dickerson, we were able to go back out to the scene and recanvass the area, and that phone was still there.
Same phone, same place.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, was it collected?
Yes, sir. It was definitely collected at that time.
All right. Do you have any idea approximately how long you would have been there on the scene that evening?
Well, it seemed like they were waiting on the medical examiner, had to have the deal told, crime scene, a few hours.
Okay. Yeah, this is all right. Lieutenant, since you're not the one that you don't pick up the items, you don't bag them, you don't tag them, correct?
No, sir. Well, I don't do any of that.
Okay. So if there were 3 shell casings collected, would that be how many that were there?
Yes, sir. That's what ID would crime scene would have collected.
Okay. Same thing as there was 1 cell phone there, 1 was collected.
Yes, sir.
That's what was there.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Montalban?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, counsel for Mr. Hill. Ms. Cav.
Lieutenant DeWalt, so you stated that 3 or 4 shell casings were found when you canvassed the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were all of those shell casings found close to each other, if you remember?
Yes, ma'am. To my knowledge, they were kind of all in the same area.
Okay. And those were all 20 to 30 yards behind where Ms. Kaufman's vehicle had come to a stop?
Yes, ma'am, an approximate.
Okay. And if you recall, were those shell casings, were they also off on the shoulder of the road?
They were kind of towards the shoulder in the number 3 or number 4 lane in that area.
Okay. And at this point, they would have been on the road for possibly a couple of hours, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you.
No redirect. Okay, thank you, Lieutenant DeWalt.
Yes, ma'am.
Step down. Unless anybody intends to recall Lieutenant DeWalt, I'm releasing him from his subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Our next witness is
Daniel Connor. Danielle Connor. Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ms. Connor, could you please state your full name for the record?
My first name is Danielle, D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, last name Connor, C-O-N-N-O-R.
And where are you employed, Ms. Connor?
With the Metro Nashville Police Department.
What is your position there?
I am a civilian crime scene investigator.
And can you explain what that means, being a civilian crime scene investigator as opposed to being a Metro Nashville Police Department crime scene investigator?
So our crime scene unit here with Metro Nashville is split. There's some civilians and then some officers in the unit. We both do the same job, which is responding to any crime scenes that we're requested to. That could be fatal shootings or non-lethal shootings, stabbings, overdoses, fatal car wrecks, an array of different crime scenes.
And can you describe that process of how do you process any crime scene? Obviously, they're different.
Yeah. Generally, the fundamentals are the same depending on the crime scene. Generally, when we get there, we speak to any officers or detectives on scene to just gain a basic understanding of what's at the scene and who may be involved. From there, we generally do a walkthrough of the scene so that we make our own observations, during which we may take notes. From there, we then will take photographs and document the scene through photographs and also 3D Faro scans if it's a homicide, and then evidence collection from there.
And can you describe what a Faro scan is?
Yes, so a Faro scan is a 3D image of the scene. It's collected through a device known as a Faro scanner. The Faro scanner uses a laser beam and a series of mirrors within it to collect millions of data points around the scene. Those are then put into a point cloud, and using associated software back at our office, we'll render that point cloud into a 3D image of the scene. So I'm not talking like a little model, it's basically a 3D photo. The best I can relate it is if you can think of like maps, like the street view on maps where you put the little yellow man on the street and it like brings up the street and you can turn this way and see the houses on this side of the street and turn this way and see those houses. That's exactly what the 3D Faro scan is, but of the crime scene.
And you said that that is done on all homicide scenes, is that
on
correct?
Homicide scenes, yes.
And did you respond on Friday, December 3rd, 2020 to a scene on I-440 near mile marker 2?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe that incident? How were you notified about it?
The crime scene sergeant at the time, Sergeant Reddick, had called me actually in early to work the scene at that location.
And when you arrived at the scene, what did you do?
I had spoken with Sergeant Reddick, and he informed me of the details that had already been provided to him. And I also spoke to Officer Stratton on what he had observed and what he had done prior to my arrival.
And that information, is that necessary in order for you to make decisions about how to process any individual scene?
Sometimes, yes, it's helpful to kind of give us kind of a direction of possibly where to look for evidence and what type of scene we have. This being a homicide, therefore, we would require and do a Faro scan.
And the Faro scan, was it done at this particular scene?
Yes, it was.
And when we refer to that, I was referring to it singular as a Faro scan. Are there typically, depending on the area, multiple scans that are done and then they're basically combined into one viewable product?
Yes, so this being a longer scene, the Faro scan was set up on one end and then we'll move it every so many steps and do another scan. That way they overlap and it'll all be a clear view stitched together. Mm-hmm.
And while the Faro scan can be really helpful, this particular scene, were the scans, I guess, could you describe how useful they were?
This scene, because it was very dark out there and raining heavily, the sergeant that had conducted them had used an umbrella over it to protect the equipment. So it kind of puts a cover almost over the top of the 360 view. And depending on who runs it, they may have done it in black or white or color, being that it was a dark scene and there wasn't a lot of color on the scene. I believe this one was done in black and white, so it kind of limits the viewing of it.
Is it fair to say it's not the best image?
Not the best.
And as part of your processing of that scene, did you take photographs?
I did.
And did you take multiple photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to ask that the witness be handed a set of 59 photographs. They have been pre-marked A through triple G. Ms. Connor, if you could take a look at the photographs that were just handed to you. Do you recognize those?
Yes, they're the photos I took at the scene.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that those photographs be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 3.
Yes.
And that would be A through triple G. And I have those available digitally if I may have permission to begin to publish those to the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Connor, we have Exhibit 3A. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
Yes, so this is the first photo generally taken at any of our crime scenes. It's known as a photo work order card. As you can see, it'll give the date, the time I'm starting these photographs, the complaint number, which is individualized for each incident, the type of call, the victim, if they're known, and then the location, and then my name's at the bottom.
And the type of call, there are numbers there. Can you explain what that means?
So a 1052/64, 52 is a shooting, and a 64 is a death, so it's a shooting death.
This is Exhibit 3B. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is mile marker 2, so this is just showing that location of where I'm taking those photographs.
And Exhibit 3C, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, that's a close-up, and then mile marker 2 is the overpass, basically there, the Sharondale overpass.
And you said the Sharondale.
Mm-hmm.
So that actually goes over the interstate.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And this next image, which is Exhibit 3D.
So this is a photo kind of far back from the scene. Beyond that overpass seen in this photo, where kind of all the little lights are, is where the victim's vehicle would have been.
Which you should be able to touch your screen so that you can indicate for the jury the area that you're referring to.
Yeah, so the victim's vehicle was located over here beyond the overpass.
And there is an item that's a little blurry that is, I've just marked with a blue mark, kind of in the middle bottom part of that image. Can you describe what that is?
So that little yellow image is a placard, an evidence placard. That was, I believe, evidence marker 3, which would have been the farthest that we had found from that vehicle.
This next image is 3E. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a closer view. I'm walking now towards the victim's vehicle, so we have that same overpass and the vehicle off to the right there.
And these images are taken after they've already closed the interstate. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this next image is 3F.
This is the front of the two vehicles that were on scene or involved when I got there. The front sedan, the Chevy, was the parks officer, and then the back, the dark gray SUV back here, was the victim's vehicle.
And the next image is 3G.
This is another photograph of those same two vehicles. Here I'm trying to show how the two vehicles are in contact.
And as you arrived, this is how the vehicles appeared. Is that correct?
Yes, this is how they were when I arrived on scene.
And the next image, which is 3H.
This is a closer-up photograph of the front of the victim's vehicle, where you can still see the parks officer's car.
And the next image, which is 3I.
So generally when I photograph vehicles, I'll photograph all the way around, so each side, each corner. So this is working around the vehicle, showing that the passenger side was up against the guardrail.
And 3J.
This is the photograph of the passenger side against the guardrail, also showing that there were no defects to the side of the vehicle.
And this vehicle, while it's kind of next to that guardrail, is it crushed into the guardrail in any way?
No, it kind of seemed like it was slid or parked like right along it, but beyond like maybe a little scratch on the front bumper, there was no denting that I observed how it was here.
And the next image is 3K. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is the back passenger side of the vehicle.
And again, were there any defects or anything of note on this area of the vehicle?
Not that I had observed.
And 3L, can you describe what is shown here?
This is the rear of the vehicle, documenting the license plate and any defects, which I did not observe any on the back.
And 3M?
This is moving again around the vehicle to the rear driver's side, still showing the back, but also showing how the driver's side is with the door open and a sandal laying on the ground.
And in this image, can you describe what you found here in this back seat driver window?
Yeah, the rear driver window when I arrived on scene was broken out, and Officer Stratton had advised that he had done that when he had arrived on scene.
And did he say it was already broken when he arrived, but broke it out further?
Yes.
And the next image, which is 3N.
So this is showing the front driver's side and the exterior of the driver door. You're also able to view several defects from this photo. There was one in the driver window, the A-pillar, and then one to the above the driver headlight here. There was one, I think, down here to the trim above the driver wheel.
And did you take additional photos very specifically of all of those defects?
Yes.
And this image actually has a black box that's in it. Is that how the image was when you took the photograph?
No, ma'am.
And is that a redaction that we have done?
It is.
And the next image, which is 3O. Can you describe what's shown here?
This is the full driver's side of the vehicle, again showing that the door was open. That's how it was when I arrived on scene. And there was one sandal laying outside the door. Again, you can see that the rear driver window is busted out.
And the next image, which is 3P.
This is a closer-up image of that busted out rear driver window, and below it you can start to see a defect below that window on the trim.
And the next image, which is 3Q.
This is a close-up of that defect on the rear driver window trim that I had just mentioned.
And the next image, which is 3R.
So this is looking through that broken window. You can still see the defect on the exterior, and then what I observed through the broken window to be another defect to the side of the front passenger seat.
And the next image, which is 3S.
That's a close-up of that defect I just talked about that's on the side of the front passenger seat.
And the defect you're referring to, I've just circled it in blue. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next image is 3T. Can you describe what's shown here?
So this is showing the interior of the driver door. Again, you can see that defect I mentioned earlier in the window, and then starting to see into the vehicle where there's a matching sandal on the driver floorboard.
And the next image, which is 3U.
This is showing into the driver compartment through the open door, that sandal, and then you can see a phone cord that's on the center console area.
And the next image, which is 3B.
Yeah, this I'm documenting the sandal on the floorboard and the driver's seat along with the frame of the driver door, showing that I did not observe any blood in the vehicle.
And the next image, which is 3W.
This was a cell phone that was plugged in, laying there near the center console, like gear shift area.
And is that how that phone was at the time that you arrived at the scene?
When I arrived, that's exactly how it was, yes.
And the next image, which is 3Y.
This is that front screen of that phone. When I picked it up, that was the front screen.
And did you collect that phone yourself?
I had photographed it, and then Detective Dickerson had taken possession of it.
And the next image, which is 3Z.
This is the front passenger seat with the victim's wallet or work ID badge there.
And the next image, which is 3AA.
The interior side of the driver door with the defect in the window showing that there were no other defects to that interior side.
And the next image is 3BB.
This is the exterior side of the driver door.
And the next image, which is 3CC.
This is the defect to the window on the driver door, a close-up photograph of it.
And the next image, which is 3DD.
This is a photograph showing a defect to the driver A-pillar.
And could you describe what you mean by A-pillar?
It's that framing on that front side between the windshield and the driver door.
And the next image, which is 3EE.
Here I'm starting to take photographs where all the defects I had located are marked with little L scales, and then also a height rod to show the height of the defects off the ground as the vehicle currently is.
And can you explain why that's done?
It's done to, one, show the height of the defects from the ground, but due to the fact that if this vehicle was not in that current position when it was struck by the bullet, there might be a height discrepancy due to the fact that here she's up possibly slightly more on the passenger side, angling the vehicle. So this is an approximate height. It's not necessarily the exact height of when that defect hit that car.
And doing any type of crime scene processing, is having the actual object that was struck by any type of gunfire in the same position as when it was struck important?
Yes, having a moving vehicle possibly not be in the same spot, there's a lot of factors that play into the actual height and trajectory of those defects.
And the next image, which is 3FF.
So this is a closer up view of that previous image, showing the approximate height of what I labeled as defect 1, which was the defect to the lower trim of the rear driver window.
And the next image, which is 3GG.
That's a close-up of that same defect as I had labeled as defect 1.
And can you describe kind of that actual defect as it relates to maybe some of the other defects in the vehicle?
Yes, this one, as you can see, appears more circular. Sometimes it's dependent on the material that is struck by the bullet. As it's more circular, to me, that means it was struck at a near 90-degree angle without actually doing like a trajectory analysis on it. I can't say if it was 88 degrees or 90 degrees, but as a bullet strikes a surface at an increased or a decreased angle, so as you go more from 90 to like 60 or 45, as it becomes a lesser angle, the defects will appear more in an elliptical shape. So from this, to me, it's a near 90-degree or straight shot.
And the next image, which is 3HH.
So this is moving the height rod onto the next defect, which is the one to the driver window that I had labeled as defect 2.
And the next image, which is 3II.
That's a close-up of that defect 2 with the height rod. So it's approximately 3.9 feet off the ground as the car currently sat.
And the next image, which is 3JJ.
That's a close-up of that defect with the scale labeled defect 2.
And again, what, if anything, can you say about this bullet defect?
Again, to me, it appears to be more a 90-degree. Again, being glass, it changes a little bit. But you can see that from this photo, one side, the side that is struck will always be a flatter surface, and then the exterior side that's exiting through will be more of a beveled. So that's something we also look at.
And so in processing any crime scene, when there's a bullet strike to glass, are you analyzing that to determine if it went into the glass or out of the glass?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to determine which direction this bullet
From looking at it on the scene, it appeared that it had gone from the outside into the vehicle.
And the next image, which is 3KK.
This is moving on to the next defect, which I labeled as defect 3, which was to the driver A-pillar.
And you've labeled these 1, 2, 3 through 6. The numbering, does that have any import?
No. So I just did it from back to front of the vehicle. It's not saying that that's the order in which they were fired or that had struck the vehicle. This is just the order I had numbered them in.
And the next image, which is 3LL.
Yes, so this is a closer-up image of what I labeled as defect 3 to the driver A-pillar.
And does that have the height rod as the vehicle was at the time that you processed it?
Yes, so approximately between 4.3 and 4.4 feet off the ground.
And could you describe this bullet defect?
Yes, so as you can see, this one appears a little more elliptical in shape. Again, though, because that surface that is struck is a rounded surface, that can also play into the shape of the defect.
And the next image, which is 3MM, can you describe what's shown here?
So this is another angle of that same defect showing that the windshield near it was slightly shattered.
And the next image, which is 3NN.
So this is a close-up of that same defect, defect 3 to the A-pillar on the driver's side.
And the next image, which is 300.
So this is moving again to the next defect, which is, I think I used the same height rod for defect 5 and defect 4. Defect 4 is the one above the headlight, and defect 5 is the one to the plastic trim around the driver front wheel.
And the next image, which is 3PP.
Yes, so this is a closer up image of defect 4, which is to the front driver quarter panel above the headlight.
And can you describe this bullet defect?
Yes, so again, this one appears more to be elliptical. Again, that part of the car is rounded, so that can play into the shape of it. But from looking at it, it's coming from the outside into the vehicle, from the front of the vehicle more towards the back, or driver's side towards passenger side.
And the next image, which is 3QQ.
Yes, so this is a close-up of that image. So this should be the hood line here. Looking at this, I can tell that it's a fresher or a more recent defect due to the fact that the paint chip is still attached to the vehicle. This also, looking at this part, indicates that the bullet had gone in that direction.
And what is it about that defect that allows you to make that determination?
This part right here.
And can you explain what that part right there that you just circled is?
It pretty much tells me that as the bullet hit the metal, it hit right there and then went into that metal.
And is that based on your training and experience?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next image, which is 3RR.
So this is defect 5, which is to the trim above the front driver tire, which I labeled as defect 5.
And does this also have the height rod?
Yes, it does.
And the next image, which is 3SS.
This is a close-up of that same image.
And the next image, which is 3TT.
So this is a photograph of the driver's side of the vehicle after I had closed the driver door without any of the height rods, so just the full view of the driver's side of the vehicle.
And are you able to see all 5 of the defects that we've already looked at images of and you've described?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next image, which is 3W.
This image I'm taking to show the contact between the parks officer's vehicle and the victim's vehicle prior to the parks officer moving his car away.
And the next image, which is W.
So here the parks officer had moved his car forward so we could see that area of the victim's vehicle. in which I had then observed a dent to the front driver bumper of the victim's vehicle, as well as another defect.
And that dent, did that appear to be consistent with the contact with Officer Thompson's car?
It appeared to be in the same spot that the victim's vehicle had contacted the rear passenger of that officer's vehicle.
And the next image, which is 3XX, can you describe what's shown here?
So this is showing that after the parks officer had moved his vehicle, I had located a 6 defect to the front driver bumper of the vehicle. They're labeled with the little scale as D6 or defect 6.
And the next image, which is 3YY.
That's a close-up of that defect.
And the next image is 3ZZ. Can you describe what's shown here?
So this is showing the front driver's side relating defect 6 back to the previous defects.
And this next image, which is 3AAA.
So here we've moved away from the vehicle, and I'm photographing the evidence that I found on the roadway. This is, again, that evidence marker 3, which is going to be a fire cartridge case. This is looking back from the direction that the vehicle had come. So this is, I believe it's Woodlawn Drive overpass. So this is behind the victim's vehicle.
And did other officers kind of canvass and look for casings while you were processing the victim's vehicle?
Yes, initially while I was doing the vehicle, the detectives had done a line search, which means exactly that. They got in a line down the width of the interstate and walked at a pace, searching all the lanes to find evidence. When I was done, I also researched the area several times.
And so any casings that were located by other officers, you were notified about, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is evidence marker number 3.
Yes, correct.
And this next image, which is 3BBB, can you describe what's shown here?
So this is a close-up of that cartridge case that was marked with the little tent as evidence marker 3. I believe it was a 9mm cartridge case, WCC 90 brand.
And this next image, which is 3CCC, can you describe what's shown here?
So again, we have that same little evidence marker here, but this time I've turned around and we're facing towards the victim's vehicle that's up past the Sharondale overpass.
And can you kind of describe what you can and cannot say about the location of any cartridge case that is found at any scene of any shooting?
Yeah, so when we locate the cartridge cases on a scene, where we mark them as found is not necessarily 100% where they originally landed. So in this case, you'll see that all of them will be along the right shoulder. Many factors play into the movement of the casings from the time they first contacted the ground from being fired to when I arrive on scene. For example, this case, you have the rain, so they could have been washed towards one way down a drain or towards the right shoulder. You also have an extensive amount of time from when it is believed the incident occurred to when I arrived on scene at 10:30, with that being a busy, wide roadway. They could have been pushed by vehicle tires, or some of the casings could have been picked up by tires and taken away from that scene. Also, when a casing is first fired and ejected out of the firearm and hits the ground, it could bounce to a different location.
And again, the markers of 3, 2, and 1, those are random, is that correct?
Yes, I started one closest to the victim's vehicle and walked in the direction that the vehicle had originally come from. So 3 is the farthest away and 1 will be the closest to her vehicle.
And the next image is 3DDD.
So these are the other 2 cartridge casings that have been located. One labeled evidence marker 2 and the other labeled evidence marker 1, both on the right shoulder, both 9mm cartridge casings.
And the next image is 3EEE.
So this is a close-up of the cartridge case that I had marked as evidence marker 2.
And the next image, which is 3FFF.
I believe that's an even closer photo of that same image.
And the next image, which is 3GGG.
So this is looking back the other way. So her car is kind of behind what we'd be in the photo, and 2 is from the direction she had, or her vehicle had traveled.
And the next image, which is 3HHH.
So this is a closer-up image of the cartridge case that I have marked as evidence marker 1.
And Judge, I need to make a correction. I stated earlier it was A through triple G. It's actually A through triple H that we introduced. So I believe there's 60 photos because we added one. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may, at the break, I can determine that for them. Yeah. Ms. Connor, you described the processing that you did with the photographs. Do you do anything else at a scene?
So we do photographs along with the FARO-scan, which I mentioned. Eventually, I'll collect those 3 cartridge casings. And on homicide scenes, we create a diagram of the scene as well with the FARO-scans.
And did you do that for this scene?
I did.
And you're about to be handed an item. If you can take a look at it and then let me know if you recognize it.
The diagram of the scene.
And is that the one that you created?
Yes, it is.
And do you take measurements in order to create that diagram?
I do.
And so is that done to scale?
No, it's an approximate.
And can you kind of describe that process that you go through?
Yes, so on this scene in particular, the scene was, as you can see from the photographs, very spread out from cartridge case 3 all the way to the victim's vehicle. To take that measurement, I used one of those rolling measure wheels that you roll down the street with. So it's a very approximate measurement as the wheel kind of goes all over a little bit as you're rolling down the very wet roadway. And then from there, I took the measurement from the victim's vehicle to cartridge 3, and then cartridge casing 2 and cartridge casing 1. And to place those back into the scene, I took measurements. There was a rock wall there kind of along her vehicle that ended a little past cartridge casing 3. So to place this back in that scene or in that location, I measured her vehicle to the end of the rock wall, and then I measured all the casings to the white line that they were near and the rock wall distance.
And so the diagram is supposed to give you an approximate distance, but it is not done exactly to scale. Is that correct?
Right. It's kind of an approximate measurement of like a bird's eye view of the scene. So it'll be like we're looking down on the overall scene.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 4. Yes. And may I publish that to the jury? Yes. And Ms. Connor, is this the diagram that you created that you've just described?
Yes, it is.
And could you point out the victim's vehicle as well as the 3 casings on this diagram?
Yes, so her vehicle is up here on the left side of the Sharondale overpass, and then the 3 casings are on the right side along the right shoulder. This is casing 3, which was the farthest, and then 1 and 2 are here.
And did you collect those 3 casings that night?
I did.
I am going to ask that the witness be handed an item. You've just been handed an item. Ms. Connor, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a package containing the 3 9mm casings that I had collected from the scene.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 5.
Yes.
And I would also ask that the witness be handed 2 images. Ms. Connor, do you recognize the 2 images that were just handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what they are?
They are Google Map images of the scene location.
And are those images that were created for purposes of this trial?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that capture the same area of I-440 that you've been describing and also shown in your photographs?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that those 2 images be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which would be A and B, with A being the larger zoomed out version and B being the zoomed in version of that portion of I-440. And may I have permission to publish those to the jury? Now, Ms. Connor, in this Exhibit 4 that's still on the screen, you have Sharondale Drive marked on this image. Is that correct?
Yes, as an overpass. Mm-hmm.
And this next image, which is actually 6B, can you describe what is shown here?
So this is a Google Map image of basically that same hand-drawn diagram that I had. This here is that same Sharondale overpass. And then the victim's vehicle would have been on this side and with the casings down on this side of the overpass.
And the next image, which is 6A, can you describe what is shown here?
This is a zoomed out version of that previous Google Map image.
And are you able to make reference to that same area in the zoomed out image?
Yes, so this right here is Sharondale Drive.
If I can have just a moment, Ron. Thank you, Ms. Connor. I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
No question.
Okay. Counsel for Mr. Hill, Mr. Chapin.
And I'm going to need the overhead and exhibit. I only need one photo out of exhibit 4. I'm sorry, 3, and I don't know which one it was, but I have a copy. Is it okay if I just use that?
You're going to use the copy or you're going to...
I think she's going to pull it up for me.
Okay. So you're going to need, which one do you need first, the overhead?
I actually need the diagram first.
Okay. Exhibit 4?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I can use a copy if the court doesn't want to bring it back and forth. Are you able to see that well enough, Ms. Connor? Do I need to zoom in a little?
It's fine.
Okay. And that's the diagram the jury's already seen and that you created, right?
Correct, sir.
And good morning, by the way. I'm Jason Chapin. So you create one of these diagrams at every scene, essentially, right? Is that accurate to say?
Only homicide scene.
Okay. I want to walk through some of the things that you already touched on a little. So the X on the far left side of the diagram, which is just would be to the left of Miss Kaufman's vehicle. Is that?
Sorry, what?
That is, so you've marked, what I'm trying to ultimately determine is you started at the end of the rock wall, which is on the far right. Is that correct?
On the far right, yes.
Yeah, and then you measured to the back tire of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you've already told the jury that you used a little wheel and you kind of walked that. And I'm not trying to be very specific, but that's essentially 967 feet.
Correct.
Give or take a little bit. Okay, and I don't think we have to be perfect with measurements with my purposes here. So that's just about 967 feet.
Correct.
Okay, so and then you've also got on here, which the jury's already seen, item of evidence 1, 2, and 3, which are clearly marked on there, which are spread out behind the vehicle. Is that right?
You're correct, sir.
Okay. So if we take 967 and if we wanted to determine how far evidence marker 1 is from the back of the vehicle, am I correct that you would subtract 345 from 967 is giving you, it's going to give you the approximate distance from item 1 to the back of the tire. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
So 967 minus 345 is about 622, if my math is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so about 600 feet is where the first item marker that you've tagged is that correct?
If that's how it maps,
Okay.
yes, I believe so.
And then for item 2, you would do the same math, which would be the total, which is the 967, subtract the difference, which would be the 331. Am I correct there? I'm rounding these
Yes.
numbers to make it easier, but
Yes.
the total's 967, subtract
Yes.
the distance from 2 to the rock wall would give you the distance from the back tire to that item.
Correct, yes, sir.
And then the same thing for 3, which would be the furthest one away from the car. So you would do the 967 minus the 116, and I'm rounding these. And so that's going to give you the distance from the back tire to item 3, which is the furthest one away.
Correct.
Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if we wanted to find the distance between each item of evidence, say 3, 2, and 1, so you would then take the distance between 1 and 2, and that's going to give you, what, 345 minus 331, rounding those numbers?
It should, yes.
About 14 feet. And then the same for 2 and 3, which you would subtract where number 2 is at 331 and subtract the 116, and that's going to give you the approximate difference there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that items 1 and 2 are pretty close together.
That's correct.
About
They were.
14 feet, if that's correct.
They were close.
Okay,
to-
and then the other is significantly further apart.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, you've already been asked on direct. This was, what, 3 or 4 hours at a minimum after. When did you arrive? What time?
I got there at right around 10:30.
Okay, so several hours after the initial shooting.
Correct.
Okay. And the jury's already heard, but it took some time for the roadway to even get shut down.
Generally it does, yes.
Yes, okay. As identified through the series of photos that you went through, there's 6 defects on Ms. Kaufman's car.
That I had located, yes, sir.
And you documented all of that.
Those 6, yes.
And you would have documented all of them. You're not going to not document what you think is a defect in the vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. So you've documented 6. The jury's seen that you located 3 shell casings.
Correct.
Which means we're missing 3, right?
Correct.
Okay. So 5 hours went by. I think you said you walked the scene multiple times. Other officers walked the scene.
Correct.
Everybody was looking for more shell casings.
Correct.
Because it's obvious that 6 shots on the car. We only have 3 shell casings. We're missing 3, and you tried to find them.
Correct, we did.
Okay. And did not locate those.
That's correct.
Okay. And you touched on this a little bit, which is where you've located all 3 shell casings would be, for lack of a better word, would be just inside where the emergency lane would begin. Is that correct?
They were off, to the right shoulder.
That's closest to like the rock wall and the guardrail.
Yes.
And then going left would be the lanes of travel. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
Yes, sir.
So they're just off of the edge of the white line, starting in the emergency lane where you don't drive.
Correct.
The next 2 lanes would be the exit lanes to get off the interstate or 440 at West End Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Kaufman's car, if it's not been clear, her car was also to the far inside or to the far right-hand shoulder of the road against the guardrail.
That's correct, sir.
Can you make some educated guesses that most likely the shooting did not occur right there in the emergency lane? That seems pretty obvious, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And then it would have occurred somewhere to the left of where you located the shell casings and to where you ultimately located Ms. Kaufman's car. Does that seem like an accurate sort of guess based on your experience and training and what you recovered here?
Generally, one would assume that both vehicles would have been traveling in lanes of travel and not one down the shoulder.
And you touched on this a little bit. 5 hours passed by. For some period of extended time, the traffic hasn't been stopped.
Correct.
The additional shell casings could have gotten trapped in tire tread or smashed. Is that correct?
They could have got trapped in a tire tread, or if the shooter was in a vehicle, they could also be in the suspect vehicle.
So it's possible some could have landed inside the vehicle.
The suspect vehicle, yes, sir.
Typically speaking, unless it's do you have any knowledge of firearms at all?
I'm not a firearms expert, so just beyond photographing and collecting them, not much.
Do you know what they look like?
Correct.
And typically, if it's a semi-automatic, the shell's going to eject to the right.
Correct.
Unless it's a left-handed gun.
Correct.
And I'll just go ahead and pull up the photo here. That's one of the photos that was marked in collected Exhibit 4, I believe. And am I accurate to say that that is a still from the Faro scan?
No.
Or do you take individual photos in addition to using the Faro scan?
So all the photos that we had previously gone through were photos that I physically took with a camera.
Okay, so you're taking photos, and then someone else is also operating a 3D Faro scan of the area, but you don't do that. That's another person's role.
On this scene, I did not do it.
Okay.
A sergeant had done it.
Understood. So, and what I'm trying to identify here is you've taken that photo in reference to kind of the diagram. You would be standing towards that rock wall and sort of just behind the evidence tag number 2, looking towards the west.
Yes,
is that
towards
correct?
the west or the victim's vehicle, yes.
Her car would have been beyond that bridge, and can you see it? Is that the vehicle?
It's right here, yes,
okay.
sir.
And you're taking it just behind item 2.
Correct.
I think that may be all, but just a moment. Thank you, Ms. Connery.
Ms. Connor, Mr. Chapin was asking you about missing 3 casings.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, your analysis of that scene, are you able to determine how many rounds total were fired at that vehicle?
From the fact that there are 6 defects, a minimum, I would say, of 6.
But if there were more than 6 fired at that vehicle, unless you locate the actual evidence, you're not able to say how many were fired that night. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And he also asked you about that it was, I guess he wanted you to make an educated guess that the victim's vehicle wasn't in the emergency lane at the time of the shooting. You have no way to know that, do you?
No, she could have been driving down that lane of travel.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Thank you so much, Ms. Connor. Watch your step as you're stepping down. Unless anybody intends to recall Ms. Connor, I'm going to release her from her subpoena. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay. It is 11:52, which means it's probably a good time for us to go ahead and break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, again, my instructions remain. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, or do any outside research. You can go with Ms. Adams.
All rise.
We may be seated. I wanted to revisit, and I forgot particularly which motion in limine it was that the defense had filed, but we had some discussions on Monday with regards to Mr. Merrill Odom's, I guess, what he could potentially testify to, and the parties referred the court to his interview with detectives. Do y'all recall? I forgot particularly which motion in limine that it was, but
I think it's ours.
yeah, well, I know it was yours, but I forgot which number it was.
I think it's number 1 regarding Mr. Cowan, regarding Mr. Odom's statement about Mr. Cowan.
Correct, right. And so maybe I had a lack of clarity on who the declarant is. Does that, y'all? Okay. Do y'all, you have your, you all referenced me to page 23 of the, of Mr. Merrill Odom's interview. Okay. And if I recall correctly, Ms. Sims, you were asking the court to exclude, and Mr. Merrill Odom's testimony in court, to exclude any reference to what Mr. Cowan may have said. Now, is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, and maybe this is probably where I was confused. Who was the declarant?
We believe the declarant is Mr. Cowan, because if the starting with line 5, Detective Dickerson's question is, he said, what did Duty say? Was Duty like, dude? And Mr. Odom responds, Duty was like, Duty, he was stoned on drugs, he was like, fuck it, like she shouldn't have did that shit type shit. So in relation to that question from Detective Dickerson, it appears that Mr. Odom's response is, this is what Mr. Cowan said, and so Mr. Cowan would be the declarant, which is then the confrontation issue that we talked about.
Okay. All right, and of course, then I raised the question of how is that not an admission by a party opponent, but you're still going back saying that it's a Bruton issue.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, I think what Crawford and what Bruton say around the ability to confront witnesses against you, right, is that even if there is a hearsay exception that would allow the admission of such a statement, and they're very well, that very well may be that this is an admission by a party opponent. But the constitutional right to confrontation that's protected under Crawford, and then sort of the corollary of our right to confront witnesses under Bruton that requires severance, would say that we cannot properly confront Mr. Cowan about making that statement. If Mr. Cowan did indeed make that statement to Mr. Merrill Odom, we have no way to confront Mr. Cowan because he had the right not to testify.
Okay. Does the state care to be heard?
No, in the statement by Mr. Cowan, he is a party opponent. Mr. Merrill Odom is the person that she has the right of confrontation, and he will be the witness, and she can cross-examine him about that. There is not a Bruton issue because Mr. Cowan in that statement is not saying Mr. Hill did anything, but it's a statement that he made when Mr. Hill is talking about the incident, but that is what he said at that time about the incident. The state doesn't see any reason why it would be excluded.
Okay. Yeah, as I read that statement, I mean, this statement is Mr. Cowan implicating himself in his own conduct related to this. I don't see how there is a Bruton issue. So I don't see how I deny the defendant's request to preclude Mr. Merrill Odom from testifying as to such. All right. And I still have to address, and I'll mulled this over lunch on Mr. Morris's testimony. All right. So I'll see y'all back here at about 12:45.
For scheduling purposes, the state no longer believes that we will need Detective Arthur Hip.
I'm sorry.
The state no longer believes that we'll need to call Detective Arthur Hip, so we would just ask that he be released from his subpoena.
I know that the defense had requested subpoenas as well of, I believe, all of your witnesses. So, where's my witness? Yeah. Okay, so you want to talk about that and then let me know after lunch?
Yes, Your Honor. And then do we know exactly how long we plan to go today, just so we can make sure we have enough witnesses here? Obviously, we don't know how long you're all going to take, but we try to do our best.
I don't know, 6 o'clock, 7? Is that too long for y'all? Look, I can go. But I'm trying to be, and I also I did not inquire of the jury, so let's just say.
As long as you need to be here, but I'm more concerned about them.
I am too. Why don't I inquire when we bring them back after lunch, okay?
And just a reminder that Dr. Brown will be here around 4 o'clock.
Okay. All right. All right.
All right. We are now on the lunch break. You heard the judge say they're going to go probably for about 45 minutes. I expect they'll be back around 12:45 to 1 o'clock. Just a moment there. You know, we've been wondering how long the jury may stay and the trial will go each day. And you heard the judge. She's willing to stay as long as the jury's willing, and she said 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, you know, and they're going to check with the jury. Jury, by the way, just now was not in court. They had been excused for lunch, but she'll ask them how long they want to stick around. Keep in mind, this jury, by the way, is not sequestered, so they get to go home each night. Not supposed to talk about the trial, but sometimes if you're sequestered, you want the trial to move faster. If you're at home, look, all these jurors want to end up finishing this trial as quickly as possible, but it's a little bit easier, I think, when you're able to go home and sleep in your own bed. It's not quite the hardship. So we'll see how that plays out, whether they want to go late tonight or not, but we'll stay with throughout. And here is your chance now. As you know, we are streaming live on Facebook at newschannel5.com. We're going to stop the feed momentarily on Facebook to refresh. Don't freak out. It'll come right back up, and you can go ahead and comment on that. We're just pausing on Facebook to refresh it when it went this long. We'll be back up in a moment. If you're watching us right now on the Plus, the number's on the screen, 737-7587. Lots to talk about. Right now it's just me, but News Channel 5 legal analyst Nick Leonardo should be joining us momentarily, and a lot of questions for him about how this case will go moving forward. And certainly very interesting. We've seen both of the opening arguments from the defense plus the prosecution, and we are now already through 6 witnesses for the prosecution, most of them law enforcement, but the very first witness called was Diane Kaufman, who of course was Caitlyn Kaufman's mother. Very emotional there. No surprise that the prosecution starts with her, and if I'm guessing, their final witness may very well be the father. We will see moving forward. But going through all that real quick, let me just touch on one point before we get to your comments and phone calls, because I want to hear what you think. It's interesting, this last witness, Danielle Connor, talking about ballistics. And the whole question, as you heard, during opening statements, the defense for Devontae Hill acknowledged that he shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman, okay? They've acknowledged that. He pleaded not guilty, they're saying, to first-degree murder. They say it's not the most serious charge. A lesser charge is what they're angling for. And the question will be, was there premeditation? Was there reflection? Those are the types of things. Did you intend to kill someone? That's what gets you first-degree murder, all right? We see now the case being made that this was some kind of reaction, a road rage shooting, that Devontae Hill perceived that Caitlyn Kaufman somehow cut him off on I-440, and the gun was right there in his lap. He pulls it out and fires. The argument is going to be that he did not mean to kill her. Now, at least in some of this testimony, if you look at the bullet holes, okay, if she cut them off and they're behind her and he's angry, he might have just pulled the gun and said, darn that driver, and boom, boom, and then put it back down. But no, it appears to me that the bullet holes are parallel, as though he had pulled alongside her. And, you know, if that's the case, it's kind of like, hey, she cut us off. And Cowan accelerates, they pull up parallel, boom, boom, and you see the bullet holes going in. To me, that's an indication of potential premeditation. The other part of this, and I want to know if you buy that argument, I still am going to have a hard time if I'm on that jury. It's one thing if it's just one shot from a distance. That's horrible and it's wrong, but it's like, boom, okay, that made me mad, and you kill someone. These are 6 rounds fired into a car. You're going to have a heck of a time convincing me that you didn't mean to kill someone when you pull up next to them, both vehicles going 70 miles an hour, and shoot 6 times into the car. 6 times into the car. Sometimes, as the defense, you just have to make do with what you've got. And if that's the best they've got, they're going to have a problem. I don't know. You know, we'll see. Could it be second-degree murder? Certainly, maybe. Did he intend to kill her? You know, I think if you fire 6 rounds into a vehicle, you want to hurt someone, right? You know, it's not like, oh, I didn't mean to. 6 rounds into a car? So we'll get to that, and we'll talk about the lesser includeds with Nick Leonardo when he joins us. Just keep in mind, anything less than a first-degree murder conviction does not bring life in prison, okay? Second degree, you can be looking at 25 years, but the possibility of parole. If you go to reckless homicide or voluntary manslaughter, something along those lines, the punishment is far less. So that would be a victory. But they've conceded that Hill committed a crime. They're just saying it was not first-degree murder. As for Cowan, he's still charged with first-degree murder. I think based on what I've heard here now, I'm not convinced that he should be convicted of first-degree murder one way or the other. If he accelerated intentionally to help get parallel so that Hill could fire, heck yeah. And he was in the car, and neither one of them after the fact came forward, you know, to come clean on this. So, you know, Cowan's in some hot water here as well. If you believe that he was just in that car driving, and to his complete and utter surprise, Hill shoots him and all this. If I'm him, I'm like, okay, I'll drop you off. We'll see you later. I'm going straight to the police and confessing and saying what happened in the car. And I was driving, and she cut us off, and the guy in the seat next to me is my friend, but like an idiot, he pulls the gun and starts shooting. I had nothing to do with it. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. Neither one of them came forward. And so they're both charged with first-degree murder. What do you think? We're going to take, I'm sorry, who do we have first? Franklin? We'll start off with Franklin on line 1, and I'm going to look at some of the comments on Facebook. And keep in mind, it may have come down temporarily, but it'll come back up there in just a moment. I think it is back up. Okay. Franklin, good afternoon, Franklin. What's on your mind?
Thanks for having me on. I just have 2 quick points I'm going to make. The first one is, you've laid it out very well. This case is going to hinge on premeditation, and this is something that's been litigated a lot of times, all the way up to the Supreme Court. And the defense is going to have a hard time arguing that these 2 defendants didn't have enough time to reflect upon their actions with 7 independent consecutive trigger pulls, right? This isn't a fully automatic weapon. It's a semi-automatic pistol. He had to pull that trigger 7 times. Yeah. Now, we've already heard the defense attorney ask questions about the locations of these shells, right? Where they were found on the road. They're going to try to say, well, look how close they are. He pulled the trigger so fast, even though it's 7 trigger pulls, he didn't have enough time to reflect, and so they don't meet that premeditation, right?
Right.
That's going to be pretty difficult. My second point is the defense, I feel like they've already been pretty careful, but they're going to have to remain being careful on this point, the victim blaming. Trying to say she caused this to happen to her because for whatever reason she cut them off, causing them to, you know, murder her or kill her. So
yeah.
Those are my 2 points. Thank you.
Hey, are you still there? Are you still there? Yeah, just real quick, because I think you make excellent points. I'm just curious. That's with Hill. How do you feel about Cowan? Are they both equally culpable based on what you've heard?
Well, for the second defendant, it's just going to depend on what we learn in the trial.
I agree.
You know, what evidence they have. There's just too many unknown factors for him at this point to really know what his culpability is. I'll be interested to see what they provide in the cell phone records, what text, Facebook messages he said, and I want to hear from other witnesses that talked to him. What were they saying to their friends after this, you know?
Right.
So we'll see.
You're exactly right. You got to reserve judgment on some of that, but he makes excellent points on that. And you did hear Georgia Sims, the defense attorney for Hill, briefly addressed this was a road rage, a reaction where he said she cut us off. And then she quickly, though, I mean, she threw that out there. So she lays that out. But I think she's also aware that if there's any victim blaming here, that jury's not going to like it. In the very next sentence, she said, but there's no evidence. For all we know, Caitlyn Kaufman was oblivious to this and had no idea. And maybe they were just trying to get over and she didn't know it and she blocked their way and they reacted this way. But she did plant that. And I'm in agreement with Franklin that under no circumstance here is victim blaming going to get them anywhere. There's no way that you can put this on Caitlyn. She is an innocent victim, period. 100%. Nothing justifies what happened to her. Absolutely nothing. Let's go next to Richard. Richard, good afternoon. Hi, Richard.
Hey.
Hey.
You know, there's so many people that in their driving part is just won't let other people over. I don't know. People ought to be kinder to each other. But anyway, as far as the driver's concerned, when the first shot left that car, he should have hit the brake. He should have stopped. He should have done something to stop the situation.
If he was not involved, if he was surprised by it, right? Yeah. And he didn't do that. Yeah.
So he just, as far as I'm concerned, he's just as guilty as the shooter.
Okay. I agree. I mean, I think in that. But again, I think Franklin, prior to you, made the decent point that we'll have to hear more that comes out. It was interesting. I know many of you watch very closely, and I was watching the comments when it happened. Several of you did take notice. Did you notice that one of the defendants, James Cowan, there was falling asleep in the courtroom? You know, I mean, he's looking at potentially life in prison, and he's falling asleep in the courtroom. We had video of that. You saw him. He was sitting here like this. His eyes just kept going down. And for a while there, they closed for a bit. And then sometimes you wonder, do these defendants fully comprehend what they're facing? Falling asleep in the courtroom. Let's go next to Debbie. Debbie, good afternoon. Hi, Debbie.
Hi, you just answered my question. I was calling about the defendant falling asleep.
Yeah.
So, to me, that's just appalling. I'm sorry. I just find that if I was on trial for murder, I don't think I'd be sleeping through the trial.
Yeah, listen, I appreciate your comment. I agree with you. And I would bet you noticed it. Our photographer in the courtroom noticed it and so zoomed in so we could see it up close. You think the jury noticed that?
I sure hope so.
I bet they did.
I sure hope so.
Most juries.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for your call. Yeah, most jurors, okay, of course, will have a notepad. They're allowed to take notes and they're writing. And every time I've watched this, the jurors are always very, very attentive. But I guarantee you, they're scrutinizing during certain periods of testimony the defendant sitting there, and they make judgments based on what they see. Okay, it's got to be decided on the evidence, but you can't help but make judgments based on what you see over there. And so you wonder how they perceive that if, he's falling asleep in the courtroom. Let's go to Ernestine. Hi, Ernestine.
Yes, I was thinking if she was, entering the interstate, then they should have slowed down and let her in. And I think both of them are equally guilty because it was not the driver that shot her. It was the passenger. The driver had to get up even with her for the passenger to shoot her. So both of them are equally guilty.
I hear you. That's and good for you picking up on that. I mean, that's what I thought this last witness, Danielle Connor, the crime scene investigator, talking about that, is they're trying to make the case, and the defense knows this now. I mean, the prosecution, both of them know it. The moment in opening statements they conceded that Hill shot and killed her, it shifted. A lot of this evidence has to be presented as part of the process, but really all this comes down to now is what was in Hill's mind. And was this premeditated? Did he intend to shoot and kill her? And I think you can make the argument if they accelerated or slowed down or whatever to get parallel with Caitlyn Kaufman's vehicle, that's an active move to get in a position to make it so that he could shoot out the window and hit her through the window, killing her. That is a sign of clear premeditation, and that's what they're trying to argue, and that's where the defense is trying to bring up some questions about the angles and how fast the gun was fired, and that this was just an act of rage and passion. And again, I might consider that if it was one round from a distance and they just boom and it accidentally hit her, or he just wanted to scare her. But 6 rounds like this right next to you with both vehicles going 70 miles an hour, it sure seems like there's intent there, intent to kill. Let's go to Kenneth. Kenneth, good afternoon. Hey, Ken.
Good afternoon. Hey, Ken. Hey, Ken.
Woo, we got echo. I'm sorry, we had echo. We'll come back to him. Let's go to Kevin. Kevin, hey, Kevin.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Just sitting here observing the comments that the people, the viewers are saying, and everyone is making great comments, man. And I just wanted to state that, man, we have to first and foremost realize that both of these gentlemen are definitely responsible for the choices that they made on that evening. And I also want to elaborate on the callers that are calling in about the road rage that's going on in the city of Nashville. There's an outrage of road rage every day, all day long. The experiences that I experienced with road rage doing professional transportation in this city. I have so many testimonies from different drivers who have experienced the craziness and road rage in this city. So I think that what we need to do is, at the end of this case, we all need to come to the table, man, and come to a discussion about road rage in this city, the anger that stems from the pressures of this world that we face every day. Caitlyn, we have compassion for her. When I first saw this, I was just, kind of floored when I even saw the story, because I couldn't even imagine what her family was going through. And then I thought about the young men. As soon as I heard this, I told my friends, I said, that's road rage. Everybody was trying to figure out what was going on. I said, that's road rage.
Yeah.
I said, I can guarantee you, by the time they come to figuring out what happened, that is a road rage case.
Well, you're right, and that's what it's come out to be. And early on, law enforcement said neither of the two defendants knew Caitlyn Kaufman. There was no prior relationship, so these were strangers to one another, and that's what we're hearing so far in this trial, that it was a reaction to, the quote was something along the lines of, she cut me off, and, I messed up. Like, she cut me off and I shot, and then later he'll admitting that he messed up. Because remember, initially he went on Google to look and see whether there was a report of a shooting on I-440, and there was no report in the couple hours after it happened. Because remember, her body, as we heard from one of the officers that testified this morning, wasn't discovered for more than 2.5 hours later. Once that happened, then all the news media, I remember that day, we were out there reporting on it, and it was all over the place. That's when he realized how that came down. But road rage is what they're saying it was. It was random. The question is, was it something that was premeditated? And that's what we'll have. As far as, road rage in this, boy, it happens all the time. A lot of it going on. Part of the problem is the horrible traffic in this town, and it's a whole different subject, but the idea of better mass transit and a way to get around, I'm not talking about buses. How about a dedicated rail system where people don't have to drive everywhere? But that costs money, so our roads just get busier and busier. No excuse to shoot at someone if they cut you off, though. Let's go next to Robert. Robert, good afternoon. Hi, Robert.
Hey, Nick.
Hey.
I was really floored whenever Mr. Hill's counselor stood up and said that he had did this.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that. But the first thing you have to remember, it does not matter, Nick, if you're shooting at a target or you're shooting in the air, whatever. The person behind that weapon is responsible for that bullet when it goes out the muzzle. Plain and simple.
Right.
And whenever he's shooting 6 times, there's no way that he did not know what he was doing. He's responsible. He knew what he was doing. He meant to keep shooting. And whenever she died, he is responsible for her death, and he knew exactly what he was doing. If not, he would have not shot but one time, and they'd have went on down the road.
Right.
That's all I got to say, Nick.
Thank you.
Buddy.
Thank you for your call. That's it. I mean, and there's no debating right now that he is responsible for her death. His own attorney said that. The question now is going to be whether or not the jury comes back with first-degree murder or a lesser included. And when Nick Leonardo joins us, our legal analyst, he'll walk us through that and the difference in punishment. The sentence is considerable. If he is convicted of something less than first-degree murder, that, by all measures, will be a victory for Mr. Hill. Again, Cowan is charged with it as well. We'll see how that plays out. By the way, the number 737-7587. Question or comment? I mean, we know what the defense is now. They're conceding guilt. They're just angling for a lesser charge than first-degree murder. Do you buy it, or was this intentional? And, you know, we've got the numbers. Some lines are open, and we can also take any comments. We're streaming on all of our platforms here at News Channel 5, so you can go to Facebook, newschannel5.com. Go on there. If you post your comments there, we'll do our best to answer those for you as well. Next on the horn is, I believe, Ricky. Ricky. Good afternoon, Ricky.
How you doing today?
Hey, Ricky, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment. I saw you make a comment how the guys was sleeping in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to jail and understand the way the jail is? You're up all night. You can't sleep. They changing sheets. They changing clothing. It's a lot of times you can't even sleep in the jail. So when you sitting in court, sure you're tired.
Yeah.
You know, and
that may be true. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's true. You up all night. You can't sleep in the jailhouse. But I also wanted to make a comment on the other man that's driving the car. I can't see how him being charged for something someone else is doing. Because he's driving the car, someone shoot outside the car. He have no knowledge of that. You know, they could try to make a case on it, but I just can't see how the man driving the car being charged with, with the same charge as the other man being charged with.
Well, he's charged as an accomplice, all right? And I'll tell you how he could be charged, and we don't know if this happened. But imagine this and see if you would feel differently about this, Ricky. They're in the car, and they perceive that Caitlyn Kaufman somehow cut them off. And let's just imagine Cowan sitting there and going, hey, she just cut me off. I'm going to accelerate. You got that gun? Take some shots at her. If he did that, yeah, heck yeah, he's every bit as guilty as the person who pulled the trigger. And it could be far less than that to do it. I mean, it could be that he's in the car and Hill looks at him and says, hey, let's get her. And he just accelerates enough so they get parallel so he can get a better shot. There you go. Now, if he's just driving along and they're casually talking and Hill somehow on his own perceives that she cut them off and on his own, as they just happen to be approaching, shoots and he's driving, he's like, what are you doing? That's very different. Now, how we're going to really learn what happened behind the wheel there, I don't know. But there are clear ways to call him an accomplice, whether he pulled the trigger or not. And your point's taken on being sleepy. The difference is, look, I don't know. One thing that would keep me awake at night and keep me awake in court is knowing that my life as a free man hangs in the balance. You know, he may not have slept much in jail, but heck, in the courtroom, when I'm hearing testimony that can put me behind bars for the rest of my life, I'm gonna stay awake. You know when you're nervous and riled up, it's hard to fall asleep. Is this dude even nervous? Just falling asleep there in court? I don't get that. Did you say line 10 is Bobby? I think. Bobby, are you there? Next caller on 10, was it Bobby? Robbie? Are you there, caller? Okay, we'll try line 11. Are you there, caller, on line 11? Is this Bobby?
Marty.
Marty, I'm sorry. I got it wrong. Go ahead, Marty. My mistake.
How are you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Well, what's on my mind is these two gentlemen out here just shoot and take a lady's life for no reason at all, and they want to give them life. The lady, she didn't have no life, so it looks like to me still giving them life for 3 meals a day, play basketball and have fun, watch TV. She ain't getting to do that. Looks like to me they put them to death. They done her like that, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Put them to sleep like they put her to sleep. They deserve it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, and so you're saying they're guilty at this point of first-degree murder, you believe, right?
No doubt about it.
Okay.
They take a human life, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
I gotcha. Well, and you're not the only one that has kind of brought that up, but I can tell you that the death penalty is not something that's considered in Davidson County. The district attorney here, who is not actually prosecuting this case, his deputy DA and Jan Norman, assistant DA, are handling it. Glenn Funk does not seek the death penalty in these cases. And I'm not sure that there is an aggravating circumstance here to get to the death penalty anyway in this type of case. I understand what you're saying. Eye for an eye, he killed her, they should be killed. Death penalty cases need not just the death of someone, there needs to be an aggravating circumstance. For instance, more than one person killed, a child, a law enforcement officer, or perhaps the death happens while another crime is being committed. You're robbing them and then you shoot them. So this may not even fall under the umbrella of a potential death penalty case, but that's beside the point. Glenn Funk does not seek the death penalty in Davidson County. So that's how that plays out. It will not happen. If you're just joining us, just to remind you, they took lunch at about the top of the hour. They're expected to be back at 12:45, and when they do, we'll pick up with the 7th witness of the morning for the prosecution. They've been making it through several witnesses through the morning, and 6 of them right off the bat. And, we expect more. I want to give you a warning, heads up ahead of time right now, that there are going to be moments in this trial where there are going to be some graphic photos shown. We are going to show and share everything that happens in the court with you. We will try to give ample warning ahead of time of any photos shown. I think some may be from the accident. You've seen some of those photos. They have not been graphic of the vehicle, but certainly some of the photos shown by the medical examiner on the nature of the injuries suffered by Caitlyn Kaufman will be difficult to look at. It's important evidence in this case. We will share that, so I want to brace you for that. We'll try to give early warning, and if you don't want to watch it, that's fine. But our intention, barring any unusual circumstance, will be to show you everything that the jury sees. Okay, so just giving you a heads up on that moving forward. Do we have some other callers we want to go to? Okay, not sure if I'm not hearing it on the IFB, so I'll go to the next. Keisha, are you there? Keisha, go ahead. If you can give me some other names, that'd be great. Keisha, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to touch bases with these young men out here shooting people. I'm pretty sure that this is not the first case that they've been in when it comes to guns and just shooting people for no reason. That lady didn't deserve that, and I say that they should be held accountable to the maximum sentence at this point.
Okay.
I'm tired of it.
We're all tired of it, and I agree with you. The maximum sentence, again, at this point, and I appreciate her saying this, we're still just the first day of the evidence phase in this trial, so we have to sit through all the evidence, and we're going to have to give the defense a chance to try to make their argument, and of course we'll have closings from them throughout. So at this point, I understand where you're coming from. Keep in mind, in terms of prior crimes with both of these individuals, that's not admissible for this jury, but we do know that Cowan has a criminal history, kind of a prolific one, as a matter of fact. I mean, he has federal charges on felon in possession of a firearm, drug charges, was convicted of robbery in Davidson County, sentenced to 6 years back in 2011. Not as many for Hill. We don't know his juvenile record, but we don't see much of a criminal record for him as an adult. So, yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Let's go to more phone calls. We got Kevin. Kevin, good afternoon, Kevin. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Kevin. What's on your mind?
I'm calling in regards to the comment that was made about the guy that was sleeping in the courtroom.
Yeah.
My point is this: the one who both their lives are at stake, but the one who did the shooting, he's wide awake in court. You mean to tell me there's no excuse for him sitting up there sleeping in court? Second of all, they driving up on the interstate and he got a gun and they rap with me. He didn't have good intention in the first place. Then the driver lines up beside the woman and she ended up with 6 bullets being fired at her.
Yeah.
There's no excuse for that.
Right.
And that's all I have.
I think a lot of people would agree with you. I think a lot of people, and you're right. Hill, as far as I haven't seen him dozing off in court. He seems very aware, but Cowan did for a bit. And again, it was brief, whatever, it happens. I don't know if the jury recognizes it, and if they do, what do they think of it? But I don't think it's a good look. Let's go next to Karen. Karen, what's on your mind, Karen? Are you there, Karen?
This is Sharon.
Sharon. Okay, Sharon, go ahead.
I was just calling to let you know that I agree with your comment about the young man falling asleep in the courtroom. Everything you said is what I thought when I seen that. I would be, if I was him, I would be sitting up and being aware of it too. And I just thought that was in very poor taste, no matter what. And like you said, to me, it seemed like he didn't care, but he should care because he took that lady's life and for no reason. And like I said, it doesn't matter if it was her. I mean, it does matter because it was a life. But if it was anybody else, you still took someone's life over someone cutting in front of you. And that's, to me, is just unexcusable. But anyway, I just called to let you know that I agree with you on that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I hear your point. Point taken. And I think a lot of people would agree with that as we stand here right now. Let's see. That's next up is, I believe, Shamika. Shamika, what's on your mind, Shamika? Are you there, Shamika?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I personally know Mr. Hill. He's also been having he also been having mental things in his life. Good afternoon. Like I said, I also know Mr. Hill.
Okay.
He's also been having personal things in his life going on as a child and juvenile.
Did he have, he had a juvenile history then? You know, did he have arrests? Okay, okay.
Correct. As far as shooting his grandmother and his mother and his sisters and brothers in the house.
Yeah, I heard about some of that. That's right, yeah.
Yes, but he's also, like I said, been having mental problems, you know. And I have been cut off on the interstate, getting off of Woodland. Me and my kids got flipped 3 times. And the people stopped and kept going, you know. And I felt like me and my kids our life could have been taken. But as far as Mr. Hill doing this and his cousin, that was wrong. You don't take a life because you mad because someone cut you off.
Well, there's no disputing. You're right. You simply don't do that. And his own attorney, Shamika, has said that what he did was a horrible, horrible crime. She's just saying it's not first-degree murder. Maybe it's second-degree murder. Maybe it's a lesser one than that. I think most of you, at least what you've heard to this point, would say, yeah, that's first-degree murder. You don't fire 6 times into a car and not expect to, at the very least, very seriously or kill someone. I mean, that just seems like common sense, doesn't it? But we'll see. The defense is going to have a chance to try to explain some of that away. We'll go next to Steve. Steve, good afternoon. Hi, Steve.
Good afternoon. How are you, Nick?
Good. What's on your mind?
My problem is the car was hit 6 times. We don't actually know how many times he fired. And supposedly, if she cut him off, the driver had to speed up to get beside her where the guy could shoot that straight into her car. You asked me to a couple of thugs, and they're both guilty already. So, you know, I don't see what kind of defense they could have. They're gang members, and they just think that they're allowed to live in this world the way they want to. I guess they're guilty.
Yep. Yep. I mean, and I think you picked up on it, and I talked about this, that last witness, Danielle Connor, the crime scene investigator for Metro PD, was talking about, yeah, the fact that the bullets were fired parallel between the 2 cars is what it appears to be, the way it was. The bullet went straight in. You know, if he had been shooting it, she'd been behind or ahead or whatever, it would have been a different angle. But, I mean, he had to be right across from her for that bullet to go into her shoulder and then, of course, penetrate her aorta. And you heard rather, that there was not much blood in the vehicle, which means as it entered and went through her lung, tore her aorta, and then wedged in her arm, she died from massive internal bleeding. And it was very quick. Just to think about this, and the poor parents sitting there listening to this testimony, I don't know how they're going to deal with seeing the crime scene photos and the autopsy photos, but the car was found by law enforcement there on the shoulder of the road, still running with her foot on the brake. So Caitlyn, you know, was hit, and she knew something was wrong, and she was able to get to the shoulder. Okay, to her credit, she made it to the shoulder, didn't cause or collide with anyone else, and I'm guessing before she could even call 911, the bleeding was so massive, she slumped over and died there on the spot. We did hear testimony that had she been able to call 911, the injuries were so horrible and so egregious that there was no way she would have survived anyway. But you know, she pulled over probably thinking, oh my gosh, I've been shot, and tried to call, and as you heard, died very, very quickly. Just a catastrophic injury. Let's go next to, I believe, Vanessa. Hi, Vanessa.
Hello?
Hello, what's on your mind?
Hey, Nick. So I'm listening to all of this, and I'm thinking about the premeditated part.
Okay.
So they're just riding around with a gun sitting on their lap, waiting to shoot somebody? Are they just looking for someone to shoot at? Or is that just what these people are doing? They're just riding around in their cars with guns sitting on their laps.
Well, now, keep in mind, these days, a lot of people are driving with weapons, guns, because for personal protection. I'm not saying that's the case here, but you know as well as I do. How many times do we see these reports from the Metro Police Department saying that, gosh, we've got a record number of guns being stolen from vehicles because idiots, and that's what you are if you leave your gun unsecured in an unlocked car. Leave them there. People are breaking in and stealing the guns. It's happening constantly, but a lot of people drive with weapons, okay? I mean, that's not unusual. And a lot of law-abiding citizens, a lot of responsible ones who don't leave them unsecured, travel with a weapon for personal protection, and that's perfectly fine. The difference in this case, and I wonder if it'll come up, is that we heard Jan Norman say that both of them are members of the Crips gang. And you wonder, going more toward the potential possibility of premeditation, were they out that night cruising around looking for a reason to kill someone for some type of gang initiation? That's complete theory, hypothesis. Some other callers have brought this up. I don't know, but the fact that Jan Norman mentioned they were gang members, I wonder if at some point that will come up later as well to make it seem more, no, folks, this was not just a road rage act of passion. This was premeditated. This was first-degree murder. So you make a good point on that. But make no mistake, there are a lot of people out there legally driving around with guns in their car. Problem is, too many of them leave them unsecured, and they're being stolen left and right. Don't do that. Let's go next to Felicia. Felicia, good morning. Good afternoon now. Hi, Felicia. Woo! When we get echo, that means they hung up. Sorry, Felicia. Let's go next to Diane. Diane, good afternoon.
Good morning, or good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
I cannot imagine being this young lady's mother and sitting in the courtroom facing those two people. That just should not have to be. My second thought is the man who went to sleep should be called out by the judge because that is a total disrespect of authority.
Yeah, I don't know. The judge, we've got video in the courtroom of him, and this is what we're talking about. Good job pulling that, you guys back there. I know we took note of when it happened, and that is James Cowan during the testimony earlier, where clearly he appears to have the heavy eyelids and he's dozing right there. It stays shut for a while and then again. I don't know that this is the role of the judge. Now, if you're going to be disruptive in the courtroom, and look at that, there, he's out right there. The role of the judge in the courtroom there is to maintain order. If a defendant dozes off, you can perceive it as a lack of respect, a lack of interest, a lack of understanding, but it's not something where the judge is going to say, wake up. You know, the jury's going to see it, and the jury may come to the same conclusion that you did, and it probably isn't positive for him, but that's not something for the judge to call him out on, I don't think. Now, if he was up there yelling or making noise or disrupting things, fine, but he's quiet as a church mouse. As long as he's not snoring, I don't think she's going to say a darn thing. Let's go next to Sherry. Sherry, good afternoon. Hi, Sherry.
Hey, this is Cherry.
Hey.
Yeah. Just want to make a couple of comments based on observation.
Sure.
Number one, I feel like as a society, we have got to stop being Pollyannish in our dealing with criminality. That's number one. I'm glad we have our systems in place where we can categorize behaviors as first degree, second degree murder. The real deal, the person who's murdered is a ground zero. Okay, there is no classification for that. But I want to say something about Caitlyn. At the time that this horrific event occurred, I was a patient at St. Thomas over there. Mm-hmm. And the very thought that this person, this woman, I know when certain injuries occur, what happens to the body and the ability to respond. This woman on the way to work, here she is so injured unto death, but what was her last action? safety of other people. She moved her car with the last bit of life she had. She moved her vehicle up to the side to avoid any other injury to anyone else. Now, to the contrast to that, we've got a man riding down the way here, shooting willy-nilly, not caring about anyone else. That sets something in place, which takes us now to the courtroom issue. I don't have an issue with a person falling asleep. If he's willing to kill somebody on the highway, what do you think falling asleep in terms of respecting court means? Come on, get over that part.
Yeah.
The real deal is we've got to take a different approach. We've got a great system to a degree. We know it's not fair with everybody, but that's okay. It's the best judicial system out there. But we've got to take a different attitude toward how we deal with criminality. We don't need to spend forever and a day trying to figure out whether it's first, second, or third degree. We got a dead person of a person who should not have had a weapon. But there are people who say now everybody can just about have a weapon, but he shouldn't have. They should have been being sentenced and dealt with on the previous stuff. So what I'm saying in conclusion, we have all got to take a sense of responsibility on making sure that not only the judicial system works fairly, but it works.
Well, and when you say works fairly, that's why there are degrees of crimes. You don't just say someone died, let's just execute them. Okay, that's why you go through the process and figure out exactly why and how it happened. And there are degrees. There's first degree, there's second degree, there's third degree, and that's what we're doing here. You have to determine this. And yeah, it's very frustrating. I understand what you're saying about crime and these road rage shootings. It's very frustrating and scary for all of us. But I think she makes an excellent point about Caitlyn. You don't know what went through her mind. She had to be terrified. Her body could have gone into shock. She didn't live long after she was shot. But this is a frontline worker during the pandemic working at St. Thomas West, okay? I mean, she was saving lives. And she was on her way to work. She's an award-winning nurse and minding her own business. And when she gets shot, no, she doesn't go into a spin and cause a wreck or hit the wall. She makes it safely to the shoulder, you know, doesn't want to hit any other vehicles, and is probably about to call 911. And so much of a blood loss killed her instantly after that. But yeah, she was heroic in the way she handled it down the stretch. We don't know what went through her mind, but yeah, she was found dead in the car, still running with her foot on the brake. It's just very, very sad. Let's go to James. James, what's on your mind, James?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I like to preface my comments by saying I give condolences to the family, and this was a horrible and egregious crime, and I believe that both should be held accountable. And maybe this call should be to the other Nick, the legal analyst, because I like to know how does the law interpret, premeditation? Because, when does it begin and when does it end? Did this person get up that morning to plan to kill somebody, or this person is so vile that whoever he came across, it could have been me or you, it been the same situation. Also, even if they say, well, he shot 6 times and he intended to kill that person, you see people that have committed homicide, domestic violence, and they have what they call it a crime of passion. So
that's right.
So if he can explain, somebody that has a legal interpretation of what the defense is, defense says, well, do we want justice or do we want revenge? So I don't know what they're going to ask the jury to decide on, and thanks for taking my call. Bye.
Excellent call, and I promise you, and I apologize for this, Nick is on his way, and he will be here, and he's going to answer those questions for us. To define, premeditation is the planning of something, and Nick will tell you that premeditation can happen in an instant, okay? And I don't always fully understand what that means, but it can happen in an instant. But he uses a good example of a domestic case. It can be a couple arguing at the top of the stairs, and one pushes the other, and the other pushes the other, and that other falls down the stair, breaks their neck, and dies. That is not first-degree murder, okay? I mean, they could bring that charge, but more likely that's going to be a lesser charge. It was in the heat of passion. They were shoving each other, and one shoved the other to the point where they fell down the stairs and broke their neck. It's a crime, no question, but that's not first-degree murder. It was in that moment, in the heat of passion, no premeditation like, ooh, I'm going to figure out how to kill that person, and I'm going to take care of it later tonight. It was in that one moment. Now, in this case, as I've said, maybe I consider that argument if one bullet's fired from a distance and it somehow hits her. But 6 rounds fired across at a vehicle next to you, don't tell me you didn't think that was going to potentially kill someone. That's my problem with their case. They're going to have to pass that hurdle, and I'm reserving judgment till I hear how the defense does that, but that's a problem for them. And I guarantee you that jury right now is like, why are we even here? This is a done deal. At this stage, they're like, guilty, first-degree murder. They're going to have to make the case that, yeah, this was a heat of passion and he did not mean to kill her. And I don't know how the heck you're going to do that. Let's go next to Susan. Susan, good afternoon.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
So 2 quick points. To find that, to get premeditation, you know, you've explained the amount of time for reflection, right, to be sufficient for premeditation. That's a question of fact for the jury. Mm-hmm. It can be 1 second.
You're right.
They determine it.
That's right. It can happen in an instant. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. So the prosecution here, they're going to try to go through every single step, draw out all of the steps that the defendant had to do to shoot this person.
Yes.
So he's going to have to find the gun. He had to load the gun. Was it already loaded? Did he have to get the magazine and put it in? Did he had to rack the gun, right? He had to pull back the slide and put a bullet in the chamber, unless there was a bullet already in the chamber. Then he has to roll down the window, unless he shot through the window. So now he's rolling down the window. Now he's got to take aim. He's potentially got to get his driver to get him up to speed so he can aim very well, right?
Yeah.
And then he had to pull the trigger the first time. Well, I've shot a gun from inside a car out in the country, you know, just being a hillbilly. It's loud. So he shot that first round, and the ringing in his ears didn't bring sense to him to stop. He decided to shoot at least 5 or 6 more times, right?
Yep.
And then why did he stop? Did he run out of ammo? Is that the only reason? That's not good. Did he stop because he ran out of range, right? Because Caitlyn Kaufman started slowing down because she's bleeding out. Is that the only reason he stopped firing that gun? You know?
Yeah.
So they're going to have to explain that. There's no way that they don't come back with first-degree murder unless the defendants get up there and testify, because they're going to have to explain that.
That's another question. And I like the way you broke that down. That was excellent. And I'm going to ask Nick Leonardo if he thinks either of the 2 defendants will testify on their own behalf, and that's possible. Keep in mind, though, I understand that there were interviews with both of these defendants and that they were recorded and that we're going to be hearing what they said. And I'm real curious to hear whether or not Cowan says, look, we were just driving downtown, we were going to go see a friend, and all of a sudden, Hill rolls down the window and starts shooting at a car next to me. It totally took me by surprise. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. I wonder if he says that. And I wonder if Hill's saying, no, we were driving and she cut us off and I got angry and he accelerated and we got up there and I fired a few shots just to warn her. You know, I wonder what's going to be in that, if they came clean in some of those. We know initially Hill lied. Remember, he said, I wasn't in town. I was in Atlanta just driving around. But now we know he was here. I wonder if in any of the other interviews they gave incriminating statements or, and again, whatever they say has to be taken with a grain of salt anyway. But I wonder what Cowan says. I wonder if Cowan is going to say, look, it took me by surprise. I didn't know what to think. Or if he says, yeah, we were driving. She made us mad. And next thing I know, Hill shot her. I mean, It'll be curious to hear that, and that will be played in open court. Some of you are asking on Facebook how long till they're back from lunch. They said they'd be back around 12:45. Not back yet. We have the camera in the courtroom. We're monitoring it. The moment they come back, I promise you, we'll take you back into the courtroom and cover it for the rest of the afternoon. We think the trial will continue at least until 5 o'clock this afternoon, and if the jury wants to stay longer, I think the judge will let them. The prosecution is now through 6 of their witnesses in this case. We started the day with opening statements from both sides. You know, there was going to be a hearing, we thought, and a decision from the judge that we heard about yesterday involving an expert witness for the defense on cell phone evidence. We thought they might address that first. In fact, that's what we were told initially. That has been held off. That likely will come up at a later time with the jury out, whether or not the judge decides to allow him to testify for the defense. Okay, that hasn't been addressed yet. But of course, the defense, it's not their turn yet anyway, so they've got time for that. So when they come back, they'll continue. I want to remind you, you can watch on News Channel 5 Plus right here. You see the number on the screen if you want to comment. You can also follow us on all of our streaming platforms, and there's so many these days. YouTube, Roku, and we're on Facebook at newschannel5.com, as well as the station's Facebook, or rather website, newschannel5.com, streaming live. And I want to put this out to many of you following this, not just after this, but go to my Facebook page, Nick Barris, NC5 on Facebook. Join and follow there. You can message me while we're watching the trial. I'll try to answer your questions. And time permitting tonight, I hope to do a gavel-to-gavel after hours from home, where we'll kind of review the days, my take on it, and I'd love to hear from you as well. I'll let you know what time that happens this evening, if indeed we do it. That depends on how late it goes tonight. So let's get back to some more of your phone calls as we wait for the jury to return from lunch. They're on lunch break. Next up is Keaton. Keaton, good afternoon. Hi, Keaton.
Hi again. So first-degree murder, 3913-202 TCA. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. The nurse was going to work, and apparently she was shot because she was going to work, and she might have cut them off.
Right.
That road rage has no place in the United States. The question for this jury now is the 4 lesser included offenses.
Hang tight. They're back in the courtroom. I promised. I apologize, Keaton. Let's listen
the
in.
Issue that we talked about before the break, and I'm going to tell you why. We'll bring them out. Where's Miss Sims and General Moore? Oh, okay. Is everybody else road trip compliant? Okay. I was just saying that I needed to revisit the issue of Mr. Merrill Odom's comments in his interview with Detective Dickerson one more time. And again, this is for clarity. Very often in conversations, people will use pronouns that make it difficult for the reader or the listener to understand who's being referenced in the conversation. And I guess what I need to know is, as I read on page 23, lines 8 through 10, when Mr. Merrill Odom says Duty was like Duty, he was stoned on drugs, who was Duty referring to, himself or Mr. Hill? Because if he's referring to himself, I think my ruling stands. If he's referring to Mr. Hill, there could potentially be a Bruton issue. And I think it was that.
My understanding
in speaking to Mr. Merrill Odom,
our pre-trial is that the person that he's referring to as being stoned, he's referring to Mr. Cowan.
So Mr. Cowan himself, so when he says Duty was like Duty, he was stoned, in his conversation with Mr. Cowan, who was referring to his own conduct, is your understanding of what?
So my understanding is that Mr. Dickerson,
go ahead.
Detective Dickerson asked him what Duty said, and Mr. Odom begins by describing that Dewey was stoned on drugs. And then he says what Dewey said, so that he, with Mr. Cowan, said, like, F it, like she shouldn't have did that shit type shit.
Okay. All right. So if that's the case, and again, like I said, sometimes when we use the pronouns, it makes it hard for the reader or the listener to understand who the subject of the conversation is. And I thought about that after we broke for lunch. I said, well, wait a minute, I probably need to reread that or re-listen to it and then hear from you all. So if Mr. Merrill Odom's comments in those lines are about Mr. Cowan's own conduct, I do not find that there is a Bruton issue. All right. That should hopefully put that one to rest. Anything else before we bring the jury in?
Can I address just a few kind of technical things?
Yes.
We're going to be introducing several pieces of evidence and exhibits through Detective Mel Sergeant Dickerson, which is our next witness. A couple of those things that I wanted to talk about. There is a very short portion of Jacquez Merrill Odom's interview where he places a recorded call to Devontae Hill. Sergeant Dickerson will be able to say that he recognized Devontae Hill's voice as well as it was his phone number that was contacted. And so we've redacted out just that phone call and we intend to introduce it. I just played that for Mr. Hill's attorney so that they can see that very specific portion. And that's my understanding they don't have any specific objection to it.
What says the counsel for Mr. Hill? Okay.
The other thing that I feel like needs to be addressed, we have Mr. Hill's recorded interview. It was originally in 2 audio or video files because there was that issue when it got saved off. It split the file. Because there were redactions that were done, when they did the redactions, they put it together into one file. But our transcript has the black marks for the redaction, so I feel like the court needs to just give that redaction instruction when we get to that.
Tell David to get me, I think, the redaction instruction if she. Seems like we used that in the last trial.
We have 4 recorded jail calls. Those have also been redacted for the court's order. However, those redactions are not seen in the transcript. And the audio files have been edited and the transcript has been edited to where everything's removed. So I feel like we don't necessarily need a redaction instruction for that unless someone wants one.
It wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I don't see why it would hurt. Probably better safe than sorry.
And for technical purposes, we have some images that will be shown, but we also have a recorded interview, the recorded calls, and that portion of Mr. Merrill Odom's interview. So we will need audio to be working when we get to that point, which I'll try to notify everyone. I think that's it, I think.
All right. Do you know, well, we'll talk about this later. Well, let me ask this. Do you know when you will call Detective Gish and and Agent Valley? Will they be today?
No.
Okay.
They are basically the last 2 witnesses.
Okay.
Which that's subject to our scheduling. Dr. Carney is incredibly flexible and we're very appreciative of that.
All right. All right. Is there anything else before we bring the jury in? I will ask them when they come in just to kind of get a feel how late they think they're.
Are you still going to wait to know whether Mr. Morris is?
I've got like a million things going on up here right now, Mr. Monko. But I promise you, it's among the million things that are up here and I promise you, I will get to. Yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll hopefully know before the end of today or first thing in the morning. Who's your next witness?
Sergeant Dickerson.
Oh, you just said that. You told me that.
I said a lot of things.
Well, yeah.
You're gonna use the computer. You're gonna use the computer.
What are you using first? The computer?
Good question. Yes, it will be the computer because we'll do that short portion of software zero items. Interview first, and then the second thing should also be that interview with
While they're lining up, let's see, this is the, let's see. Tell them to hold on for just 1 second.
One additional thing, like previously in other trials, we had jurors that made notes on the transcript, so maybe we could tell them before.
Yeah, I'll tell them that. I was just looking at, let's see, document reporting training.
You may have missed this part, and it may not be an issue, but they're getting a transcript that they don't get to take back with them.
Right.
So the court's going to sort of tell them if the transcript is inconsistent with what they think.
Well, that's what I'm reading right. That's what I'm reading right now. So this is what This is the videotape recorded statement you heard or will hear during the trial was edited by the parties to remove portions of the interview that were not relevant to this case. You are not to consider in any way the fact that this has occurred and give what weight, if any, you deem appropriate to the portions of the statement introduced into evidence, but you are not to speculate as to what was edited or why it was edited.
Take this slide. I think counsel may have also been, as the transcripts are passed out, the instruction about you're being handed a transcript with an aid.
Do we have that? Can you get that for me? Yeah, get that one for me, please. Oh, this may be it right here. Tape recordings were allowed in evidence, and you were provided with the document purporting to be a transcript of the videotape. Is that the same thing? This document was provided to assist you in your listening to the audio. If from your listening to the tape you find discrepancies or inaccuracies between the transcript and the tape itself, you should rely upon your understanding of the tape and disregard those portions of the transcript you found to be inaccurate. Then I'll add language in there. I'll remind them that if they're taking notes, they have a notepad, that they need to take notes on their notepad because they will not be able to take their transcripts back to the jury deliberation room. Is that okay? All right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt y'all's conversation. All right, are we ready? Okay, are they lined up? Okay.
All rise.
Okay, we may be seated. Let the record reflect that the members of the jury hearing the trial are present in the courtroom. After lunch, I hope that you had a nice lunch and ready to resume. I want to ask you this, and this kind of will help us in terms of how we go today. Yesterday, I told you that, and you all could tell during jury selection, based upon comments from the attorneys, that we got a lot that we need to get in. And I mentioned yesterday that it could be that we go a little longer today. If we go till about 6 o'clock, is there anyone who cannot stay until 6 o'clock? Okay, we're going to go to about 6. I may say 7, but they may be pushing it. I don't want y'all to get home and get dinner, so we'll go till 6 o'clock. Okay, so thank you so much for your patience. So 6 o'clock, everybody. All right.
Sergeant Dickerson is the state's next witness.
Okay, Sergeant Dickerson.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sergeant Dickerson, could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Chris Dickerson, CHRISDICKERSON.
And you are currently a sergeant with the Metro Nashville Police Department. What is your current assignment?
Sergeant with the homicide unit.
And in December of 2020, what was your assignment at that time?
I was a detective with the homicide unit.
And so your position now, do you supervise several detectives, and you used to be a detective in that same unit?
That's correct.
And can you describe how the process works anytime that a homicide occurs, as far as a lead detective being assigned and what that means?
Generally, we work in a rotation. We're on a team, 5, 6, 7 detectives. When a homicide comes out, if your team is up, and then within that, there's a rotation of an individual detective, then you are assigned lead. And from there, you assume all the responsibilities in the case.
And on December 3rd of 2020, were you assigned to be the lead detective into the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman?
I was.
And could you describe how that occurred? How did you become involved initially?
Our team was next up on call for a homicide, and I was notified by my then supervisor, Lieutenant DeWalt, that I would be lead on the case. And we were told to come out to I-440 westbound, roughly mile marker 2/0, and there was a deceased person at the scene.
And could you describe the scene as you found it on that evening of December 3rd, 2020?
Yes. When I had arrived, it was, from my recollection, around 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. When I arrived there, I saw Caitlyn's vehicle, which was a Mazda. It was up against a Parks officer vehicle, a Chevrolet Impala, and Caitlyn was already outside the vehicle, and she was covered up with a tarp, and I was told that she had already been pronounced deceased. Excuse me, TDOT was already on scene, and we were working on trying to figure out when it happened, exactly where it took place.
And can you describe what, if anything, did you do to investigate the scene while you were there?
Yes, I was told that there was a cell phone that was still plugged up to the vehicle, and it was in the center console. So, crime scene investigation, they took a photo of that, and then they transferred that over to basically my responsibility, which is something we always do for chain of custody purposes. The cell phone was on. It had several notifications, social media notifications, text messages, missed phone calls. So right away, we want to try and preserve that data. Then we wanted to get the interstate shut down. I realized that this incident probably did not occur where Caitlyn's vehicle was, and there's possible evidence further back along the interstate.
And I'm going to ask that the witness and question item. Sergeant Dickerson, you're being handed an item. If you could take a look at it and then let me know if you recognize it.
I do. This is a cell phone that belonged to Caitlyn Kaufman, her Apple iPhone XR. And this is an evidence bag that it gets placed in and sealed and assigned a property number from the property room.
And is that the phone that you found in Caitlyn Kaufman's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that piece of evidence be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 7.
Yes.
And you said that you took that phone and took it to the SISU unit. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And would that be Detective Gish that would have analyzed that device?
Yes, he's one of the digital forensic detectives with the department.
And can you describe how that works with having Detective Gish analyze devices and how the two of you would collaborate during this homicide investigation?
So I'm not a digital forensics expert. We have those on the department, like I mentioned, Detective Chad Gish. So once I get a cell phone, we take it to headquarters where we both work at, and it gets plugged up to observe the data. Then, as the lead detective, what I'll do is I write a search warrant for that phone, and I'll provide the search warrant to Detective Chad Gish, and he will download and extract the data.
And as he does that, does he provide you with information from a device depending on each homicide investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
And specifically in this investigation, was he updating you about the information that he was locating in Ms. Kaufman's device?
Yes, he had informed me that there was a large amount of data that was able to be extracted from the device, and we were in constant communication from pretty much within the first few days of the incident.
And can you describe, you said you were at the scene and you located that device. Were there any other cell phones located kind of in that area of the crime scene on I-440?
There was an older model flip phone. We didn't know if it had anything to do with the actual incident, but it was within the crime scene. So we requested that be recovered. It was in front of Caitlyn's vehicle.
And when you're at the scene, is it just you, or are there other detectives that are there assisting?
No, ma'am. There are multiple detectives. Just about our whole team was there. There was patrol officers and crime scene investigations.
And do you do everything yourself as the lead detective, or are there certain duties that are delegated out to other detectives?
There are other duties that are delegated out.
And that night, were there specific duties that were delegated out to other detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe those?
Some detectives went to the hospital once we learned where she worked to try and figure out what time Caitlyn was to be at work, if she had shown up, why did she show up, if anyone had contacted her, if she contacted anyone. There were detectives, once we learned where she lived, or at least where her vehicle tag came back to, that went out there to try and figure out kind of anything. What time did she leave? Did anyone see her leaving? Any evidence at her house? And I remained at the scene while this was kind of going on and helped facilitate all of that.
And you referenced that there was another cell phone located, and there are multiple people that are assisting. Was there some type of miscommunication as it related to that device?
Yes, that older model flip phone was not collected the night of when we were there. That was located in front of the vehicle. It was not collected.
And once you realized that, what, if anything, happened?
Once we realized it, myself and another detective, we went out the very next day, and it was still there in the same spot, and it had power to it, so then we collected it ourselves.
And did you also submit that phone to Detective Gish?
I did, via the same process, with the search warrant to be downloaded with the extraction.
And at that time, kind of that December 3rd into December 4th of 2020, did you have any suspects?
No.
And what, if anything, did you do to follow up on that flip phone that was laying on the side of the interstate?
We were able to identify who it belonged to. We were able to get an address for that individual and see some of the data or information that was on that cell phone.
And was that person located and actually interviewed?
Yes, myself, and I was assisted by an agent with the ATF and another detective, and we were able to locate that individual. They agreed to come down to headquarters, and we interviewed them.
And after completing that interview, was there any information that connected that person to the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman?
No, ma'am, none whatsoever.
And did you confront that person about the information that was found on the flip phone?
I did. It was a little strange that cell phone was there at the scene of a homicide, and we confronted them about that. However, the information on the phone, he had a good reason for wanting to discard it, and it had nothing to do with the homicide, and we were able to rule him out completely.
And did you do a fairly thorough investigation into that person?
We did. It was a lengthy interview that we conducted with that individual.
And you said that you had detectives that went to Ms. Kaufman's work at St. Thomas as well as her residence. Was there any follow-up done on speaking to her friends or her residents, or were you able to learn any information from doing that?
Yes, I spoke to several of her friends, some coworkers, some of her close friends I was able to speak to over the phone and actually in person as well, and we were able to establish some other individuals that she knew or had close contact relationships with.
And did you follow up and do interviews of those persons?
We did. One of them was someone that she was in a past dating relationship with, and we were able to go out to that individual's house, myself and another detective, and we spoke with him and one of his current girlfriend, and also another individual that Caitlyn had, I guess maybe a close relationship with. I don't believe they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but they had maybe talked casually, and we interviewed him as well at his residence.
And did either of those interviews lead to any information related to that night of December 3rd of 2020?
No, ma'am, they did not.
And so at that point, do you have any suspects?
At that point, we're back to square one. No, we didn't have any suspects. We continued to try and work any lead that came in, but we did not have a definitive suspect.
And your crime scene is Interstate I-440. What, if anything, was done to attempt to locate any possible video of the incident?
Unfortunately, the TDOT cameras, they do not record. They're on a live stream, to my knowledge. There's no recordings. So, like I said, multiple detectives who were assisting with the investigation went several exits down, any exits she could have passed, and just were going to businesses and locations trying to collect and download any footage. We didn't have a suspect. We didn't have a suspect vehicle. We wanted to preserve that data in the event later on we did, to go back and look at it. So detectives canvassed the entire area, not just the interstate. Every exit they got off, any video footage that they could possibly find, they downloaded.
And was there any video footage that ended up being relevant to this case?
No, ma'am.
And at some point, were any tips coming in through Crime Stoppers or just to the police department?
We had a large amount of Crime Stopper tips. It was almost daily. Tips would come in through Crime Stoppers, which then get forwarded to the team and myself being the lead detective. It was every day they would come in.
And can you explain Crime Stoppers and kind of how that works? Was there any reward attached to that?
Yeah, generally when an incident happens, as you may see, the police department will say if you have information or knowledge about this case, call Crime Stoppers, and there's a number. They're associated with the police department. I do not have any direct relation to them necessarily, but they offer up a $1,000 reward generally if information leads to an arrest or leads to a suspect. So just about every homicide case I'd say has Crime Stoppers attached to it, and it's $1,000.
And initially, were there any Crime Stoppers tips that you specifically, I guess, exerted efforts to follow up on?
Yes. There was one that came in. It was in reference to an Instagram post, to an individual's story on their Instagram that referenced a shooting that possibly took place on an interstate or a road somewhere. And that was also early on in the investigation.
And was that Instagram post, were the, I guess, details of it specific to the shooting of Caitlyn Kaufman on I-440 West?
No, they were not. It was a very broad statement of a shooting involving either 10 rounds or 10 millimeter caliber. It wasn't very clear what it was related to.
And did you still follow up and try to identify that person related to that Instagram post?
Yes, we were able to identify that person based off their Instagram. They were familiar to police from other incidents, and members of our Titans unit went out and conducted surveillance on that individual, and myself and another detective actually went out and attempted to speak with that individual at his residence.
And was there ever any connection with that person and the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman on December 3rd of 2020?
No, there was not.
And so again, at this point, do you have any suspects?
No. After that, we're back to square one again.
And you described that there was the normal $1,000 Crime Stoppers reward that they typically offer. Did anything else happen related to reward money and information on this case?
Yes. After the $1,000, I believe $6,000 was offered, I want to say around the 8th, and then it went up to $16,000 that was offered a couple days after that, and then eventually a group of individuals, concerned citizens, however you may classify them, they came together and donated, I believe, $50,000, making the reward around $66,000 or so reward.
And that money, that is not from Crime Stoppers.
No, it
it's
is not.
just attached where if you call into Crime Stoppers, it kind of connects that process to that private fund.
Yes, that's correct.
And does it sound right that the $16,000 was the total amount with the $1,000 Crime Stoppers, the $5,000 and the $10,000 on December 8th, and then December 10th, the $50,000 was added?
Yes, the $50,000 was a lump sum added after those initial ones.
And at any point, did you get a call about anybody specifically having information related to this specific case?
I did. I received a call from Sergeant Reed and now Sergeant Mustafa, he was a detective then, that there was an individual at St. Thomas West that had information about the homicide.
And what, if anything, did you do? Did you respond to St. Thomas West Hospital?
I did not. At that time, Detective Hughes and I, we were headed out to follow up on any leads that we could, and Sergeant Reed responded out to the hospital to locate that individual, and I went back to headquarters to prepare the interview room.
And can you describe the interview room at headquarters?
Yeah, so there's 6 interview rooms. When you go inside, there's a whiteboard, there's a table, a couple of chairs. The door's closed. There's a visible camera, in there that they can see. And then outside of there, police only have access to this portion of it. There is an observation room with monitors that other detectives or police personnel can watch the interview as it takes place.
And can you describe how does that recording equipment work? How do you start the recording of an interview?
There's a button on the wall in the observation room, and if you're whatever room you're in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, you hit the corresponding button to start the interview, and the button will turn red. And there's also a little red light above the interview room door to let someone know that there's an interview in progress.
And so you don't actually turn it on from inside the interview room?
No.
And you said that you went to headquarters. Did this person show up at headquarters for you to interview them?
Yes, it did.
And who was that person?
Jacquez Merrill Odom.
And when he showed up, can you describe what time of day was it?
I don't remember the exact time of day. I'd say early afternoon, though.
And can you describe his demeanor when you encountered him?
He was very friendly. Basically said that he had information about the case. He seemed willing to talk, a little reserved, maybe somewhat nervous. I mean, you're in an interview room at police headquarters with homicide detectives. Naturally, anyone may feel a little uneasy, but he greeted us when we came in and wanted to talk, and he sat down across the table from us.
And I'm not going to ask you to provide any information about specifically what he said, but how quickly did he tell you the information that he had to tell you about that day?
Almost right away. I'd say within the first 5 minutes of the conversation.
And how many have you interviewed multiple people during the course of being a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that typical?
No, it is not.
And again, I'm not asking you exactly what he said, but could you describe what type of information he was able to provide you with?
He was able to provide a name and a nickname, I believe 2 nicknames for that one individual. He was able to describe the vehicle that they were in and a nickname for another individual involved, and also began to provide information that he may know how to obtain the murder weapon.
And was he forthcoming in giving details if you asked follow-up questions of more specifics?
Yes, he was. He was very forthcoming in the information initially.
And at some point, you said that he gave you a name and a nickname. Did he give you 2 individuals or more than 2 individuals?
2 individuals.
And were you able to eventually identify who those people were?
Yes, I was.
And I guess, can you kind of describe that to the jury? If somebody comes in and gives you a name, as a detective, what do you do to follow up on that?
We have various police databases that we can type a name in, and if anyone has had contact with the police, it should be within our database, or maybe within driver's license information, similar to a nickname. Some people, when they come in contact with police, they reference themselves, this is my nickname, I go by this, and that is also logged within the database. So when we were provided a name with 2 nicknames and then a nickname for another individual, we begin to research that in the database, also based off any physical descriptions that anyone may give us.
And the database that you're referencing, that's anyone that's a victim, a witness. It is not it's not regulated to people that are suspects of crime. It's anyone that would have any connection to any incident that the police might be following up on.
That's correct. It could be a victim, a suspect, a witness, or OP1, or another person who just happened to be there that maybe gave their information willingly.
And were you able to obtain photographs and actually confirm the identities of the 2 persons' names that Mr. Merrill Odom gave you?
Yes, I was.
And you said that he gave a vehicle description. Were you able to confirm what type of vehicle he was referring to?
Yes, I was.
And you said that he had information related to possibly being able to purchase the firearm that was used in the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman. Did he have specific details about that firearm, or did he say something general?
He had specific details, the make, model, and approximately how much he could purchase it for and where to find it as well.
And so once he gave you that information, I guess what, if anything, did you do to corroborate what he was telling you?
Once he provided us with that information, we printed out photos of the names and nicknames that he gave us, showed him the photographs, which he confirmed, yes, those are the individuals that I was referring to by name and nickname. And then once he had said that he could purchase the firearm, some of the other detectives who were trained in this, we started to develop a plan to do a controlled buy for him to go and buy this cell phone. We also had conducted a controlled phone call with him as well.
Which I guess that controlled phone call, does that happen a little bit later in the process?
Yes, it does.
And you said that there are other detectives that were familiar with setting up a controlled buy to do this purchase of a firearm. Is that something that occurs regularly in homicide investigations?
No, it is not. As a homicide detective, we're not trained in that unless you have prior experience. That's not something I was trained in or have ever been a part of.
And so at that point, did that portion of it kind of get turned over to other detectives so that they could coordinate those aspects?
Yes.
And did that happen quickly?
No, it did not. It took, I want to say, almost 3 hours to coordinate this.
And what happened with that control buy of the firearm? Did that actually occur?
No, it's not.
Can you explain those circumstances?
Yes, ma'am. As everyone was preparing to do this controlled buy, there's paperwork that has to be filled out, for that individual, which once again is something I'm not trained in. I don't know how to do or facilitate that. But as that was trying to get put together and coordinated, we had picked a time and picked a place, tried to come up with about how much it would make sense for him to purchase this Springfield XD9, which was a firearm, and then we were notified that he did not have to do that because he actually was in possession of the firearm that he was going to go buy.
And how did you learn that information?
He was able to finally connect to the Wi-Fi, and which get a password basically, which is something he had been asking to do. He has a Wi-Fi only cell phone, and he had said, I just wanted to show that I was not there, a part of this. And then that's when he said, now that you know that I wasn't there, a part of it, based off messages with one of the defendants, I want to let you know that I actually already have the firearm.
And I guess prior to that happening, had he already given you consent to look at his phone?
He did. It's a consent form. That's something that I do on a regular basis. We basically ask them, can we have consent to go through and look through your phone? And they sign off that that is okay for us to look at messages, phone calls, location data, things of that sort.
And so when he told you that he already had the firearm, What, if anything, did you do related to the consent that he had given you for his cell phone?
We had to get another consent form.
And did you do that? Your Honor, at this time, I have 2 documents that I would ask to hand to Sergeant Dickerson. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the 2 documents that were just handed to you?
I do.
And can you describe those?
They are, like I said, they're consent forms, and it'll be the individual who owns the device will be up there. There'll be a detective or a police officer that will be on there, and there's a narrative that explains why we're asking for consent, what we can locate with this consent form within this person's cell phone device. And then they will sign off on it. It'll be dated, and then we will also add, you'll see at the bottom, the model, the brand, the type of device, the type of cell phone.
And are those the 2 forms that Mr. Merrill Odom signed and gave you consent twice to search his cell phone?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that those 2 forms be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe would be 8, and if they could be marked A and B. I trust Ms. Wise to do that. And if I could also hand the witness an item. Sergeant Dickerson, you're being handed an item. If you can take a look at it and let us know if you recognize it.
I do.
And what is that item?
This is the cell phone that belongs to Mr. Merrill Odom, that belonged to Mr. Merrill Odom, an iPhone 7.
And is that the phone that you obtained from him with his consent?
It is.
And what, if anything, did you do with that item?
This, like all cell phones, generally are turned over to SISU to be processed by Detective Gish.
Your Honor, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 9. And can you describe the interview, kind of what, if anything, changed at that moment that you learned that Mr. Merrill Odom has the firearm and what you do in response to that?
Yeah, so at that time, that kind of changes the dynamic of the interview. Now, as a lead detective, I'm starting to think, well, did he do this? Was he part of it? Is he just trying to throw us off the course of the investigation? So we kind of had to backtrack a little bit and start over and explain to him, now it looks like you're trying to cover up, and maybe you're just here to try and put it on these other people to throw us off. So it really changed the course of the interview and the dynamic there for a little bit. So we almost started over to corroborate any of the early statements that he had made.
And did he go back over everything that he knew and how it happened with you?
Yes, he did.
And at that time, you had the phone. Is that submitted to Detective Gish so that he can tell you if there's anything on the phone that would connect Mr. Merrill Odom to the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman?
Yes, it was.
And I think you referenced this before, that there was a controlled call. Is that the point that you requested that Mr. Merrill Odom attempt a controlled call?
Yes, it was.
And can you describe that? Well, what is that process like?
We wanted more evidence to show that he was not there, that he was not with any of the suspects that he had pointed out, and he stated that he could prove it to us. And we said, well, how about we do a control call, basically a call from the police department. The other party will not know that the police are listening in on this control call, and he can corroborate that he had nothing to do with it. So we began that process to start the control call.
And that control call, is that done from a police department phone, or how is that set up?
No, we did it from his phone, I believe. Yeah.
And did he provide you with the phone number that he would be making that call to?
Yes.
Yeah. And if I can have the witness pass a disc. Sergeant Dickerson, if you can take a look at the item that you've been handed and let us know if you recognize it.
Yes.
And is that an excerpt from Mr. Merrill Odom's interview that is specifically the control call that you've just described?
Yes, it is. It's a call to Mr. Hill.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to introduce that as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe would be number 10. And I would also request permission to publish it to the jury, which I have a copy of it ready on the computer to publish it from the computer versus the disk.
Okay.
Which, Sergeant Dickerson, if you could describe, there is a video file that has been opened up in Windows Media Player, and there's an image shown. Can you just describe briefly what we're seeing here?
This is the inner room that I described earlier. You'll see it's a split view from multiple cameras in there. You'll see Mr. Jacquez Merrill Odom. He's seated there with the hoodie on the left side. On the right side is, at the time, Detective Mustafa. I am in the interview room. I'm actually sitting kind of down here. You'll see me pop my head up, but I am in the interview room, and that's the table I talked about, the whiteboard. The door is closed, and this here is a recorder, and then you have Mr. Merrill Odom's cell phone there in front of him.
Man, walk away, fool. My goddamn uncle bullshit. I said, walk away, my uncle bullshit. Yo, walk away, and I'm trying to talk to you by yourself. Man, bro, tell this nigga that I was not in the car with your ass whenever that shit happened to that nurse came. Come on now. And then tell the nigga that goddamn that I traded you to them people, bro. Nah, nigga, I already know, bro. That's all I want to know, bro. I love you, though, bro.
This is Detective Mustafa. Today's date is December 10th. The time is approximately 9:17 p.m. Cooperating individual made a control phone call to a Devontae Hill. That ends this report.
And Sergeant Dickerson, after that control call was placed, what, if anything, did you do related to the firearm that Mr. Merrill Odom told you he already had in his possession?
Yeah, so we asked him where his vehicle was. He said it was still at the hospital in the parking garage, I believe. I remained there with Mr. Merrill Odom, and we received a consent form. We got his vehicle keys. And I say other detectives and units went out there to his vehicle to locate the firearm that he said would be in the glove box.
And did he willingly give you the keys to his vehicle?
Yes, he did.
And you referenced a consent form. If I can ask the witness to pass the document. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the document that was just handed to you?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a consent form, similar to the one for a cell phone. Just at the top, you'll see vehicle search warrant search consent form. It has the individual's name, the date, the incident number, my name, the location where this was done, and it also have the vehicle information to include the VIN, the driver's license, the make, model, year, color, and then where the vehicle is located at. So we have on here Ascension St. Thomas Hospital, and then he will sign it. Jacquez Merrill Odom signed it, and then the witness signed it as well.
Your Honor, I would ask that that consent form be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 11. And did Mr. Merrill Odom tell you specifically where within the vehicle the firearm would be located?
He said in the glove box.
And you said the officers were dispatched to that location. Were they able to locate that firearm?
Yes, they were.
And what, if anything, did you do once they located the firearm?
They located the firearm. Once they brought it back, it was photographed, and they brought it back. We knew that we had 3 cartridge casings that we recovered from the scene. Through our chain of command, we requested that they be tested to see if those cartridge casings were in fact fired from that Springfield XC9.
And that firearm, when it was located, was Mr. Merrill Odom still at police headquarters?
He was.
And you said the testing was requested through your chain of command. Was there any type of expedited request submitted?
Yes. That's not a normal occurrence. Usually it may take a week or several weeks. However, due to exigent circumstance, possibly having the murder weapon, we had cartridge casings that we wanted to corroborate and verify that that was in fact the gun. So the experts and scientists were called in, I believe from home, to come in and complete that process.
And based off of that testing, what, if anything, did you do?
From there, we were told that it was a match. I believe as close to 100% as you can get. I think it was 99.99, et cetera. From there, we spoke with the district attorney's office, and we felt we had enough to obtain an arrest warrant.
And did you have a location? Was Mr. Merrill Odom able to provide you with any information about a location of where Mr. Hill might be located?
He was.
And were you able to verify that information?
I was.
And you said that you obtained an arrest warrant, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that arrest warrant for?
Criminal homicide for Caitlyn Kaufman.
And who was the arrest warrant for?
Devontae Lewis Hill.
Did you also obtain a search warrant?
For the residence, yes.
And so you have a search warrant for the residence as well as an arrest warrant for his person, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe that process of how those are effectuated? Is that something where you would go out by yourself?
No. So in those situations, usually anything involving a homicide and affecting a search warrant of a residence, our SWAT team will conduct that, but we'll work, with them. There's usually some type of briefing, and at that time, homicide will read off the warrant, the search warrant, kind of give the facts surrounding the case, how we came to that point, and then from there it's turned over to the SWAT team, and then they take it from there and effect the search warrant on residents. We're there when that process happens, but I am not part of the actual execution of the search warrant on residents.
And when they executed the search warrant, were they able to locate Mr. Devontae Hill?
Yes.
And was any other evidence located as part of executing the search warrant for that residence?
Yes, it was.
And I guess, can you describe where that residence was?
1500 Porter, East Nashville, apartment K5.
And what's the name of that apartment complex?
Berkshire Place, I believe also known as Panorama.
And can you describe that, though, also known as their kind of local people that live in the Nashville area have a kind of nickname for that apartment? Or that area?
I believe just Berkshire Panorama Apartments in 1500, yeah.
Does Panorama, is that known by any other name?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Have you ever heard anybody refer to it as PA?
I have not.
Okay. And you said that he was located. Was there other evidence related to this case that was located when that search warrant was served?
Yes, there's a cell phone and there's also a firearm.
And did you collect either of those items?
I did not personally, but other detectives did.
And the cell phone specifically, was that something that you were connected to and submitting it to SISU?
Yes, similar to the process with the other cell phones, that's something I took part in.
I'm going to ask that the witness be handed an item. Somebody take your time, you can take a look at that item once you receive it.
And let us know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
This is Devontae Hill's cell phone that I collected and turned over to Detective Gish with SISU.
And was that collected from 1500 Porter Road, apartment K5 at the time of his arrest?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 12.
Yes.
Sergeant Dickerson, you've described that you were not specifically involved going into the apartment to effectuate that arrest warrant. What, if anything, did you do at the time that you knew that Mr. Hill was located?
So I was at the apartment complex, and then once I received confirmation that Mr. Hill was inside the residence, I and another detective went back to headquarters to prepare the interview room for Mr. Hill.
And is that the same type of interview room that we just saw in that excerpt of Mr. Merrill Odom's interview?
Yes, it is.
And when you have someone that is charged with a crime and is being brought into the interview room, can you describe the process that you go through?
Yep. Just about any time that someone obviously has an outstanding arrest warrant or maybe a potential suspect, when they arrive, sometimes they're in handcuffs, maybe in the front or the back. And then when they arrive, we read them their Miranda rights.
And did you do that as it relates to Mr. Hill?
Yes, I did.
And is there a form that's associated with that?
There is.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this witness be handed a document. Sergeant Dickerson, if you can take a look at the document that's just been handed to you and let us know if you recognize it. And if you do, if you could describe what it is.
I do. This is our rights waiver form. So on this form will be certain demographic information to include the individual's name, where the interview is taking place, the date, the time. And on here, we'll make sure that they understand their rights, and we read their rights to them. And then there's a section where they can read, or it can be read to them, their waiver of their rights.
And was that done with Mr. Hill, and does that contain his signature?
Well, it does not contain his signature at the time he was handcuffed, but he verbally acknowledged to it.
And so in that situation, you fill out the form, you read it to him, and you document it in your file.
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that form be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. And did Mr. Hill agree to an interview with you?
He did.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed his. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that a copy of Mr. Hill's recorded interview?
Yes, it is.
And that recorded interview, you said that the process, there's a button outside of the room.
That's correct.
And did you make sure that that button was pressed so that the interview would be recorded?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that the entirety of that interview was recorded?
Yes, it was.
And then at some point, did you learn that the entirety of the interview was not available to you?
Yes, we did. We understood and learned that there was a portion in the middle, maybe towards the end, that had not been recorded.
And was that done intentionally in any way?
No, ma'am.
And I guess when you learned of it, was it after the fact when you're just trying to retrieve the copy of that recording?
That's correct.
So it wasn't something that you learned that night where you could go back and kind of start over?
That's correct. Yeah, it was essentially too late at that time once I had realized that portion was missing.
Was that several months later?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that interview recording be introduced as the next number exhibit, which I believe is number 14. And I have that available on my computer to publish to the jury, Exhibit 14, as well as there are transcripts.
Okay.
I have 2 stacks of 7 transcripts.
Okay.
For the jurors, and then I also have copies for the parties. I have a copy for the witness, the court reporter, Your Honor, as well as the clerk.
Okay.
Did council have a copy?
We have copies.
Okay. And then would you, and I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
Here we go.
Thanks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the recorded statement you are about to hear was edited. You're about to hear a recorded statement. It was edited by the parties to remove portions of the interview that were not relevant to this case. You are not to consider in any way the fact that that this redaction or removal of a portion has occurred, and you give whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate to the portions of the statement that you will hear or that will be introduced into evidence. But you are not to speculate. You cannot speculate as to what the edited, what was edited or why it was edited. So that's not for you to consider. Additionally, because we're introducing a recording into evidence, you are being provided a document purporting to be a transcript of this recording. This document is provided to assist you in listening to the audio. If from your listening to this audio you find discrepancies or inaccuracies between the transcript and the audio itself, you should rely upon your understanding of of the audio and disregard those portions of the transcript that you find to be inaccurate. Additionally, I notice that many of you are taking notes. If you take notes, please keep in mind that the transcript is not evidence, and you will not be able to take the transcript with you to deliberate. So if you take notes on the transcript, you're not going to be able to take it with you to deliberate. Just keep that in mind. I know that you have your notepads. Feel free to write any notes on the notepads as you deem appropriate.
Your Honor, Deputy Moore just noticed an error on the transcript. It indicates that it was taken on January 11th of 2021. This actually occurred on December 11th of 2020. I would just like to correct that so that no one thinks that our date is off.
Okay. All right. And the recording will reflect that. I guess that goes to show how there could be inaccuracies between the transcript and the recording.
Sergeant Dickerson, just if you could describe what we're seeing in this recording just for the record.
Yes, that's one of the interview rooms. That's Mr. Hill and one of the SWAT personnel that brought him to headquarters.
And again, this interview occurred on December 11th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was on. I'm Detective Dickerson, this is my partner. Detective, do you care if we take these off? Can I bother you? Do you want one? You're good? Okay. I'll take these off. I know there's a lot going on right now. Probably just got woken up right now. You're sleeping in the middle of the night. Probably have a lot of questions. So that's just it. We're just going to talk. Okay. We're going to have a conversation about everything. Try and answer all your questions, and we'll just go with them and figure everything out, right? Hey, is it Devontae? Yeah. That's it. What's your last name? Hill. Devontae Hill? Okay. Do you go by nickname like D or anything like that? Tay. Tay? Okay. Devontae Hill. You go by Tay? Okay. How old are you, Devontae? 21. Okay. All right. And then, is that where you live over there? Or is it somewhere you say? He lives in my house. That's mom's house? Yeah. Okay. I ain't going to house. I don't know, I was just outside and came back here to talk to you. Who stays in there with you, Mom? Her and my sister. Okay. And what's sister's name? Onisha. Onisha over there. Okay. Older sister. How long have you been over there for? I really, I've been at home and I have sometimes leave. But then I've been at home for a while. Okay. You weren't. We're not in the same department, but just in the apartment complex. Was that Stratford High or is that Stratford? Okay, is that where you graduated from? Yeah. In school now? You go to college or anything? No. work anywhere? I was supposed to start at 50. I was supposed to do it for email today. You did email today? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, so before we get into why you're here or any questions you have, because you are handcuffs, interview room detectives, I want to make sure you understand that you have rights. All right. I'm going to read it to you, and then we're just going to put this aside and get it out of the way. We'll worry about it. We'll just talk. All right. We'll figure everything out. All right. Can you spell your name for me? D-E, capital B, A-U-N-T, and just H-I-L-L? Yes. All right. Like I said, we're just going to have a conversation. We're just going to talk to each other, figure out. I'm sure you have a lot of questions for us. Just what they're probably going on right now. And we'll figure it out. Before asking any questions, you understand you have the right to remain silent? Knowing that you have the right to remain silent, you still want to talk to us? Just to see what's going on. Okay. Before we get into it, I'm just going to read it to you straight from the paper. That's what I usually always do. I'm going to read your rights. Has anyone ever read your rights before? Or do you know what your rights are? Okay. So, anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and have a lawyer with you during questions. You cannot afford a lawyer, only be provided to you no cost for questions. First, before you file your own TV. Knowing that, you want to talk, have this conversation, figure out what's going on? Obviously, you can't sound right now. We'll just put that aside. Actually, I'm sorry. One more quick thing. What is your birthday? 7/7/99. What's your social? 410-87-2988. What's your phone number for you? 629-224-7903. 7903? So, like I said, we'll get that out of the way. What, I guess, kind of just tell me, about the day-to-day, what's going on, how you ended up here, we'll just start out, why you think you're here, what's going on today, the last couple of weeks. I've been doing applications. I have 2 kids to take care of. So I'm doing the applications on that. This year, right now, I'm probably
Call of Duty, PlayStation, Xbox, PlayStation.
Let me ask you a question, and obviously if you have any questions, then you can kind of get in there. Have you heard anything about what happened with the nurse last week?
I've been standing.
Okay. All right. What do you know about that? With that lady up there?
Nothing. Just she was on, I-40 something. She was shot.
Well, you were there.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you think that you coming here, and I think just being straight up, because just straight shooter, do you think you being here has anything to do with that? Or why would we be talking about that?
I mean, it was really brought it up.
Kind of just tell me why you think I would bring it up. Just, like I said, right now it's that time to be open, be honest, and just talk, and that's how we figure things out on the front end. In this situation where you're open, just up front with people, they can always help you out of the back end if there's something to it. So why do you think I'll bring that up?
It's somebody that said I had something to do with it.
Why would you know it's
on because I came to my house. The door was just like, come talk to me and the Cowboys. I guess it's common sense.
And what do you mean by common sense? You said that. What's your logic? What's your common sense?
I mean, the dude was just questioning me. I was probably just trying to knock on the door, ask to talk to me or something.
see, door got kicked in, flashbangs came through, and all types of stuff.
Call of Duty type stuff. Yeah. When that happened, when that flashbang happened, did you like, what were you thinking? There is no one's up.
Yeah, I was asleep. My mom just came and woke me up. I don't think they got a search warrant. Because so I was trying to get out of bed and come to the door to see what's going on. But by the time I was to get up there, I kicked the door.
And you said you just kind of fill out an application, you're supposed to start testing. When you're not working, you say you're playing PlayStation, you're playing Call of Duty. Do you leave the house at all? Do you leave the apartment at all?
Yeah, I'm probably walk to the doctor, get the Dollar General.
The one right there in Paul? Or the line? So
basically, or the other store across the street.
Okay. Is that like kind of your daily routine, what you do every day?
Basically.
Okay.
Other than that, I probably get my kids.
You got your kids? What are they doing?
One is junior, got a junior, and a good driving.
Are they there?
Yeah.
Where do they stay?
With their mom.
And obviously it's trying to get back to the nerves that you said, brother. You know, everybody that came up and just tell me why you think your name may not come up with that situation. And like I said, just
I'm here. Just be on the way I can know it. I'm here. Other than that, I don't have a car to drive anywhere. I don't need much. So I'm on my
You never had any cars ever?
Yeah, like, I'd be in a car, but I wouldn't be living. I don't do stuff like that.
You said that you sometimes ride around cars. Do you have a driver's license?
No, I don't do that. I don't do that.
Usually passengers. Who drives it? Who drives it?
Like, whoever, like, say my kids' mom asked me, she'll probably come and get me. Friends come and get me.
You have a certain friends you just hang out with that you can call them and pick you up and scoop you up?
No, usually I just use the money in the apartments. And I'll be like, we're out to go, or something like that. And I just get involved in the song.
You just drive around. I mean, since you're not working, we're doing it around. Since you're not working yet, you have a job soon. That's
really, it would just be like running around. They have a destination. So they want more somewhere anywhere. Because I always do this. They can just ride around. But those cases, I don't be good.
Yeah. When was the last time that you were in a car riding around?
I don't know. I'm just saying, I'm just riding around.
Where are you going today?
I'm just talking about it.
Were you over yesterday?
No.
Who are you going to talk about today?
My little brother.
Your little brother?
Yeah.
What was his name?
It's not nothing real, brother. It's just somebody young and I basically just look after her. I don't really know his real name.
Little brother, as in he can drive that age? Or he can
Yeah, he can drive.
I'm not trying to get you on that.
He can drive, yeah.
He's my little brother.
Yeah. Just road stop over there and back home. And I was just looking over there.
Did they take him something? You talk to him and say, hey, in the car?
No, I wouldn't want to do it like this in this situation, but it's just outside.
What about last, like this whole week? If you could try and think back, maybe who you were with, riding around in the car, what car?
Last week I wasn't really in the cars.
No, I mean this week. This week is hard to remember. So if you just take it day by day, like this week, where you're riding around, who you were with, what kind of car? Because you said you don't have a car.
Besides, I don't know.
The last time you had a car with us, you got out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So they get technically now it's Friday. What did you
sir? And I just talked to my friend, he was training that. I talked to him yesterday, and he told me that they were supposed to email me today.
Well, we don't know. I mean, like I said, as long as you continue to be open and honest, we do everything out together while you're here. But the biggest thing is you guys should be open and honest. You're here for a reason. You may know it, you may not know it, you may have an idea, but the best way is just talk about it. Okay? What about this past weekend? What you did? It seems like maybe on the weekend you're going out.
I've been on
Atlanta? Did you go down there?
Just
Who'd you go with? Who'd you go with?
girl.
Big mom?
Yeah.
Who was that?
I couldn't say it. You might be some bad mom.
You might get to it though. We wouldn't go do that. We want to put my opinion to you. I haven't handcuffed you. We'll take it and set out here. So what were you going down to Atlanta for?
Just right down there, see the city. Probably want to travel again.
Okay.
So I was I just want to go down there.
How was it?
Food. Something to drive.
How long were you out?
4 hours.
It's all right. I'm sorry, man. Just a little bit.
I just had it.
So what'd you say you're riding?
I think Chrysler.
Chrysler? Right there? Is that better?
Yeah.
What kind? Was it an SUV or was it a sedan or a truck?
It was Chrysler, yeah.
Sedan? Sounds better?
Yeah.
That's so tight.
What about today?
You know,
A lot of leg room? You gonna have a leg room or? Yeah.
just over there.
So that's 4 hours. Got 4 hours, so it's like, you kind of talk out.
Yeah. So what days do you said this week on the day?
Thursday, Friday, Monday morning.
And how long are you down there for?
Probably all those days roll down and just roll through the city and just my kids just do the best for them. One I had to get to them. Other than I didn't stay, I'm planning on staying because
Did you at least eat somewhere? Did you at least eat somewhere?
I just roll through. They don't know.
Fast food or? Right, man. It's a long trip for not even getting some food.
You can't eat today?
No.
Oh, just one day after the day.
Yeah, they ain't no city.
It's good to figure out how to feel good. Yeah. What does she eat? What does she eat? Just the front. But don't tell me anything wrong. So you said that was this weekend. What about Friday? Last Friday, we did.
Last Friday, just last weekend before.
Yeah, just like it's last Friday, so a week from today. Today's Friday, we can go back a week.
Wasn't all done.
Oh, Friday. Okay.
Thursday, Friday.
Thursday, Friday, on that time. Okay. Do you have anybody that can confirm? I mean, we can't talk to this girl, so that we can call her, and then they can be down there with setting up. She said, yeah, you're down there with me on Thursday, Friday. She would. What's her number? You don't know what I'm talking about? I'll give it to you on phone. It's in my work phone. No, but you can have it on. Just back at your house, the apartment. What about last Wednesday before you was out? You know, this. Well, look, I mean, I would love to talk to Tatiana. No, I would love to talk to her and see when you went down there. You know, try to figure out if that's really where you were. I believe that you went down there, but since you don't know, it's like every Friday this weekend. And you try to figure out what day was down. You just went down there. You remember what place you're at?
That was like, check, stuff like that. Once we got to it, we rolled through.
What was the weather like? Just cold. Was it snow? No. Just cold. Oh, you want that? Not this past. Last. But it's here we went down and land, it was cold. What about last Thursday? Because I mean, you said Thursday, Friday, weekend. What about Thursday? I think Thursday, Friday. Thursday night, Thursday, Friday. Or about time on Thursday. It would have been the 3rd, December 3rd. Remember about the time it took off? Look, I don't think it takes you across the I don't think you're being real honest. I believe you went to Atlanta. I think with your girl, fire. But I don't think you're being honest about what day that you went down there. You were down there that Thursday night. I want to get back to with the nurse, Caitlyn, that was shot. Tell me just what you heard about it. I mean, it's been all over the news. You can't not hear about it. Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter.
She said she was having on her way to work. She was shot. I was going to the people tonight.
What day did you see it? Not yesterday. How'd you see it? You saw it on your phone? Is that what you normally use your phone? I mean, I use the internet for mine.
I don't even, I was just scrolling on Facebook or something. I seen somebody share what like on my thing, they'll show like a breaking news page. And I just seen it.
Did you tell anybody about, like, go check this out, did you see this and hear about this?
You know? Just show it. Well, like I remember just sitting right with children or something. And I was just having to see something like that, nothing, and whatever. That minute, I was just going around, Jamie, I see this.
Did your mom see it?
I don't know.
Or your sister?
I don't know.
Did your mom? Did your mom? She see it? Didn't talk to her about it.
Something wrong with this.
What round did you take to get to the line? Drug deeds. You remember what interstate highway to
I started from Murphy, we started from Murfreesboro. We made it up this way. So whichever way from out here, east side.
And on this past Thursday, were you out there on the interstate, riding around by yourself or anybody? So if we were to, I don't know, if you could give us a text, something, we look at your phone, you can see on Thursday, you hit her up, so let's do something. Oh, to do it? Yeah. So a little bit more about Caitlyn,
but you can see I'll definitely
where does she live? With your friends?
This is about me. Just have about nobody else now.
Gotta get started. Like, so you know how you got to Atlanta? You said you started over here. Where did you start?
Like apartments by after house. Even by after house.
So apartments of this. Did you go down towards Laverne, or did you go on the highway, or did you go downtown first? Which way did you go to get onto the highway?
Which I would leave my safety after house. I can leave you can go like Nashville, Nashville is split.
And the reason I keep, bringing on table over there, so shot. Why do you think I keep bringing that up?
Because somebody had to say I had some duty. Because y'all ended up at my house.
I mean, I've never been to a say, no, just listen, so I'm saying, it's not something we can pick up, like, man, let's go. Like, I go to this place.
Somebody had to say something.
Just, I know you said you don't know, but just trying to think why would somebody say something like that. What would be the reason? I mean, just what you said.
I don't know. I usually stay in the house playing to my kids.
Go to the land.
No, that's not the song.
Really?
I told her I was traveling.
This past weekend?
Just to try to do something. Switch up my things that I do.
How'd you decide to hit up Pepsi for a job?
I told my friend to try to do that.
I mean, I've never seen it get paid.
Yeah, he said it's 18 an hour and you pay every week.
Oh, wow. How many hours a week? Yeah.
That's like 60.
Oh, wow.
That's like you pay $1,080 for when they take the tax, they go to about $960. That's $100.
Did you ever job before that?
Yeah, I used to work at the board.
Think he's fucking good? Not there, so. This will get you to work. This will get you to work every day. How far is the patient place from you?
Because he was running over the same shift as 5 in the morning and 5 in the evening.
What's his name?
Roger Rogers.
Roger Rogers? Is it Roger or Roger? Roger. Do you play Call of Duty a lot?
Yeah.
You play against people you spend your own? Do you have a team?
Not really.
Not really.
I was playing 90 games.
Sometimes that's
said earlier that you change cars around, like you drive different people around, get you around. So you like, is it somebody you like to hang out with? Like you got your friend, your buddy, who's your favorite go-to person?
If I just had to walk outside and see somebody, I know or I just ask, I'm going to see the car.
Okay. What's your favorite place to go? Like everybody's like got a house. Where if you're trying to get a house, where you trying to go?
You know, really doesn't mean so many kids.
But it's perfectly understandable. Probably me too.
Since I understand, like, my dad was in my life. So I refuse to my kids and I had to get them.
Right.
So that's one thing before every day is to make them home, just so I can be to me.
You and your baby won't keep well? I'll get along? Sometimes. Yeah.
But right now I'm not there because we have issues going on.
Okay. How long has that been?
I just over there in the snow, my dad, that night in the snow. So I guess that Tuesday, I left our house for, was it Tuesday? It was sometime I left our house because we got into it.
Do you usually, if you're not getting into it, do you stay with her or you still stay with your mom?
I stay with her.
You stay with her?
Yeah, but I was supposed to get my kids today so she can move to her party.
So your baby must move in her rooms?
Yeah. But she started growing up again, after she got her out of mommy.
Gotcha.
So she's supposed to be moving today. I was supposed to get my kids.
Gotcha. So, I'm just curious, okay? When people have been talking recently about the nurse location, have they been talking about the apartment complex?
No.
And
I can tell you just go on, like, it's nothing like, it's like on so not that is this is somebody we know that if my cousin was to pass away, it'll be something we talk about.
So they ain't nothing about that.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, everybody's been talking about it. I don't know if I believe.
I don't know if you we're going in the bar complex. Everybody's talking about it.
I guess outside there. Everybody's talking about it. Obviously, we're talking about it. Police talk about it. Everybody's talking about it. When something like that happens out on the interstate, I mean,
really shocking.
how do you think we would go about investigating that? Like, I mean, you watch TV, you play video games, like what types of things do you think detectives and investigators would do to start working it in your mind? Like, what would they do?
You get try to find some sort of motive first. Swear words about it. Get on the boards. Something to get somebody to start. Maybe something deeper.
What about cameras? I mean, what about photographs?
Now I say you only 6 years. Me and my kids were both down in the store and I gave the lady like she could that's been
So you know that there's cameras out there.
Yeah.
What do you think those cameras would show if someone were to get shot at on their state?
It'll show them. It's going to show everything. This is camera. Like they cameras, like they
But you keep saying it's not that
it is obvious stuff you're doing.
Yeah. And so we're investigating, like you said, word of mouth, follow leads, reward. I think it's like one for 50,000, 60,000, 65,000, something is this high. It's way up there. And then if we pull cameras, we talk to people. What are some things that would stand out if we were to look at a camera on how we're just looking at a car? You're smart. You're not dumb. I mean, what are some things that would stand out?
Car.
What car?
Shit was thinking about
No, you said third car. Like what?
I don't understand. If anything was happening
don't know if you noticed, we don't have it, little secret, but state troopers, they have license plate readers. If you go buy them, they'll register the license plate. I don't know if you do that or not. I thought that's what we did something, it'll register a license plate, and it'll say when that car drove by on the interstate. Sometimes you may not see the truck away, especially if it's bad weather, it's raining or snow or something like that. So that's not early morning. Do you think that would be any type of lead to follow down if we saw a car driving fast or we see her car get shot at?
Yeah. Supposedly, when you see her car get shot, you're supposed to follow it.
And like I said, man, this I'm glad you're having a conversation. The best thing is learning to solve right. The best thing is to be honest and not lie, because we find out that you're lying and not being honest, you just won't be good for you long. But if you're open and honest up front, it goes a long way.
So am I arrested?
Well, look at that's a good question. Right now, yeah, you're in handcuffs, right? You're not Yeah.
I ain't talking about right now. I know he's talking. I'm just saying, I'm arrested, but I'm not going nowhere.
What's on the interstate, we get a lot of tips. You're like Crime Stopper tips, anonymous.
I really did.
Yeah, hundreds of them. In some cases, get hundreds, in cases, maybe a lot.
This one was, I was saying, I was agree.
And a lot of times people call in and they're anonymous, we have no idea who they are, but they call in and say, hey, I saw Caitlyn's car, because they're doing anything. I saw Caitlyn's car on I-440, about 6 o'clock, saw her about 6:05, 6:10, she was near the West End exit. Hey, I saw her veer off the road. What do you think we're going to do with those leads? What do you think we get these about Cadillac SUV driving crazy, driving fast on the state road or so forth?
What day is this?
December, Thursday. Not at night. I mean, you say you live out Thursday night or Friday morning. You lose it at night. By the way, I didn't say you were calling. I'm just saying, if someone were calling tip about that, or someone were calling tip about, whatever, just truck, to home. Who was in the Cadillac? Who was in the Thunder? Who was in the Escalade? Who was in the Toyota? Who was in the Honda? Just tell us what's on your mind. Just be up front.
Why do you think someone would do something like that? Shoot someone smart like that. Why would somebody do that? Absolutely. What would come to mind? Like, it's the first thing possible of why somebody would do it. You said there's reasons. What would be a reason? I continue to yeah. You got nothing in your mind? Nothing in mind? I think you do. You keep wanting to say some people just stop right there. I don't want to say some people just stop. That's it. I ain't gonna tell you long you got. It's just some people. I don't know. You get a reason why I do it. Take it to you.
else, but every person you see, anything else, closure. We do the best for the family. If the family didn't know who did it, and they just want closure, nothing against the person if they just come down. Yeah. We give them a look. There's the pain of losing someone and unknown, and the pain of losing someone that we should not get on.
What do you think the person who did it, how they did it?
You probably think
Did they get it back?
so you just did what the news were all talking about. The other stuff.
Right. So you think it's always gone? Eat now. So I guess a lot of times part of our job is try on both sides. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because both parties want to talk about it. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, you know, like these things, you question about the person. But I was just saying, you know, somebody else has something to do with it, and you got caught up with it. I mean, children still don't play it. You know, you honestly feel like you know, yeah. I honestly don't understand why. I really don't.
Can I be honest how you help that? You gotta be able to cooperate with the time. Does that know what that means? So you say you're out with somebody. Well, we can't just go up. You say you're out with somebody and just leave. People lie to us all the time. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's nothing personal. People lie to us all the time. So we have to go, okay, well, who we got? No, we just tell us. We call them up and look. No one's in trouble. We're trying to figure out what's going on. Where you at with this person? They'll go, yeah, or no. We say, yeah, well, that helps. We can find somebody else. They say, no, I what happens to them? And we're back to everybody. People lie to us all the time. You see what I'm saying? So when the technician's asking, who would you go to land with? Who you hang out with? He's not trying to get the business. You know what I'm saying? He ain't trying to get the person. It's just trying to, if you're not supposed to be here, it's trying to figure out the person you ain't supposed to be here. You see what I'm saying?
And it's really helping you. You know, you gotta give a little bit and help yourself. So if you're just, yeah, this person, I'm not gonna tell you their phone number or their name, well, you can't just go off that. You know? And it's not like, you're not dragging it into what you got going on. It's really, yeah, I need your help right now. You know, I was with you, just get in contact with me, follow up. Say, have you been so-and-so today, recently? Yeah, I was with him last week. There you go.
Yeah. When you do that for somebody that they asked you to, would you be upset if someone said, hey, you know, I got two detectives talking to me. You tell them where we were. Would you do that?
No.
Yeah, the same thing. Yeah, but you gotta trust your friends, man. You took them to Atlanta. She could have dropped you off in Atlanta. She brought you back. That's right. I'm just trying to help you out. You know what I'm saying?
You probably hear don't trust me. These opportunities, you know, Thursday, she's about 6. She's 6 in class, 6 here. If you find 6 and 7, you can call me in the morning and ask them how it is. What's she gonna say? In the house. And not in the house, in the apartment. mom number by heart?
No, I don't. But she got 3 different moms.
You want to tell me all 3 numbers?
I don't remember. I call like Mel and we take your Facebook.
What's your Facebook?
Cheryl.
Cell phone. So we call her, like, I don't know, Facebook, so try to figure it out and say, hey, last Thursday between 6 and 7. Where was your son? What's she gonna say?
He was in the house or in the apartment.
What if those cameras on the interstate and license plate reading and all those other tests say otherwise? I see. I know.
I'm just saying, you see the license plate readers.
That would lead us to a car that we could put you in that day.
I don't know anybody like that.
What about Trump?
I share this time to say this before you try to say how I use the Cadillac. You say I ran the Cadillac or this how I use the regular Cadillac. Because you said the Cadillac first, then you try to use the car.
Well, no, that's not what you're Cadillac. Yeah, we got lots of tips. Cadillac, Coleman, G.
You know, I'm just saying. But I know you're trying to say the car.
Tell me why.
Because you said that was the first car you said, if that's the first thing you said, you already know. It's like if I asked you, just the Glock 22, you feel me, or Glock 30 or something like that. The first name I said,
that's what it was.
Like I'm just saying, it was a picture of a person, whatever the picture of boomerang. Somebody's like, since y'all know everything, he walks out of his, is this gun, this gun, like you said, Glock 22? Yes or no? If you said Glock 22, you saying it because it's common sense that why would I get around the code of the Glock 22? You got all of them. Of course it's a Glock 22, that's why you see it in the Glock 22.
I guess I understand what you're saying. So those are one of the, like I said, we investigate tips, we investigate cameras and everything. We got a lot. Cadillac, Coleman, G, Euros, they have like work. Well, that was one person. Yeah. So this was you. But you weren't in, you were in almost in one. You were in a Chrysler. What Chrysler was it?
It was a Stand. That's what we were doing.
No, I mean, which you were on model?
I was a Stand. That's what I wanted to do to him.
Is that the girl?
Yeah.
So we were ever able to get her information and ask her to
We agree Chrysler with when you have a moment, you anytime you can say from 6 to 7. Just the rule would be my source. You can say she's not out, she would tell you why I was there. And all that she tell you why.
I mean, you're incredibly intelligent. You are. So I have some understanding why you're not wanting to give up a little bit of information on your personal life. I get it's personal, 100% understand. But if you listen to me, man, you're incredibly intelligent. You are. I mean, the logic you were showing to Detective Dickerson, you're incredibly intelligent. So you could easily make this easier. You could easily make this easier. But you just don't want to. So I have to ask the lawyer, don't you want to just help us out and help yourself out?
You asked me what the challenge. 6 to 7. I love it. To go to the house. So that doesn't involve anything we talking about these times, right?
A little bit early.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if I was in nowhere, you feel me, around the scene those times, that has to be Yeah, it's cool.
They want everything he has to say.
Why would us want to try to get these people to cooperate with what you're saying? Help you out.
Absolutely. You just said that she was hurt by the time it's walked in. All you want to do is tell me mom or acknowledge it. And acknowledge it on the edge of the car. Tell me on the edge of it.
Well, I mean, I think you're probably considered on the other team.
And you said calculate our money, right?
Sergeant Dickerson, before this recording started, you talked about the fact that there was an issue with the actual interview file and the way that it was saved, and a portion of the interview was not captured. Is this kind of the point where that happened?
Yes, is about when it takes place.
And during the interview, obviously, you're still there and Detective Hughes is there. Are there also other people with the police department that are actually observing this interview?
Yes, there were multiple individuals watching the observation room.
And can you describe what happens in the in-between time where we're missing a certain portion of this recorded interview?
It was about that time that we were provided with some cell tower data, and we were brought to it from Agent Valley, things that he and Detective Gish were working on based off the phone number and cell phone from Devontae.
And so up until the point that you show him an actual map, does Mr. Hill continue to kind of stick with the story that he was in Atlanta?
He does. He continues to say he was out of town in Atlanta with a female friend in a green Chrysler 200 until we show him the picture of the map.
Which you mentioned during the interview, something about license plate readers on highway patrol cars.
That's correct.
And is that something that's true?
Yes.
And did you have any information from any highway patrol cars with
Not at the time,
license
no.
plate reader information?
Not at the time.
And did Metro Nashville, Davidson County, did they have license plate readers throughout the city in December of 2020?
No, ma'am.
So was there any information related to any license plates that you were able to follow up on?
Not at the time, no.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that this witness be handed a document. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the document that was just handed to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what that is?
This was provided to me by Agent Valley with the TBI. He is an expert in this field. However, it's a document with a map showing Devontae Hill's phone number and putting him in the area of the crime scene. And you have the crime scene that's marked as well there on I-440 West mile marker 2/0.
And is that the actual image that you confronted Mr. Hill with during this interview?
I did.
And is that what you can see on the table now in the interview room?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that image, which is a map, become the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 15. And may I have permission to publish that to the jury?
Yes, you need to open the interview.
I can just minimize this and pull it up. And Sergeant Dickerson, the image that is now on the screen, is that a copy of the map that was shown to Mr. Hill during that interview?
Yes, it is.
And this copy is actually the copy from the case file, so it's not the best copy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. After you confronted Mr. Hill with that image that showed that his phone was in Nashville, Davidson County, but also in fairly close proximity to the actual crime scene, what, if anything, did he say?
At that time, he acknowledged that he was not in Atlanta, like he had been stating for over an hour. He said that he had something to do with the murder of Caitlyn.
And when he said that to you, did he say that quickly, or was it something that you kind of had to pull out of him?
We still had to somewhat pull it out of him, where he was traveling, who he claimed to be with, what vehicle he was in, that he really wasn't in Atlanta. He didn't just come out and say it. We still were in the interview for quite a bit of time.
And you kind of described when you were interviewing Jacques Merrill Odom, and he was providing you with information that all came out fairly quickly.
Yes, with Jacques, it was almost immediately, within the first couple minutes.
And even when Mr. Hill is confronted with that cell tower map that showed that he was, in fact, in Nashville, Davidson County, did he come out with all of the information about what happened that night quickly, or were you still having to ask multiple questions to get information out of him?
No, there was still a lot of back and forth between he and myself. Detective Hughes himself, we kind of just went round and round, as you saw in the interview. It took us a while to still get his version of what happened. It was not immediate.
And can you describe his version of what happened when he first told you about being in Nashville and not being in Atlanta? What did he say?
That he was traveling on the interstate, that Caitlyn had cut off he and the individual that he was in the vehicle with. And when that happened, the individual he claimed to be with had told him basically, they put the window down, and that individual fired the gun several times.
Did he say who put the window down?
Yes, Quan is the name that he gave, Quan Evans.
And did Mr. Hill state what type of vehicle he was in?
I believe it was a Cadillac.
And am I correct that Mr. Hill indicated that he was the driver?
He stated that he was driving.
But he did state that Miss Caitlyn Kaufman cut them off.
Yes, he stated that when they were on the interstate that Caitlyn, cut them off, and which then resulted in the shooting.
Did he have any specific details about this Quan Evans?
No, other than a name. That was it. That was all he could provide.
Did he give a physical description?
Somewhat.
And the interview, does the recording kind of pick back up as you're following up, asking some follow-up questions about that statement that you've just described that Mr. Hill made?
Yes, it does. I believe when it picks back up, then we're talking about the incident. Then he is admitted to being in the vehicle, admitted to playing a part in Caitlyn's homicide, and I believe we're talking about this Quan Evans.
Your Honor, if I may explain the previous interview. And just for the record, it is at 48 minutes and 42 seconds is when this was stopped, and it will resume play at this time.
You never turned on the computer, so you should still have it.
You minimized it.
Yeah, you minimized it.
It's on my screen. Mr. Cuomo? Huh?
It went off and come back on.
I mean, I'm happy to shut this down and turn it back on.
It's probably a good time to break it, then it's almost 2 hours, and then we can figure it out. Yeah, give us a minute. I know we've been here for close to 2 hours. You probably be stretching away. We'll try to figure out this little technical hiccup.
All rise.
Don't discuss the case among yourself with anybody. Leave the transcripts in your seats, please. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Figure that out. Y'all can restroom and things of that nature work clearly. Detective, now don't talk to anybody because you're still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
You need to go.
Okay, looks like they're going to be taking a 10 or 15-minute break here. Typically, they take one in the afternoon like this, and I think they have to reboot the computer to get more of that taped interview with Hill back up and running. And I don't know about you at home. To me, it sounds a bit like he has a mouthful of rocks with that level of audio recording. I couldn't make out much of it, and I apologize for this. Many of you have messaged asking whether or not we have transcripts of this. The jury has a transcript. We do not have a transcript of what is said, and it's just unfortunate. I could barely make out anything that was said during that entire period there. But the good part of this is we know what was said based on opening arguments from Jan Norman, and also just now in questioning with Sergeant Dickerson. You've heard it already before. This is when they brought him in the day he was arrested. He waived his right to an attorney at that moment. He was read his rights, and he agreed to answer questions from the homicide detective there. And initially, as we heard, during this process, he lied about being in Atlanta. They showed him a map and proved using the cell phone data and other means that he could not have been in Atlanta. We know you were there in the area where Caitlyn Kaufman was shot and killed. He then conceded, yep, I was there, and he admitted that he was involved, but he said he was the one behind the wheel of the Cadillac, and said one Quan Evans was in the seat next to him, and that he rolled down the window after Caitlyn Kaufman allegedly cut them off, and in an act of road rage shot. Now, we all know that is a lie, too, because we don't know who Quan Evans is. We know that that silver Cadillac does not belong to a Quan Evans, but to one James Cowan, who is on trial next to him here. So basically, this was just a process of letting you see how this information was gathered, but we know the gist of it. And again, I apologize. What you heard is what we heard, and I even checked with our photographer in the courtroom. He said the audio wasn't much better in the courtroom, which begs the question, why play it? I guess you have to see the interview being done so you know where that information came from. But keep in mind, the jurors are not going to be able to take it back with them when they deliberate, but they did have a copy of a transcript to follow along. And trust me, that made things a lot easier for them. But we know that's the basics of it, and I guess it will continue when they come back from this break. We can open up the phone lines for a moment here because I didn't get to all the calls before, as many of you are following this. Nick Leonardo, it's ironic, he literally was here, had to step out for a moment, and he will be back, and certainly he'll be with us throughout the duration of the trial after this, but had several appointments he had to deal with. He'll be here for later to answer some of the questions that many of you have, specifically about what it takes to prove first-degree murder, how much premeditation there has to be, which I asked him about that, and he said it just takes an instant, but there has to be some thought process there by which you determine, yes, I'm going to shoot and kill this individual, as opposed to just blindly reacting and the death occurring. And that's basically what I think the defense is going to have to prove. And right now, I think Jan Norman does such an excellent job, and she laid it out during the opening statements. And I think in some of the interviews with the detectives, Danielle Connor talking about how it's clear that vehicle pulled up and was parallel to Kaufman's car, and they were able to shoot right into it. And the fact that there were 6 rounds, I mean, that's what it goes to. I'm not sure how important it is now, the fact that they have this admission and the audio and all of this. The prosecution is going to go forward, but keep in mind, it has already been conceded by Hill's attorney that he shot and killed Kaufman. That is not in dispute. He's conceded that, all right? What we have to determine now, or the jury will have to determine, is whether or not it rises to the level of first-degree murder, or if it's one of the lesser included offenses. Keep in mind, when the jury's charged, when this all wraps up, it will be a matter of first-degree murder, and they will have the option of finding a lesser offense, second degree, manslaughter, reckless homicide. There's a whole list of them. Nick will spell that out for us when he joins us. But that's really the issue here. So it's like all this debate over the cell phone video and where they were and all of that. We're going to hear about all that through this trial. And we're going to hear from the medical examiner about the nature of her injuries. But there's no longer the need to prove that Devontae Hill was there because he's admitted it. They're back in the courtroom. Let's listen in and see if they're back already. Jury is still out.
Let me see if they're saying. Oh, man.
Okay, they're back in. That was a quick break. They obviously have rebooted that video. We'll continue seeing the interview with Devontae Hill. Both of the defendants are back in. My guess is they're in the process now of bringing the jury back in, and they should pick things up. That was a brief break. So I anticipate there will be another one this afternoon, and we'll see. But they're probably bringing the jury in now, and they'll continue showing the interview between Sergeant Dickerson and Devontae Hill, where he was caught in the lie saying he was in Atlanta when he wasn't, and then he eventually conceded he was involved in the shooting death. But at that point, he was just saying he was behind the wheel of the car and pinning the shooting on one Quan Evans. We don't know who he is, and we now know, of course, the person actually driving the vehicle was James Cowan, and it was James Cowan's car. But they're going to walk us through that process of learning this, showing the degree of this interview. And I think we're probably also going to hear Cowan's interview, because he was interviewed by authorities later when he was arrested some 4 weeks after this interview occurred. They tracked him down. Remind you folks, we are streaming live on Facebook, also YouTube. Go to the News Channel 5 channel on YouTube, and you can watch us there. I understand several hundred people watching there, several hundred people watching right now on News Channel 5 Plus, and streaming live on Facebook at newschannel5.com, as well as our station's website. And as I look through many of the comments, we have people watching from not only across the country, but as well overseas. They're coming back in, the jury, and we'll continue with our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Caitlyn Kaufman trial right now.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that the members of the jury hearing the trial are back in the courtroom. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We had to work out a little glitch in technology, but I think we're ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. And again, it is 48 minutes and 43 seconds.
I mean, you know about them, you know a lot about them. Yeah, I know about a lot. Yeah, I know that. I haven't seen what he said. I didn't really know this situation. So, you're right down, you're saying she's working for you, right? And you said, what does he say to you? What does he say to you when she's working? The whole thing, you know, like, oh shit. And then you just roll the window down, and the window down her. He's always doing. I don't know, like, when I look, I see the road window down, and he probably yells or something. Like, you know, people corroborate and stuff. Just yelling or something. But I don't see him like that, so you get off the interstate. Distortion. How many guys did you think you passed before you got on yours? How many times? You got to pass one. So you didn't pass one, but it first takes like that. As soon as that happened, you took the first X off you get here. Yeah. So like you run the dogs, and then you take the gas station. You know, just got right off. So, flying switch seats, because I didn't know where, like, my mind was racing. So.
It was like I go to the room. So when that happened, I'm not here to tell you like, what is going on? Why did you do this? I got a kid. Why would you do something like this? Like that's what I'm thinking in my head. What do you do to them? Hurt you with it? So you dumped it? So I didn't touch it. You didn't touch it? I didn't.
Did your mom know? Did you really call her that? No. No, your mom, there was nobody, just you two. I just kidding. Just you and Paul. No, I didn't want to. Have you talked to Paul since then? No. You haven't? Do you have his phone? Like, I know you would know it, but is it in your phone? What's it on your phone? QUAN? Do you know the social media? IG? Okay, so we just see each other. So you haven't seen or talked to Paul since yesterday? You should know I have something about what you do. What do you think he told me? He told me about bullshit. He said he's bullshit. He told me about what would he say? If we had him in here, what do you think he would say? He told me no, I'm just asking him to keep it inside. If we had him, fair enough. So he shot at you? Because you thought you got off? Yeah, I don't even want to we might take you to that. We'll talk in a half instead. After you go to the bathroom, you're going to be transported to the room. Yeah, go to the bathroom. Good work.
Sergeant Dickerson, is it correct that you'll leave the room for some amount of time?
Yes.
And then you return?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I skip ahead? Because this was not removed from the...
You took it home?
It is at the 55-minute mark.
That's number one? You know, you never seen it before now? No. So Raquan sticks his arm out, shoots. You guys go to what gas station? Or did you get out and walk around? Did he get out and try to push inside the car? Let that happen. There's not a lot of show gas stations, so rough. I was hard to say there's some gas stations. I couldn't tell you exactly which one at the time. I'll just write you. And then he left. He took you home. He drove me home. He left the Cadillac with his gun. It was his gun. And then told him what you did. You watch TV? Yeah.
You ever watch all that CSI crap and all that? Do you know what happens if you touch that right now? What else? Yeah. You know what else going on there? Right, so if we can hold the gun, and we know this is the right thing, we're going to find your prints on it? And if we do find your prints on it, or your DNA, at any point did you have that gun?
I'm probably going to hold it as a foreign protection.
So he starts shooting. So I want to make sure I'm right. Okay, I'm understanding. All right, so I feel like I owe you that respect. Okay? He shoots. Y'all take the first exit. He gets into a gas station. You switch spots. You ask him to take you home. He takes you home. When you get there, you start touching, grabbing something. Just chilling. Nothing else. So if you find fingerprints on the handle, they're not going to be yours. They shouldn't be. Yeah. Right now, we have. So, are your fingerprints on that handle?
I told you when I was touching the phone, this I don't know how that hurts. Like, I touched that and you touch it, like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, rationalize it out. Think about it.
Like, if I touch it,
right,
and then you touch it.
so you think it's going to be prints on the bodies?
I'm assuming it's just your heat.
That's a rational.
I'm assuming it should. Right, was there a photo?
No?
So I'm going to ask you, and this is the last time I'm going to ask you, did you shoot the gun? Did you shoot the gun?
Tom, you for the murder.
We have the gun.
We're not giving you everything. We've been asking you to try to help us out. Okay? And the only time you decided to start talking is when we had to present something. We've been trying to give you your opportunity to tell us what happened. So we're not going to give you everything. Okay?
You'll find out sooner or later what it is that. Okay.
So guys, wait. Nothing comes with my fingerprints.
We'll figure it out.
You'll get that out of there.
And again, Your Honor, I think we have a little bit of a break trying to get forward.
This is your chance.
I told you what I told you.
Okay. That's it?
Nobody else.
But nobody else? You didn't shoot? You were driving? Did you see that girl? No. Did you ever see that girl? No. Never see her face, nothing? You sure?
I didn't know.
Okay. And what's his name? Rick Warren. How old do you think he is?
Probably about 22, 23.
How did you get that? How do you get that car?
How did you get it?
You said he didn't own it, so how do you get it?
I was told.
He probably stole it?
No, I don't.
You don't know?
I just wanted to drive. I just to drive the car.
You just wanted to drive?
Yeah, just take me for a spin.
How'd you know you had it? I just found out he had it.
Yeah, pulled it on.
He just pulled up there and
I didn't know who he was.
drove around.
Yeah, I was like, man, let me take it for a spin.
Sergeant Nickerson, during that interview, you showed Mr. Hill 2 photographs when you came back in the room. I'm going to ask that you be passed 2 separate photographs. Do you recognize those 2 photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are those copies of the 2 images that you showed to Mr. Hill during that interview?
They are.
And specifically, we just saw that interview. You showed him 1 photograph first. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And which photograph was that?
The photograph of Mr. Quan Evans.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that image be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 16. And Nate, I have permission to publish that to the jury.
Did you, just to clarify that question, you said that the photograph is of Quan Evans.
Correct.
Okay.
Sergeant Dickerson, the image on this screen, is that the image that you showed Mr. Hill?
Yes, it is.
And how did you locate the image of this person?
When we were given that name and nickname, similar to how I stated earlier in the police database, he had had interaction with police in the past, so we based off that. We searched it and came up with the image.
And the second photograph that I handed to you, is that, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a photograph of Mr. Cowan, who we knew as Duty.
And is that the other photograph that you showed to Mr. Hill in the interview?
Yes, it is. It's the second photograph I showed to him.
And is it the one where he said that he didn't recognize that person at all?
Yes, he stated he didn't know who he was.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that image be introduced as the next numbered photograph, which would, I believe, be Exhibit 17. May I publish that image to the jury? Sergeant Dickerson, the image that's on the screen, is that a copy from the case file of the actual image that you showed to Mr. Hill during that interview?
Yes, it is.
And at the time that you showed him this image, did you have the demographic information for Mr. Cowan?
Yes.
And about how old was he at the time in December of 2020?
I believe 28.
Now, after Mr. Hill left that interview room, can you describe what happened with Mr. Hill? Where did he go?
He was transported to booking.
And can you explain to the jury what booking is?
It's where they get processed. They take a mugshot, fingerprints, and they get ready to be processed through the system at booking. It's kind of the first step of the process downtown.
And is that located within the Davidson County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it is.
And so does that happen with any person that is served with an arrest warrant?
Yes, it does.
And as part of that process, are people who are going through that booking process, do they have access to a telephone?
They do. I believe it's a telephone or a tablet I think they have access to in there.
And are they able to place phone calls?
Yes, they are.
And as part of your investigation into the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman, did you locate telephone calls that Mr. Hill made from booking at the Davidson County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, were there 4 calls that were pertinent to the investigation as well as to the interview that has just been played for the jury?
Yes, there was.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that this witness be handed a disc. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the disc that's just been handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that is?
It's a copy of some of the jail calls that Mr. Hill placed in booking.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that disc be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 18. Yes. And I have those on the computer, and I would ask to publish them to the jury individually.
adjourn?
Yes, and for everyone
Let's
else.
do this so that, well, I was going to let them hold on to the transcripts for cross-examination in case there was going to be any reference to them. I don't want them to have too much to hold on to, but okay. Why don't we do this? We can just give them back to them. How about that? If you all will pass the transcripts to this end, and then we'll probably give them back to you during cross-examination. And then we'll give you... Just hold on to them because they may need to get them back, Miss Adams. Thank you. In my same instruction that I read to you earlier with regards to audio that you're hearing and the transcripts applied here as well, okay? All right. And just so that I'm clear, you're doing one at a time?
Yes, Your Honor, because there might be some questions in between them, but also just so that we're not passing out 4 transcripts at once, which might be confusing. Sergeant Dickerson, were you able to recognize the callers in this call?
The male caller, yes.
And who is that?
Devontae Hill.
And this call, for the record, was placed on December 11th, 2020 at 10:11 and 29 seconds. That would be 10:11 a.m. And it is placed to phone number 615-554-9386. It is labeled call number 1.
appreciate that. Gang of things, man.
Thank you.
deal. She's going to be fucking David to do this one time. That's okay. So that's why they wrong way and lose conference, but the police say they're not going to fix it with it.
Sergeant Dickerson, in that call, there was a reference made to the reward, and it was specific to the amount. Did that coincide with what happened the day before this phone call was placed?
It did.
And so the reward jumped from $16,000 up to $66,000 that day before.
Yes, that's correct.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to play the second call, and I have transcripts.
Oh, no. You know what? Oh, no. Oh, man. That's whatever you want to me to tell me. And me, like, you don't have my phone and number. And I know. They have your phone number? Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Did you want to do it? Straight out in the location at the time. But I don't know. I think it was wrong day. But then on this stuff, it's every world because I don't go either. I want to show them these things. So I really thought that you duplicate some just include. Okay, so, then you run this. You know what? Yeah. You know what? Yeah, what you say? Think about, these things, no way to problem, not going to start. He will start. Should it start? Yes, there's no way to problem, and he will start. Don't get it up to me. Why don't you don't ever that? It's been a word.
And Your Honor, I did not read out for the record before that call started, but that call was on December 11th at 2020 at 10:36 and 36 seconds. That's 10:36 a.m. That was a call to contact Frederica at 615-554-9386, which was labeled call number 2. Sergeant Dickerson, at the end of that call, there was a reference made to a 40 and that there was a 40 that they got out of the house. Can you explain what you understand that to be referring to?
Yes, during the execution of the search warrant, detectives and SWAT officers found a firearm, I believe, in Devontae's room underneath the bed or underneath the mattress, and it was a Smith & Wesson .40 caliber firearm. And that's what he's stating is not the murder weapon used.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask permission to play call number 3, which was made on December 11th, 2020 at 11:27 and 29 seconds. That call was placed to phone number 225-999-8887. Contact Big Cuz, and it is labeled as call number 3.
Let me approach.
All right, so quick sidebar here, and I don't mind taking a brief break because if you're watching this on TV, and I've heard even in the courtroom, I can't understand a darn thing in any of those recordings. Zero, zilch, nada. They do have transcripts, right, Nick? But
yeah, but the transcripts, like the judge has said, are not supposed to be authoritative, and they're not supposed to use that. They're not taking them back to the deliberation room. It's an aid to their listening of the audio. And clearly, in this case, it is a super helpful aid.
Yeah, and people have been messaging, and we apologize. It's not our fault. It's not our audio link. If that's the way it sounds, they've got lousy recorders in there. I don't know if it's up in the ceiling or what. Why not just put a microphone on the table in front of the guy?
Well, but I think the quality of the recording is probably pretty bad. And then, in the interrogation of Mr. Hill, it was kind of hard to understand him. It just wasn't the pronunciation or whatever. It just wasn't clear. It was real difficult to understand. But I tell you, Jan Norman's done a good job of going back and kind of trying to recap what they just listened to.
Exactly. That's where we've learned what it's all about. And she'll do that after these calls. The one before, and by the way, welcome back.
Well, thanks.
It's good to have him back with us. And we're going to go over a lot of stuff with Nick if we get a chance here when we have a longer break. But yeah, she was talking with the interview that happened with Hill, where he talked about how he lied and said he went to Atlanta, okay, and then they caught him in that lie, and then he said he was in a Cadillac and admitted to being there when Kaufman was shot, but claimed that he was driving and some other guy named Quan was in the seat next to him and shot her.
Right, and we still don't know who Quan is, do we?
Not really, no. I mean, and of course we found out now later that Cadillac belongs to Cowan, but that's what's coming out. And now these phone calls are...
Have you heard anything? I couldn't hear anything on the phone.
I can't make out much of the calls. And what's interesting about this, I don't know how or why sometimes. I guess he was in booking at this point. I don't know. Everything coming out of a jail is recorded.
That's right.
Do inmates and people calling out of a jail or calling in not know that?
Well, I mean, I tell my clients' families, don't talk about the case. Whatever you do, don't talk about the case over jail phone calls.
How many times have we done cases where valuable evidence is gleaned because people talk about things they shouldn't on the phone from the jail? And by the way,
this was in booking, by the way. This was in booking.
This was in booking.
This is as soon as he walked in.
As soon as he walked in. Now, maybe it was not on a recorded line, but I'm pretty sure everything's recorded, obviously, as we hear it here. So I don't know if he's just clueless on that front, but we'll get details as she recaps all this. Real quick, if we have a moment here, Nick, so many people wondering while you were gone, they're going to have to prove, okay, that this was first-degree murder. Can you give a basic definition of what the jury will decide on premeditation?
They're going to have to decide, is it, premeditated and intentional killing of another's first-degree murder? So, did they intend to kill that individual? And, was it premeditated? And premeditation can be formed in an instance. Very, very quickly can they
Can you give me an example? I'm next to you. What is an act of passion if all of a sudden you're shooting me? And what is an act of premeditation if you're going to shoot me?
Well, so if you and I are fighting over $5, $10 and it gets heated and we get to push it or something like that.
And I fall and hit my head because you pushed me down.
Be a manslaughter. That could be, a killing in the heat of passion, okay? But if I'm mad at you, I come back the next day and I say I didn't kill you and you hit me or embarrass me and I come in here the next day and decide I'm going to shoot you, well, that's a much different thing.
But that's more. Let's talk about just in that instant. Okay, we're pushing back and forth and I lose my balance because you shoved me, I hit my head and die. That's perhaps not premeditated.
No.
But you have a gun on your hip and we're pushing and all of a sudden you just get mad because I shoved you extra hard and you just pull the gun and shoot me. Is that premeditation?
That's what the state's going to argue, and I think you can legitimately make the point.
All right, let's go back into the court. We'll talk more on that.
Let's see. Now. Is she good? Okay. Now, just before that sidebar, I believe that we were about to hear call number 3. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Number 3, 12/11/2020, 11/27/29.
We talk about it. You know what? Don't. You ain't gonna talk about it no more. It's already being recorded. It's already on top of you again. I want to say this, just make sure you use the right words, I know you didn't do it, you said it. So I got some niggas that's gonna come through. The other two, you know what I'm saying? You know, I got dudes on this character too, so I'm gonna go pull up and we just sit down and talk. Then I heard about the name, you know, the name you gave out. I heard about that, so I'm gonna come back Friday. I just look in on get a week on it there. You know what? The name you gave out. His name Joe. Remember we were in one truck or something? He comes for Gucci. Now, them Gucci, I know Gucci now, you know what they did back in the white truck one time. Yeah, that nigga, you know what I'm saying? One truck is Gucci. Really? Right, you kept thinking about it. Damn. Damn. I'm very told that I'm thinking about all these niggas, but okay. Fuck. I was fucking niggas up. Okay. I need to contact them. I can't contact them. Okay. You got somebody else? Yeah. I don't really see. She really. Yeah, he gonna come around though. Yeah, he don't come to the trail. Oh, I say I know. You good? I don't know. I ain't got no shit about it. Other than that, though, that gun they found though, bro. Cause that wasn't even a gun, was it? Oh. Alright, so what the fuck is they like? You ain't doing shit. It don't matter like that. Get my phone, get over to the thing. So what? I keep and say, so dude. So what's this? They say they gave you your paperwork. I guess so. First of all, he can't do it. They talk about hey, we only want to do that channel down in this then you go to where the phone is and say, you want to have a good time when you live. But hey, yeah, be right too. Like how you gonna be right? And he ain't say nothing about it. You what you gotta do? I see, you know, that's something you gotta relax, bro. Quick, speaking. That's all I keep asking you, bro. It don't matter. Don't nobody need to know. Like, what it should say, and what it should say, whoever did that shit, you know what I'm saying? That's what it should say that. Like, whoever did that shit, whoever did that's what it should say that. Like, I know you didn't do it. Like, come on, niggas, what has to be done? All of that shit is dirty. So, that's how you gotta start thinking like that, like for real. Like, nigga, I ain't had shit to do with it. Yeah, you got my phone on the interstate at the time. That don't mean I did that damn thing. You think that's true? What? You think that's true? Shit, niggas just got you. But they want you to turn. But they want you to say something, and you don't have no fucking earthly idea. How the fuck you gonna say that I was on the interstate at the same time? I'm glad you talking about Gucci though. So I'm going down. Yeah, let's go run down. We're gonna run back and rap with him. You know. Everything's not free. Yeah. Okay. And keep going with it. niggas don't want to get you in there and they talking. That's how they ain't got no, they ain't got no proof on it. For real, they talking about you was right there, they cleaned it, pinged it at the same time on the phone. Man, don't get yourself and don't get yourself in the jam. Yeah. Man, they can do like they gon' that's what they gon' do, bro. Police is trying to lie. Them niggas in there is trying to lie, bro. They gon' tell you they did this, they did this. You say something. Man, keep your mouth shut. That's all I'm trying to tell you. Over this telephone, this going on here one of the keys right here. So you want to get it out. You want to talk to somebody, tell somebody about something. You hear me? I'm just saying, like, real, and tell the story, a story, you know, it can be the real story, a fake story, whatever. They can listen to that. They can get the ins and the outs of this shit. That's all I'm trying to say. I just don't want you to say 15 beans on that telephone. Yeah, I ain't gonna say this one, okay. Just all that, I don't know the details. Right. Shit, I ain't got no number for this nigga. What the fuck is this nigga number? Number like this. They number. But he called out as a murder. Be around, you know, or I ain't doing on the line or something good. Yeah, thank you. You knew she was there. No, I want that. They just basically want to confirm it. I was thinking, why the fuck did you ask me about this shit, nigga? It was running to me. I was like, why the fuck did you keep telling me that? Hey, man, hey, bro, put up on me. I heard that, and I'm like, oh, like, why did you say that? Nothing wrong with that. All that shit, I heard stuff. Louis said he's gonna put up on me. So, I thought somebody else was in the crowd too, so I'm very well in the crowd now. They gonna come here. They come here. Yeah, but now she got that, they got a body. Yeah, that body, they coming. They got a body. They coming. Shit, they coming. Not like anything, you just coming. They want to get a ball. Yeah, I'm gonna tell them to get a phone and call me. Shit. It's all cool, because that's nah, man, no shit, they got these too. They got pictures of him and shit, that shit ain't the same. Like, ain't nothing changed. That's what, yeah. Alright. That's why I keep fighting the name, that's why I know. I can't hang about this. Real name. You gotta get a camera, that's it. Yeah, but it's not like that. I'm hanging out much of them. Let's get them right here. I'm just talking about that. I don't want to go on there. I'm just going to keep myself down. I'm going to burn it. Say what's it? Come in, I think that's video song. And I want to say, all they got to do somebody now in my phone sheet. Right, not the phone sheet. When I come to her, they ain't had like no tape recording me and none of that. I'm talking about right now, you watch me now. No, right now. Yeah. Hey, man.
And Your Honor, may I play the fourth call that is on that exhibit? It is a call placed on December 11th, 2020 at 11:43 and 15 seconds. That would be 11:43 a.m. And it is a call placed to 225-999-8887 because labeled call number 4.
I'm gonna tell you what he did. Who was the one? Gucci. Say something one more time. Gucci. Alright, okay. It wasn't something, alright? Nah. Okay. But he was just working through like in the morning with me, doing music. So I know it was crazy. You understand what I'm saying? Ain't nobody possible. You couldn't get any of that. That dead serious. I'm about for that. Nah, I still want to be out anyway. You're fine now. For mine. You're fine now, too. Nah, that's my phone. It was. I was taking it back. Nah, it's just my phone. The other day. You had it at home or something. Yeah, I was asleep. Sure, came and woke me up. Nah. Hey, who? Sure, he came and woke me up. I was asleep. One first one, so I just did I was gonna walk in the living room, like I keep those things in the house, everything. I can tell you, what was doing all that shit, keep. You said Shirley was coming to kill you? Yeah, like Shirley came in and told me, woke me up from my search warrant, so I'm clear to get a deal, like, someone, what is that? I have to talk to them. I'm here to get and keep going. Thank you for everything. I'm going to talk to her. You go to this room, burn. Dang. Yeah, they got you goddamn a real deal bitch killer. That ain't keep it up to me. He saying Jacquees, so long we don't know Jacquees. What Jacquees? Yeah. Nah, it's just, not everybody real name. Who the fuck is Jacquees? I got names in my fucker, Jacquees, when I went. But that's news to the house. I don't know. I know who this nigga is. Everybody knows. I said everybody on Jacquees. Because you told the sister. That's what they know about when they worked in Winchell. I said Jacquees, they just want to know about when they worked in Winchell. That's what you saying. I don't think. She's like, who was that? Niggas gonna go down. They gonna go down, though. I don't think we're gonna send people out for real, bro. I promise. Oh, you know, like, that's just our thing. So I ain't gonna say it. Yeah, bro, you got your little break. I really feel like you got your little break. You gotta go. That nigga told her you for 66,000. And nigga ain't had nothing to do. Man, that's a honestly, I'm easy to go. The robbery, he told me, like, I'm telling nobody else about those situations. They got 66,000. He's like, if you want me, you can come stay with me. Yeah. Shit, I would go with him. I said, when I went, when he told me, like, let me know. I was like, all right, I'm going to let you know. I should have went on and went when he told me let me know. Because they ain't had shit, when they put 66,000 and they ain't had nothing to do with you. You like, damn, 66,000. You don't need to go about shit. You know, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I feel you. That's real thing. Yeah, you feel me. Like, you know I ain't got nothing to do with it. You want me to come on and lay your head with you? Yeah, he told me to come and help me. Yeah, man. I can't forget nothing. You know, well, I know like a 300 and some straight out of something. I can find somebody I can come. You know, that nigga sleep. That nigga just left the house at 3 this morning. When this one didn't be on music all night. Probably what your ass was doing. Yeah. I know how to show it and how to show it. So, I went in there. I just think that's the thing, like, don't just wake me up in the middle of the night, bro. Get up. Yeah, he told her, yeah, that cleaned your bone. Yeah. They have seen my phone. He just overwhelmed his It's gonna be an emotional discovery too, out of this shit. Yeah, they're like my signal, like my phone signal on the thing, it don't show my location. It just show like what area y'all in. Like you got like a little thing to say where I was at. But if you zoom, like you go, yeah, zoom all the way in to see exactly where I was at. Just man, he ain't coming in on the around, right? When I seen Gucci for real about him, and he ain't called you about Gucci. Now, you know what? Gucci easy to call me. Now, he FaceTime me. And when the nigga fucking FaceTime, he wanted to talk about something. That's crazy, bro. Let me charge this phone up real quick. That nigga FaceTime me just a couple days ago at 629. Hey, who's going to do a video? Nigga, what, you know? Nigga, what? Yeah, nigga. You said what? I'm not mad. That money, when he comes, that's not you, like. But you, like, go by yourself. I want you to do that. I'm telling him you want to talk to my uncle and thank you to me. And I will teach you about this. He said? Huh? He said that? Yes, over the phone. He said my uncle and back out with you? Yeah. He told him. No, he told him. He told me. Yeah, he didn't want to learn that song. Yeah, that was funny. And you tell me that is something. I don't like it. Who's talking about this? Word for word. Like, you don't want to tell, like, who's talking about this? I get my yeah. I need to take it. I need one quick. I don't think I'm talking about it. He was fat, man. Nigga, man, I ain't good, nigga. But the phone hang, cause my phone, I'm saying, you've been on Twitter, it's probably like 3 more minutes. This motherfucker should cut on, Dr. Call his ass. And you can hear it. You know, I gotta be very. You know, he's already on for this motherfucker hangs up though, cause it might cut on before it hangs up. And then I can get out of this nigga. Like, damn. Damn. Yeah, I talked to dude, you know what I'm saying? I told him, man, just pull up, you feel me? Yeah. I'm gonna have no conversation, you know what I'm saying, over the telephone. Yeah, okay, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Man, that's, you know, you see it. But shit, they don't need my percentage or whatever shit. I don't even need that. And I got to, they look in your phone to protect this shit. They look on your phone. They don't see his name. Yeah. You know, you feel me? Right. I'm going to take some time now. Yeah, he's there. Shit, I think you don't want to copy it, them motherfuckers. These numbers get copied. Take for real, bro. Yeah, for real. Dude, he got to sit down on him. That's why. This bitch ass. Like, you start to think about it, that sound right, right? I swear to God, you don't never remember. When I first met Gucci, bro, I was like, nah, you know, he died on me just because of his music. That's all I have. I didn't like him because the shoes was busted, he was dirty, he was dingy, he was always just coming. I ain't talking down about it, because y'all young niggas, you feel me? Yeah, I am. Yeah, that was my nigga, like, when we was younger. Yeah, what? I tell you, my niggas, when we was younger, like, most people are breaking with over there, I don't know more than first. Yeah, that's good. I can't wait for this motherfucker. I'm going to bring another one cut off. Yeah, take 15 minutes right now. I'll be back. I come back 5 to like 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I'm going to go wood. All right, miss.
Your Honor, I submitted a copy of the transcript to the clerk. If those could just be marked for identification as it relates to that exhibit for the record.
Let me, the transcript of calls 1 through 10.
Yes, Your Honor.
What about the transcript of the interview?
I guess could we make that exhibit B to that exhibit number? Would that be possible, just to mark the transcript of the recorded interview for identification only?
So 14, the recorded interview is 14.
Yes.
14B for identification only. Transcript of the interview.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the transcript 18B. So the transcripts of the phone call would be exhibit B to number 18 for identification only.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Dickerson, did you continue to have contact with Mr. Merrill Odom after that date of December 10th, 2020, when he came in for the interview with you?
I did.
And could you describe how much contact you had with him?
We talk weekly, if not daily, usually through cell phone.
And could you describe his demeanor when you spoke with him?
After the interviews?
Yes.
At that point, everything was on the news about Mr. Hill, so then he was a little bit more nervous and more cautious, but he still was in constant contact with me.
And at some point can you describe the investigation as it related to Mr. James Cowan? After this interview with Mr. Hill, where he's made these statements, as well as you've located the calls, obviously the investigation continues. You're working with Detective Gish, but kind of what leads up to Mr. Cowan and his involvement in this?
We were able to determine that Mr. Cowan was in fact involved. A lot of it goes through the cell phones and the data in the cell phones.
Okay, a quick sidebar here, and as they continue to make their way through a number of recordings, Nick, seems like hard to understand again, back and forth, but this kind of just laying out how the investigators set things up, doing the questioning, getting the recordings, piecing together exactly how it played out, and trying to figure out what were lies and what weren't. And beyond this, I apologize. Our viewers are having the same problems. We don't have a transcript. The jury does. And I can't understand a single thing any of them are saying, except they did make out a few curse words.
No, yeah, there's a few cuss words and a few. I did catch the expletives, but there's a little more clarity in the jail phone calls.
Yeah.
But again, I believe it's being played off a computer, which is broadcast in speakers over the courtroom, which is being picked up by a camera, which is being broadcast, home. It's hard to get the clarity.
Right, and I can tell you this: in the courtroom, we've checked with our photographer that's in there shooting the pool, and he says it's difficult to hear in there, which is why they provided transcripts. Can you explain to people why they will not be able to bring these transcripts back with them for deliberation?
Well, the transcripts are not the evidence. The evidence is what comes from the witness stand and the exhibits, and so the exhibit is actually going to be the recordings. Okay, and so
can they take those back with them?
They can take the recordings back, but the transcripts are used as an aid to their understanding of what they're hearing in court.
All right, Jan Norman, back out of the sidebar. Let's listen in.
Sergeant Dickerson, at that point in the investigation, did you have enough evidence and information to request and obtain an arrest warrant for Mr. James Cowan for the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman?
Yes, I did.
And when did you obtain the actual arrest warrant?
I'm not sure the exact date, but it was later in January, I believe.
And from the point of that interview with Mr. Hill until the time that you obtained that arrest warrant, were you actively looking for Mr. Cowan?
Yes, we were. Myself and various units who were still continuing to help the investigation.
And can you describe when, if ever, you were able to locate him?
I was not a part of that. I was not out there when he was located. I believe he was located at a motel, La Quinta, a hotel, and I believe that he was with his girlfriend at the time when they located him.
And at the time that they located him, were there items, specifically cell phones, that were located either on his person or in his immediate vicinity?
Yes, there were several cell phones that were located.
And I am going to hand you an item. There are 3 items. I'm going to ask that the witness be handed each of them, but then we will enter them separately. Thank you. And Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the items that were just handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And if you could just, whatever the first one is that you have, could you describe what that is?
The first one is a black LG cell phone, PR number 258-61087.
And was that one of the cell phones that was obtained at the time of Mr. Cowan's arrest?
Yes, it was.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that black LG cell phone device be introduced as the next number to exhibit, which I believe is number 19.
Yes.
And Sergeant Dickerson, if you could describe the second item that you have.
Second item is a gray T-Mobile phone, PR 258-48103.
And is that a second cell phone that was located on Mr. Cowan's person or in his immediate vicinity?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. Yes. And Sergeant Dickerson, if you could describe the third item that was handed to you.
It's a gray Alcatel flip phone, PR 258-61088.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that gray Alcatel flip phone be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 21. And Sergeant Dickerson, what was the location of Mr. Cowan's arrest?
La Quinta, a hotel.
And where in Davidson County was that?
I believe that's like the South Nashville Hermitage area.
And I have one item to hand you. Do you recognize that item that was just handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
This is a cell phone. It's a baby blue iPhone. It was in a green case that belonged to Miss Carter, Miss Diminisha Carter.
And can you explain who Miss Diminisha Carter is?
She was Mr. Cowan's girlfriend, or is Mr. Cowan's girlfriend.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that cell phone, the baby blue one, belonging to Miss Diminisha Carter, be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. Sergeant Dickerson, did you submit all four of those cell phones to Detective Gish at SISU for analysis?
I did, via the same process as the other phones.
And did you also obtain a subpoena for cell phone records related to Mr. Hill's phone, two of Mr. Cowan's phone, as well as Miss Diminisha Carter's phone?
Yes, I did.
And if I could pass this disc to the witness. And once you get it, if you could indicate whether or not you recognize it, and then also describe the information that is on that disc.
These would be the phone numbers that I submitted subpoenas for: AT&T, two T-Mobile phones, and a Verizon phone number.
And if you could read the, I guess, carrier and the phone numbers into the record.
Yeah. AT&T is 615-734-7072. The first T-Mobile is 615-477-8664. The second T-Mobile is 615-733-5312. And the Verizon number is 629-224-7903.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that disc be marked for identification. The parties have an agreement that it will be marked for ID only.
Are those records?
They are voluminous records, and Agent Valley's report will be a summary of that voluminous record, which is why we are agreeing to just mark it for ID, because it is thousands upon thousands of pages.
Okay. Yes, 23 for ID only.
Sergeant Dickerson, did you have those cell phone records that were returned from AT&T, T-Mobile, as well as Verizon submitted to Special Agent Andy Valley with the TBI so that he could perform an analysis on those records?
Yes, I did.
And I have one final item, last one, to hand to this witness. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
I do.
And what is that item?
This is security surveillance footage from Rock City from 12/12/2020.
And could you describe how did that come to be?
We learned through some of the data extraction that we got back from Agent Valley and Detective Gish that Mr. Cowan and his girlfriend were in and around and at one time either owned or were in possession of a gray Cadillac SUV. And through the footage, we also were able to obtain a tag. These were pictures that were in some of the cell phone, the photos that I was given. And I couldn't locate the vehicle at first, and then through our database, I was able to run the tag within our system.
And when you ran that tag number, what, if anything, did you learn?
I learned that it came back to a vehicle that belonged to Hertz Rental, the rental company, and it was rented, I believe, out of Florida, and also that it had been burnt down to the frame. We were informed that it was towed by AB Collier Towing Company, and they had it at their lot near the airport.
And once you learned that vehicle had been burned down to the ground, what, if anything, did you do to investigate the circumstances of how the vehicle came to be in that condition?
So there was a call for service for a vehicle that was on fire. That's all that is logged and tracked and saved within our database. I was able to contact the individual that placed that call and have a conversation with her. And I also went out to the location here at Rock City where the vehicle was actually burnt and obtained this video footage.
And the person that you spoke to, who was that?
Ms. Reese.
And did she provide you with any physical evidence related to that?
She did. She actually had videos on her phone that she took of the incident. She was the one that called it in and recorded it on her cell phone that she provided to us.
And did she have still images as well?
She did. The vehicle, I guess, after it had cooled down, she was able to get some photos of it once it was burnt down to the frame, and also took a picture of the license plate.
And that video footage from Rock City, did you actually go there and obtain that footage?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe what date and time frame that footage is from?
On the 12th. It's right in front of their business there, so there's a security camera that points to it. I think it's more of like a little alleyway where you enter into their business, and you can see the vehicle when it's set afire.
And is the timestamp the same as the actual time on that surveillance footage?
I believe it was a little off, the timestamp on theirs, which is common in a lot of security footage.
So especially because we have daylight savings time, a lot of time the camera is an hour off. Your Honor, at this time I would ask that surveillance video be marked for identification, which I believe would be Exhibit 24. And if I could have just a moment. Sergeant Dickerson, do you see Mr. Devontae Hill in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
And if you could point him out and identify him by what he is wearing.
Yeah, he's wearing a dark colored suit sitting next to his counsel.
And Sergeant Dickerson, do you also see Mr. James Cowan in the courtroom?
I do.
And could you point him out and identify where he's seated as well as describe what he is wearing?
He's in a light blue shirt next to his counsel.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much, Sergeant Dickerson.
Okay. Mr. Montgomery? No questions. Okay. Counsel for Mr. Hills. Mr. Chairman. And did you need to have the transcript of the MD passed back out to the jury?
Yes. Mr. Hill's interview, I don't think I have a request for any jail calls.
Okay.
Yes, I did. One time ago. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Dickerson.
Good afternoon.
I just want to go back to the beginning because that makes the most sense, and start on December 3rd. You just randomly got assigned to this case. Is that how it works, randomly or in sequence when you get assigned a case? By caseload?
A little bit of both, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got this case and you were on the scene shortly after the parks officer? I mean, were you there pretty quickly?
No, I believe the parks officer had already been there over an hour. I got there closer to 9 p.m.
Okay, so there were multiple officers on the scene at that time doing multiple things?
Yes, before I arrived there.
Fair to say you were heavily involved in that process throughout the night. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
Did you get assigned as the lead on it sort of that night on the scene by, I guess, Lieutenant DeWalt?
Yes.
Or Sergeant DeWalt?
Yes.
Okay. And so at that point, then you take over the lead of the investigation and kind of everything comes through you, or
That's
you're
correct.
directing everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You collected Miss Kaufman's cell phone from the car and other items of personal property from her car that night before it was towed. Is that correct?
Some items. Her cell phone is what I mainly took possession of.
Okay. Primarily her cell phone?
Yes.
And that's the same cell phone that you turned over to Detective Gish that night or sometime in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The next day, you found another cell phone.
That's correct.
Did you find it personally and you went back and got it? You were advised that it had been left there and you retrieved it yourself?
We had realized that it had been left there. The phone was located the night of the incident, and it wasn't collected. And then myself and another detective went back the next day and collected it.
Okay. It was identified the night of, and it was just a miscommunication left there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You got it. That phone belonged to Andrew Ford.
That's correct.
He was immediately a suspect.
I wouldn't say he was a suspect, but he was a person
of interest. You located him, interviewed him, vetted him, and determined that he was not, in fact, involved in this incident.
That's correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Over the next course of days, you and other officers went to Miss Kaufman's residence.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You and other officers, people went to Miss Kaufman's residence.
Myself and other detectives did, yes.
There was no evidence discovered there of any foul play or any criminal activity.
No, there was not.
Same as far as her work. You went there, talked with people. There was no evidence of any foul play involving her work or anything related to that.
I myself did not go to her work, but the detectives that did ruled that out.
And you were able to rule that out?
Yes.
Talked with colleagues. There was nothing amiss. Other than her not showing up for work, there was no problems going on at work. There was no any issues identified with her employees or anything like that that led you to be suspicious.
Yes.
Same goes with her friends.
Yes.
You testified, you checked boyfriends, people she dated, vetted that.
Yes.
Those were all dead ends.
That's correct.
Those people either had confirmed alibis or were you able to satisfy these people are definitely not involved.
That's correct.
It's been a while ago, but the jury's heard the Tennessee Department of Transportation has a live video feed, but at that time it was not recording.
That's correct.
So meaning, is it a watched feed by someone, or do you know?
I don't know if someone watches it, but I know it's not recorded.
It's not recorded, and there was no evidence to gather.
That's correct.
In addition to canvassing the entire sort of I-440 West End area, looking for any type of camera footage, that revealed nothing.
That's correct.
Over the next course of days, many tips came through Crime Stoppers, many daily. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
Over the next week, hundreds of tips came through.
I don't know if it was hundreds, but it was a lot.
Okay. Either all of those were followed up on and turned out to be dead ends, or were vetted in some way to determine there's nothing here.
That's correct.
I think you had mentioned on direct that essentially on December 10th, you were kind of still at square one.
Yes.
You knew you had a homicide, you had collected some evidence on scene, but you had no suspect.
That's correct.
No motive.
That's correct.
We're not able to identify anyone who would have had a motive to be involved in this.
No, we weren't able to.
Prior to speaking with Jacquees Merrill Odom on December the 10th in the afternoon or whenever you finally met him, you didn't know the name Devontae Hill.
I did not.
I think the jury's already heard that the reward money has went up to $66,000 by the 10th. By the time you speak to Mr. Odom, the reward money has went from 16 to 66, so a significant jump.
Yes.
The jury's heard that Mr. Odom came to the St. Thomas Ascension West first. You did not accompany him there.
No, I did not.
Okay. The first time you saw him, he's with the police at Murfreesboro Precinct. Is that correct?
Yes.
But he didn't come to the police first. He went to the hospital first.
To my knowledge, yes.
You were asked on direct what his demeanor was like, and you said friendly and talkative and maybe a little bit uneasy.
That's correct.
That interview, for lack of a better way to say it, was really long.
Yes.
Over maybe 6 hours.
It was long, yes.
Is it fair to say that for the first 3 hours and a half, you did not get truthful information from Mr. Odom?
That's correct.
The jury's probably realized he had the weapon and didn't disclose that until 3 hours and something in the interview.
Yes.
He had already described a story involving Devontae Hill, but left out having the gun and several other things. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so, as you weren't involved in this, but other detectives, and you've already described this for the jury, that you don't work setting up with people as confidential informants and doing that process, and you never have.
That's correct.
So you brought in other people who have specific training to do that, and I believe it was Detective Reed and Detective Mustafa?
Among others. They were there to assist with that, yes.
Sure. And that's their role among other roles that they serve?
Well, Sergeant Reed is a homicide sergeant at the time. Detective Mustafa was a homicide detective, but they had previous experience in that.
Experience doing it before?
Yes.
Okay. Are you overseeing that process while that's going on? Are you in the interview room or no?
In and out.
Okay. Obviously, you were made aware that while they're explaining the process of how a confidential purchase works, he thought he was going to be able to purchase that weapon without police involvement. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if that's what he thought.
That's not how it works, though, is it?
No.
You weren't going to just go give him $150 and let him loose to go buy the gun and bring it back to you.
That's correct.
That was going to be strictly monitored by police.
I believe that's how it's done. I've never been a part of that.
It would make sense to ensure the integrity of that process, right?
Yes.
And at that point, it's fair to say you were very skeptical of what he had told you.
Well, at the point when he said that he had the gun, yes.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
You mentioned this, that when you learned that he had a gun, that kind of, you're looking at him as a suspect. What are you hiding? What are you doing? Fair to say?
Yes.
And so you had to sort of start this process over.
We did.
Is it fair to say that the first version that Mr. Odom gave you involved significant detail differences than the second version?
I don't know about significant, but there were some details that were different.
In the first version, he mentioned several other people being around when Mr. Hill supposedly disclosed this information to him. Is that correct?
I believe one of the interactions he had with Mr. Hill, there were other people around.
After he said just disclosed, by the way, this gun's in my car, you're going to go get that gun and verify some things before you continue on with him. Is that fair? Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And he had to wait.
He was there in the interview room the entire time.
And during that period of time, is that when this expedited ballistics process took place?
Once we confirmed that the firearm was in his vehicle and brought back, then that's when that process started.
And what I'm trying to get to there is, while that's going on, he's waiting. You're not continuing to talk to him because you want to verify, okay, is he telling the truth now?
We may have been talking, but I don't think it was necessarily about the case, but we were in and out with him. There were several of us in there with him. Basically just making sure, number one, that he felt comfortable. You know, he wasn't under arrest or necessarily detained, but we had to let him know, look, we need to verify everything that you said.
Understood. Once you've verified that the weapon that you've retrieved from Mr. Odom's vehicle, it's been sent through the ballistics testing, that is a match to the shell casings?
Yes, to the cartridge casings.
Shortly after that is when this controlled or recorded monitored telephone call takes place?
Yes, it is.
It was obvious on that Mr. Hill and Mr. Odom are close.
Yes.
They even said they love each other, right?
Yes.
You were satisfied after that interview, after retrieving that weapon and getting a ballistics match to that gun. That's when the arrest warrant and the search warrant were issued for Mr. Hill.
And also after the control call, yes, and the messages that we were shown.
Understood. Sometime early the next morning, police arrested Mr. Hill at his residence at Porter Road.
Yes.
He was where Mr. Odom told you he would be?
Yes.
His interview's an hour plus, and for the first hour, it's fair to say he was denying all the relevant parts that you wanted to discuss.
Yes, that's fair.
Do you have any reason to believe, or have you followed up on it, or on some of the tangential things that he was talking about, that they were untrue?
Never figured out the female that he was with, no.
Okay. What about the job at Pepsi? Do you just believe that that's true? Did you follow that up?
No, I personally did not follow that up.
It's fair to say that he was denying and minimizing.
Yes.
Maintained he was in Atlanta for an hour.
That's correct.
You showed him a picture of a map that the jury's seen.
Yes.
And shortly thereafter, he changed his version of events.
Yes.
Put himself in the car.
Yes.
As the driver.
Yes, as the driver.
And recited a similar version as Mr. Odom. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't necessarily say that's accurate.
The term road rage was used by Mr. Hill.
Yes.
He mentioned that they had been cut off.
Yes.
Those were also recited in Mr. Odom. That's not the first time you had heard that version.
In a way, it was the first time I had heard Raquan Evans, though.
Sure. Understood. Obviously, Mr. Hill is again minimizing. Yes. You've given him some evidence, and now he said, well, I was the driver, I wasn't the shooter.
That's correct.
You were asked on direct by Miss Norman, she mentioned that did Mr. Odom tell you everything very quickly?
Initially, yes, he did.
But that wasn't true.
Some of it was, regarding Mr. Hill, and his name and nickname was true, which is what he told us fairly quickly.
Well, that didn't change from the first to the second, did it?
No.
Who was around and the details of it changed, though, right?
Yes.
Before you were a detective, how long have you been a police officer?
About 6 years.
6 years. In what capacity were you working before detective?
Patrol.
Patrol, okay. You don't interview a lot of people in patrol, or is that an incorrect statement?
It depends on your definition of interview.
Interviews like you were conducting with Mr. Odom and Mr. Hill, how often have you been doing those kinds of more formal interviews?
No, you don't do a formal interview on patrol.
Okay. You do talk to witnesses. You do talk to suspects.
Yes.
And I assume you've had hundreds of interactions with 6 years being a police officer.
Probably.
With witnesses, suspects, and other involved parties.
Probably.
It's not uncommon that you don't always get the truth from people.
That's true.
Whether they're a witness, sometimes they leave out stuff they don't want to reveal to you. some things could be true and some things be false.
That's correct.
Even though they're not even accused of a crime.
That's correct.
Maybe they want to tell their best version or minimize their involvement. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Would you agree with me, and is it fair to say that the more serious the incident is, the stakes are higher?
Yes.
There's more to lose for people.
For some people, yes.
Mr. Odom wasn't truthful and tried to minimize his involvement.
Initially, yes.
Mr. Hill did the same.
Yes.
Minimized his involvement, kept himself away with it, correct?
That's correct.
And then told you a different version.
Yes.
I did want to talk to you about an issue on page 105 of Mr. Hill's transcript. And this is specifically related to Raquan Evans. Are you there on page 105?
Yes, I am.
So I think when you were asked on direct, your testimony is that you believe Mr. Hill has identified Raquan Evans in that photo.
The photo that we showed him?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Can you reread that and let me ask you a few questions about it?
Your Honor, the state's going to request if he is going to ask Sergeant Dickerson to review a very specific portion of the interview, that it be the actual interview versus just the transcript, because obviously without seeing what they're pointing to and what they're doing, it loses some of its meaning.
Well, let me just ask him the questions and see if he recalls then.
Okay, another sidebar here, and wondering whether or not they're scoring any points. So one trick for us as we follow this, and you and I are doing the best we can to interpret it, is keeping in mind we couldn't hear everything during those recorded segments. We have a sense of what it was all about, but the debate here in general, do you get a sense of what the defense is trying to do here, or even the foundation that, you know, the prosecution laid, Nick?
Well, I mean, I do think that maybe they're trying to, you know, make sure that they've ruled out all other suspects, but then they, you know, they kind of started off this line of cross-examination going after the confidential informant, Mr. Odom, you know, and stating, you know, why is it that, you know, it took 3 hours of interrogation before he says, hey, I have the gun, right?
Yeah, right.
You know, so he was, you know, a bit dishonest as well. And
oh,
so,
yeah, he was.
You know, so from the defense, this is kind of the only thing we've necessarily seen today. But I don't know that they're scoring any points with it, but they clearly are trying to make sure that there are no other suspects, and they had an issue over, you know, a question that they were getting ready to ask, and then, you know, Judge Dalton had them step over to have a sidebar there, and there must be a microphone or something over there they're speaking into, so that that's part of the record, because what they say does become part of the appellate record if there is an appeal, and so she's made a ruling, and they're going to come back and act accordingly. So,
all right, let's listen in.
That's a minor point about Mr. Evans, and I'm not going to belabor that with the jury. That's the last contact you had with Mr. Hill. It was in that interview room. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was the morning of December the 11th?
Yes, that's correct.
The vehicle fire was December 12th, 2020?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Hill was in jail?
Yes.
You don't have any evidence that he knew about a vehicle fire?
No, I do not.
You don't have any evidence that he directed anybody to do anything to a vehicle?
That's correct.
Fair to say without Jacquees Merrill Odom coming forward, you don't get this arrest warrant for Devonta Hill. It's certainly not on December the 10th.
That's fair.
It's mentioned in reports that there was no motive identified.
That's correct.
The term road rage and cutting off has been mentioned several times.
Yes.
Nothing in your investigation has disputed that, correct?
Not this far.
Just one moment, sir. Thank you, Sergeant Dickerson.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anything you redirect, General?
Sure, I think I'll just 1 second.
Sergeant Dickerson, Mr. Chaffin was asking you about your interview with Jacquees Merrill Odom, and he phrased it as that he minimized his involvement. But Jacquees Merrill Odom provided you with information that you've described, and there was one piece of that information that was different that he explained to you after he got that Wi-Fi connection. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct regarding the gun.
And so everything that he told you, describing to you the persons that were involved, the firearm that was involved, the statements that were made to him, did that all stay consistent?
It did.
And after he got that Wi-Fi connection, sent the messages to Mr. Hill, he showed those messages to you. Is that correct?
He did.
And then he told you that instead of him being able to buy the gun, he actually already had the murder weapon.
At that point, yes.
And so at that point, did you start asking Jacquees Merrill Odom to go back over what happened and give more detail?
We did.
And so is that the change in what he said the first time and the second time is you guys are asking him to go back over everything again and asking him more questions?
Yes, we wanted to verify. We needed more information.
And then Mr. Chaffin referred to Mr. Hill in his interview minimizing his involvement. He told you that he was driving the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And the information that you had from your investigation was he was actually the shooter.
That's correct.
And he lied to you about that.
That's correct.
And he never told you the truth about that.
Yes, he never admitted to me that he was actually the one that shot.
And the 4 jail calls that were submitted in testimony today, at no point in those calls does he admit that he is the actual shooter. Is that right?
I'm going to object to that. The jury can determine what was heard in the jail calls and whether he made admissions or not.
I'll sustain objection.
Sergeant Dickerson, did you listen to additional calls outside of the ones that were submitted to the jury?
I did.
At any point, did you obtain any information in which Mr. Hill admitted to being the shooter of Caitlyn Kaufman?
No, I did not.
And Mr. Chaffin began to ask you about the 2 photographs that you showed Mr. Hill in the interview room. When you showed him the photograph of Raquan Evans, did he confirm that that photograph you showed him was Raquan Evans?
Yes, and I'll refer back to the transcript on that. But he did. I had both photos. I had a picture of Mr. Cowan, and I had the photo of Raquan. And he said that that's Raquan, that's him.
And so he responded in the affirmative to you of yeah, and then the next statement everyone's pointing at the photograph of James Cowan, and that's when Mr. Hill says, I don't know that person.
That's correct. In regards to duty, James Cowan, he says, yeah, I don't know him.
Thank you, Sergeant Dickerson. I don't have anything else.
Thank you, Sergeant.
I have a couple follow-ups.
Sure.
Just two follow-ups related to the interview with Mr. Odom. The first 3.5 hours, he didn't admit that he had a gun. He didn't admit that he had the murder weapon in his own car. Fair?
I'm sorry, repeat that question.
The first 3.5 hours, Mr. Odom did not disclose that he actually had the firearm that was involved in Ms. Kaufman's homicide.
That's correct.
And then subsequent, he admitted that he did.
Yes.
The first 3.5 hours, his version of what Mr. Hill told him and who was there when it was said involved a number of people around. Is that correct?
Yes.
He named other people present.
Yes.
And the second part of the interview, he disclosed that it was just him and Mr. Hill alone.
I believe he stated that it was Mr. Hill and Mr. Cowan in the second part, to my recollection.
You don't recall him saying that they were alone?
I believe at one point they were alone, and then I believe he was with Mr. Hill and then Mr. Cowan.
I guess my question is this. When Mr. Hill supposedly confided in Mr. Odom, in one of the versions, there were a number of other people that he disclosed that were present to hear what Mr. Hill had supposedly said.
Yes.
I'm assuming you haven't spoken to those people.
No.
In a later version, when Mr. Hill confided in him, he told you it was just him and Mr. Hill.
Are you referring to when he showed him the news article?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Yes.
Oh, and the jail calls. If you had found any evidence in the jail call of Mr. Hill making any sort of admission, the jury would be hearing that today. Is that correct?
I would assume so.
Anything in the I'm sorry, Mr. Markford, did you have any, based upon any of the examinations? Okay, anything in the red?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Leave this here?
You can pass those to the state when you step down. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And as he's stepping down, let me just see a hot second.
All right, I think what we're going to see, or what's probably going on in the sidebar, is trying to, do a little scheduling here to find out who could be possibly the next witness, how long would they take, is there any way they can go out of order, and kind of trying to get a roadmap, because we are approaching the 5 o'clock hour. I believe Judge Dalton said certainly they would go till 6.
Yeah.
Potentially maybe 7, but she wanted them to go eat.
She's going to defer to this jury, and if they're willing to stay longer, I think she's willing to. I think things have moved relatively quickly today. Now, Sergeant Dickerson's been up quite a while, and that's since lunch, and that's the 7th witness of the day. But I mean, it's moved. I don't know how many more witnesses they have. Will they take another break, or will they just go straight through till 6 o'clock?
Well, one thing we can say about Judge Dalton, we haven't covered her in gavel-to-gavel trials, but she sure plows on through there. We've seen a lot of trials where there's a lot of breaks, but she certainly defers to the jury, and if they want to keep going, she keeps going.
Yeah, and she has had some high-profile cases that she's handled with a lot of media coverage, and I don't know, from a judge's perspective, almost all the judges we've ever dealt with, I think, have been fair. They've abided by allowing the cameras. So I can't recall a single judge we've had a problem with. They've had different rules at times, but all they ask is don't show the jury, set up your camera in an unobtrusive place, and don't be a distraction. And that's basically it. And we're always going to abide by their guidelines. I mean, and that's the case here. The gallery, by the way, I've been told is full. On one side is Kaufman's family, her mother and father sitting in the front row. The first witness, Nick, and you weren't here with us this morning, but I know you listened, was her mother. Do you think there's a chance that after everything is said and done, their last witness will be the father?
It could be, but I think from what I've heard and what little bit I saw, though, I think she made a great impression.
Oh, the mother did. Yes. I mean, but the emotion of it, then you have all of this technical stuff in between, and then you end it once more with the emotion, which it'll be very emotional for the father.
Well, I mean, you start off with, hey, this was a life that was lost, and you end it with the same.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. Okay, let's listen in.
Okay, how are y'all doing? Y'all doing okay? Y'all need to, I think the next witness is gonna probably be a little faster, won't be as long. I can get you out before 6, but do y'all need a break? Okay, well, let's take a short break, really short break, and then we'll get.
All right.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay, 2 or 3 minutes.
And Judge, I believe that we have an agreement to release Detective Hill.
That's correct.
All right, well, we can get you to participate.
Thank you, Your Honor.
2 or 3 minutes, maybe a little longer than that, bathroom break, and then they're going to come back with one more witness, and she said if everything goes as planned, she will send the jury home. Remember, they are not sequestered before 6 o'clock, and so she's abiding by that. Seems like they want to stick around, and they're done with Sergeant Dickerson, who you were telling me you thought did a pretty darn good job.
Yeah, I mean, as a lawyer and as someone who's been a former full-time judge, and I still, sit special as needed occasionally, you see a lot of police officers testify, and like most witnesses, there's some that are better than others, but I would say Sergeant Dickerson has just really done a great job of being able to answer the questions, and kind of he can tell he's done it a whole lot, and you can tell that he's really got a good demeanor about him.
And I think that demeanor paid off for him while he was talking and interviewing these subjects.
Yeah, I
mean,
agree.
You can tell he's calm, and I'm always intrigued to see, even though we couldn't understand every other word from any of that played in the courtroom from the recordings, I couldn't anyway. You could tell the demeanor and the way he talked, the tone of his voice, and the way he was able to communicate with these individuals who, just by definition, are going to be more hesitant to talk in that situation. But I thought he did a really good job. So we've got one more witness that may be addressing some of these, details about how they finally came to the point where they zeroed in on both of the suspects. They tracked them down, the car burning up, the cell phones, all of that. It's setting the stage with all of these cell phones we're hearing about, and there's more than 3 or 4 for tomorrow when Detective Gish, who is the expert with Metro, is going to talk about, the placement of these cell phones, where they were, and defining how close everyone was when all of this happened.
Yeah, I think we'll see quite a bit of Gish tomorrow, absolutely.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, and I think now, and they're in the ear, they're telling me a lot of people still wondering, and we'll talk more when we wrap things up of our coverage, but you were in the middle before they came back, and we can't cover it all now, talking about premeditation. Again, the big story out of today is that we now know that Devonta Hill has admitted to shooting and killing Caitlyn Kaufman, and James Cowan was there. So we know it. There's no mystery there. But they're saying he pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder, arguing that what he did was a crime, his attorney, but it's a lesser charge. How are they going to make that case?
Well, they took a big chance, and I'm sure that, these lawyers have been around for a while, and I'm sure that's something that they've discussed with other lawyers, and to try to determine, and the public defender's office is full of some really good lawyers, to try to determine exactly should they play this card or not. I personally may have erred on the side of not admitting that my client shot him, and hopefully maybe some of the jurors there might have, gone back to deliberate and thought maybe this was second-degree murder, and then maybe they could lobby some other jurors to come on to their side. In a deliberation room, but they've taken a big risk. I mean, and that risk is when you admit that your client actually shot Caitlyn Kaufman, then, at that point in time, I don't know if a jury's going to pay much attention. We're asking these jurors to follow the law, and, they don't check their common sense at home, and they're not lawyers, and clearly it's not a whodunit, right? I mean, they just admitted that. And then,
gigs up.
And I believe Mr. Morris, who we had heard from yesterday at a jury out, the lawyer who was an expert. He was
going to be the expert on cell phone evidence.
Right, and I'm not so sure how relevant that is now, especially since he's admitted that, that Mr. Hill did shoot. But what they're trying to do is to set up the fact that this could be a lesser included offense. The judge is charged with the job of making sure that her instructions contain all the applicable lesser included offenses.
So there are. It's not all or nothing. It's not first-degree murder or not guilty.
Right.
There's in between.
Right. And in this case, it could be second-degree murder. It would go second-degree murder, manslaughter, reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide, and then potentially, if the facts would support that, maybe aggravated assault because of the use of the firearm. So there could be there will be lesser included offenses without a doubt.
And so the Hail Mary on their part is, let's just say, yes, he did shoot, but let's hope for a lesser charge. How big a deal if he's found guilty of anything less than first-degree murder? That's a victory.
Anything less than first-degree murder is a victory for these defendants.
Can you give an example of what a typical sentence would be for second-degree murder?
Second-degree murder, you're looking at somewhere between 20 and 25 years, something like that, and it would still be 100% crime, but it's not life in prison. Okay, that's the difference. And Mr. Hill, based upon his record, the court would determine, where he falls within a sentencing range, and they would have some discretion, not on whether the sentence is one to serve, but how many years it is. And the fact that he only has a prior misdemeanor for a driver's license offense and a simple assault, I don't think the judge can max him out, at the 25-year mark for second-degree murder. So any of these would be a much bigger. But the problem that they're having, though, I think, is that he lied to the police, and Jan Norman got up on redirect and was talking about this. He lied to the police about his involvement several different times, several different stories, who was there, who wasn't there, and he never admitted to the police that he was the person who shot. So why in the world would his lawyer stand up and say that he was the person who actually shot her? But in order for this to play out, they've already gone out on a limb. I almost think he's going to have to testify in his own defense.
I was about to ask you that, and I'll think the reason the lawyer did this, hey, they've seen Discovery, they know it. They have him cold.
No,
she's like, there's no defense for this. You have a choice. Either just, fight a losing battle or hope that you get a lesser included. I think the evidence is overwhelming with everything that we're hearing and the cell phones. I don't think they had a chance of making the argument, oh, he wasn't there and didn't do it.
Well,
there's no chance of that.
And if they ask why did he lie, he was scared.
Yeah.
He was absolutely scared, didn't know what to do, but he's telling you the truth nowadays, today, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what they'll have to say if he testifies. Do you think he will testify? Do you think there's a chance that Cowan does?
No, Cowan's got too many priors. He's got he's got an aggravated robbery, and he was on community corrections, and he violated community corrections, and there's a lot of drugs, and there's guns, and there's more guns, and so he's got a lengthy criminal history and convictions that would be things they could ask about in cross-examination. So I don't think it's any good for him to testify.